Good morning, everybody. Good morning to you, Todd. Nice to see you here. I want to start with a question today. What is gambling? There is a traditional definition built around three key elements. Do you know any of them? Well, yes, I'll help you on the way. Consideration, right? The stake, the money you put in. The chance, obviously the outcome has to be determined by predominantly chance. I say predominantly because there are some games where skill actually plays a part, poker for example. And number three is the prize. Of course, that you need to win something of value. For decades, those three elements have formed the foundation of how gambling is defined, regulated, and understood. But today, those boundaries are starting to blur. Prediction markets are gaining momentum, capital is flowing in, regulators are paying attention, and the industry is beginning to wrestle with a question that suddenly feels much less straightforward than it once did. Where does finance end and gambling begin? Depending on who you ask, prediction markets are either a natural evolution of the industry or an existential challenge to the foundation it has been built on. The industry is now at crossroads, and dialogue is needed. And that is exactly why Next New York is important. A place where operators, investors, regulators, suppliers, and entrepreneurs can come together to exchange perspectives, challenge assumptions, and better understand where the industry might be heading. For us, at Next, we don't pretend to have the answers, but we do offer the platform without agenda, without easy answers, but with genuine curiosity and respect for the complexity of it all. This is now the 5th edition of this show, and we couldn't be more proud of what it has become. When we started 5 years ago, it was a small gathering with a big ambition to create a focused meeting point for the North American online gambling ecosystem. And this year, we reached a milestone that we are incredibly proud of. As of this morning, this event is now completely sold out. Thank you. That growth would have not been possible without the support of some incredible partners. First and foremost, I want to extend my thank you and gratitude to our headline partner, SoftBet, and especially I want to mention two key people in Karina Formichova and Lilia Yevenisukova. Absolutely incredible people who are leading SoftBet along the way. This is now the 3rd year of our partnership, and they believed in the event when this is still a small show with a big vision. Together, we've been able to grow it to where it is today. I also want to give a sincere thank you to our platinum partners, Altenar, Play & Go, Odin, and Stacy, for their incredible support, and of course to our many other partners who are with us here today. Also to our strategic partners, Morgan Stanley, Global Gaming Women, Betting Startups, and Spectrum Capital, thank you for helping to strengthen the ecosystem around the event. And I also want to recognize so many advisors who have helped shape the agenda this year. And finally, to the people that make this event happen, our Next.io team. Our product manager, Maria Tirone, who have worked relentlessly for months to bring this event together, and with Natalia Gonzalez, her coordinator, right beside her every step of the way. Our relationship team, which is led by Rory Credland, has brought together the industry in this room. And I want to give a very special thank you to Olga Shimunya, who has led the agenda and established herself in a very short space of time as one of the most talented conference producers of our industry. If you are a speaker here today, you will know what I mean. And of course, to our extended Next team, who all have had a hand in the success of today. We are a team of founder mentality, and I am privileged to be able to learn from my team every single day. There are many people who deserve recognition for making this event happen, but I know that Rory and Olga, they always keep reminding me that I go over time with these things. So I'm going to leave you with some final words. The reason this event exists is very simple. The industry moves forward when people come together. And today, the people shaping its future are in this room. So I want to give you guys a great conference ahead. Thank you so much for being here, and good luck with the days to come. Thank you so much.
Good morning.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning. So I love the energy. Now.
Yeah.
How you doing? Good? I did a huge mistake when somebody asked me in a grocery store, how you doing? And I gave them the full extent of how I felt mentally. And apparently
Which is
that
why
is not
you know you're a tourist.
Exactly. That's good. All right. So I'm a public speaking coach. And
Why are you here?
I am... I got
You don't work in gambling?
I know, I'm not. I had nothing to do with it. But the thing was that I was brought in here, so I was making sure that people were going to sit on the edge of their seats. That's why I'm here helping next. So that's why I'm here. Why are you here? Huh. Yes. Nice. Yes, but before we go into the first event, I just received a message, and I know it seems corny, but literally I just got this message. I need you to listen in carefully to this.
You did get a message.
I did get a message from Rory, who is a big part of this. So it says this, and listen to this. We have a special notice just coming in. So the Power Plugin has donated 2 extraordinary prizes for the event participants, i.e. you. And the first one is, this is so cool. The first one is an iconic Pelé New York Cosmos shirt. Huh? Woo! A little bit, yeah, yay! And then the second one, some might be even more getting...
You might know this guy.
Yeah, you probably know this guy. So an Argentina shirt signed by no other than Messi. Ah, see now, yep.
At any moment.
You have to pay attention. At some point today, we will reveal the winner of one of those amazing prizes, so stay tuned. I guess you couldn't predict that, huh?
And by the way, we are streaming on YouTube the entire time, so if you do happen to leave this room, which you shouldn't, then you could catch it on YouTube as well. But yeah, we're here to predict, and the first segment you probably saw was predictions, and the first thing I thought was, oh, we're talking prediction markets. No, we're talking old school predictions, like the things you used to do when you just predicted the future before prediction markets.
Yeah. So it's quite important that you guys pay attention, sharpen up your ears. These guys are literally going to shake their little beautiful, what do you call it, crystal ball, and just go, ooh, because they're predicting what's going to come the next 2 years. With that said, who are we awaiting?
We are being moderated for this panel by Contessa Brewer, who is coming over from CNBC, Meredith McBuren, CEO of Drive by DraftKings, Jeremy Kudon, president of Sports Betting Alliance, Adam Greenblatt, CEO of BetMGM, and Roger Ehrenberg of Game Changers Ventures. All up here on the stage, so what better way to kick off knowing what the future and what's coming next? Welcome to Next 2026.
So let's give them a nice, warm NYC-style applaud.
Which means really applause.
Yeah. Great. Thank you.
Buddy, hello. There's this awkward pause that happens between the transition, getting off, and getting on the stage. I need walk-up music, really.
That feels good.
Here she goes. Make my own. So, anything going on in the news? I just reported yesterday afternoon that there has been bipartisan legislation introduced in the House of Representatives by congressmen from Utah and California that would force the CFTC to enforce existing rules on the books around prediction markets on assassination, gambling, war. It would also create new prohibitions on election outcomes and government actions. And it would specifically prohibit event contracts on sports with a carve out for states should they want to opt into sports and prediction markets. I mean, this must be like Christmas for you, Adam.
I mean, it's like my kids. Every day feels like Christmas. They just want a present every day and they want candy every day. All that's happening really is an establishment and an articulation of the framework that already exists in our view. You know, gaming, war, terrorism, they're already articulated in the CEA. And so, you know, what we're seeking to do is really just establish a reliable framework within which we can work, where the objectives of game integrity, consumer protection, protection of the vulnerable, you know, all of our regulatory compliance objectives are satisfied. That's all we're trying to do.
Kalshi has insisted to me over and over that they do protect the vulnerable. They do know their customers, that they have frameworks in place to do all of the integrity monitoring that BetMGM does around its gamblers. Do you not buy that?
I really am. I want to follow the data. Just follow the data. Get onto TikTok, have a look at the advertising, spend 10 minutes at a university, talk to people, go to high schools, talk to people.
Jeremy, I was at DraftKings Investor Day last week, and I asked CEO Jason Robbins, what if this fight over the sports and prediction markets, which make up like 90% of Kalshi's revenues, what if it goes all the way to the Supreme Court? And the Supreme Court says, nope, that's the state's view. You can't have sports in prediction markets. He said prediction markets become a lot less interesting. So Jeremy, now that there's legislation, multiple pieces of legislation introduced at the federal level, you have experience in trying to woo lawmakers and regulators to your point of view. Do you think it has a chance of passing? Do you think this is the thing that moves a lot of the prediction markets out of a gambling conference?
You know, I created a multi-state legislative practice in large part because Congress doesn't usually get anything done. So that's always what I tell clients is that if you're going to wait for Congress, you're going to be waiting a very long time. I think your first point is more likely that we'll see something at the Supreme Court in the next 3 years. And before then, I think you're going to see a lot more states legalizing sports betting that have not already, and you're going to see more states taking on iGaming that had not already. So I see this as a positive catalyst for the industry, but I think the likelihood of federal legislation going the distance is always remote just because of the process and how hard it is.
Can I jump in for a sec?
Please do.
I think there's a larger point here, just taking a big step back, which is balkanized state regulation is dumb. And it's dumb because it crushes innovation. And I know this from my tech VC background, having backed a company like Wise, right, which is a financial infrastructure money transfer company. And in order to operate in the United States without being a federally chartered bank, they needed to get money transmitter licenses in 50 states. In the same way that what prediction markets are doing, and let's leave aside whether or not advertising, integrity management. Let's just for a second leave that aside and say, by virtue of being federally regulated, is this going to unleash innovation that would not have happened otherwise? 110%. The financialization of everything is a mega trend that is inevitable. And I think in many ways you'll see gaming and financial infrastructure and Robinhood and Coinbase and companies like Better looking more similar than they to the Flutters and the Pens of the world.
Do you think it's the financialization of everything, or is it the gamification of everything? I mean, are we seeing investing looking a lot more like gambling? What do you think, Meredith?
I think both of those things. Actually, I think the speculation in general has just become a much more broad-reaching aspect of all of digital commerce. It's not just betting, it's not just the equity markets, it's really a default behavior of this younger generation, and we're seeing it everywhere. So I think, with respect to your point, Roger, I think there is a lot of innovation when regulation pulls back or isn't there, right? So I do think that's true, and we're seeing a ton of innovation velocity from prediction markets and the kinds of markets, the cash out, the ability to trade in and out of positions. That's all kind of new, and meeting a need that the market has. That said, I think consumer protections is really important. The kind of predatory nature of what we're seeing on college campuses is concerning. Death markets are all these things that do need to be, I think, thought through and be considered when just considering all the stakeholders, what the risk is for states, the consumer protections that need to be in place.
Are you looking at any prediction-related companies for investment right now?
Yeah, we have made one, actually, on the infrastructure layer of data intelligence also that is working towards front-end execution, but it's Bloomberg for prediction markets. So thinking about the broad array of pricing out there and markets, pulling it all together into one view and enabling ultimately execution on that.
And do you think if elections, if the midterms were prevented from being offered, and if sports can't be offered, do you think that there's still a business opportunity there?
It's a good question. I really do. I think that we're just in the early innings. Yes, to Jason's point, is it a lot less interesting just when you look at the volume? And overall, liquidity is the product here with prediction markets, so it's a point for sure. I also think that there's all these other markets that have arisen, and we're in the early innings. So if we talk about elections, talk about weather, talk about culture, entertainment, all of it, Bitcoin markets, it's out there and it's taking hold. And so I do think, and it may even be some of sports is okay here, not all of sports. So, sports betting.
Volleyball is fine, but not, no. How are you thinking about investing in the space, given the uncertainty around what the courts do or what states and the federal government does?
I kind of feel like we're back where DFS was a handful of years ago when there was the concern that, might that be shut down? Was that regulatory arbitrage, against OSBs? So I think ultimately prediction markets will have sports betting. I think ultimately it will go to the Supreme Court, and I think it's going to be validated. Markets want to be liquid. Markets want to be free. Markets want capital to be able to go on and off platform easily. I would say OSBs make it extremely hard to do efficient cash out. They don't want secondary markets and bets because then they seemingly lose their customer. Mm-hmm. Those edifices I think are going to fall. And as a result, I personally view the space as being incredibly exciting and dynamic to invest in right now. But one point to what Meredith said on the RG side, while we invest in companies that obviously facilitate volume and customer excitement in the sphere, we also are invested in RG companies. We care very, very much about safe gaming. One of the issues there is that, again, I'm not picking on you, but
you go for it.
some of your compatriots, they don't want to share data. And if you really want to protect people, you need horizontal cross-book data, and you need it at the state level, where you're able to have a 3D view. So if somebody has a problem in one trading venue, they can't just flip to the other. People have multiple accounts. But again, the established companies are pushing back against that. So that's an area where actually getting regulations changed would be constructive and pro-social.
Do you think that the concern there, I don't know, maybe Jeremy, this is a question that you can answer because you're a lawyer. Is the worry about sharing the data on?
It's antitrust. It's an antitrust issue. And so I think that It would be more of a federal issue where they're going to have to say that you can do it. I mean, we've tried to figure out ways around this. It's not a situation where the companies are like, no, I don't want to share my excluded gambler, the people who want to exclude themselves. I don't want to share it with others. We desperately do, because then we find that they do go to each other's sites. But it's just a matter of not violating federal law and figuring out a workaround.
I think you have to have good intent, and you have to care about the well-being of your players to ensure sustainability of both the industry as well as your player relationship. And many of the leaders of these prediction market entities are on record as not giving a
Just say it. You know you
Yeah.
want to swear.
Pierce. No.
And the industry, the sports betting industry, has established ROGA, Responsible Online Gaming Association, with the express, one of the pillars is universal self-exclusion. There's no gun at our head. There's no. But what we're recognizing is that there is consumer well-being at heart, and we're organizing ourselves in pursuit of this objective. None of the prediction market operators are trying to do that. And frankly, a self-regulation, a self-certification framework is inconsistent. What I mean by that is commercial objectives and oftentimes responsible gaming objectives are in conflict with each other. And if the commercial objectives also are enabled by self-certifying the things that you want to do, what gets left behind? Consumer objectives. And that's our reality. That's just marrying up incentives with the business and market opportunity with consumer protection interests alongside.
I got to ask you about something that happened late last year, where your competitors in the sports betting, iGaming space were forced out of the American Gaming Association. It was incompatible with the fight against prediction markets, the tribal fight and the states fight. And yet, DraftKings and FanDuel are still partners in the Sports Betting Alliance and in ROGA. Can you talk to me a little bit, Adam, about partnering there? I'm giving you time to think about this, Jeremy. But how can you work with them in that arena that seemed impossible under the AGA?
These are real-world challenges. I'll be absolutely straight with you. And our current position is the consumer protection interests and the positive objectives of ROGA currently outweigh that conflict. Is it a conflict? Absolutely, it is a conflict. But actually, what's best for our industry, what's best for our players, let's do that. And so and we're continuing to put money into that organization. So this is a real commitment of ours.
Do you think Fanatics, FanDuel, DraftKings are better able to shore up customer protection, responsible gaming initiatives than the Kalshi and Poly markets of the world?
Better able, I'm not sure. More committed, I am sure. And it's something that I've spoken directly to both DraftKings and FanDuel about this specific issue. And, we're in our commitment to this, we are very aligned.
So, Jeremy, when you're at SBA and you see the alliance in AGA falling apart, what's the concern and how do you manage it?
I think the concern, when we saw that happen, is the AGA served some very important purposes. They were they were focused a lot on the responsible gaming side. They were they were the ones who were pushing back on some of the narratives that were out there, and so that's really, at least on the online side, falling a lot more on the SBA over the last 3-4 months. As I think that the AGA has gone a little bit more focused on a certain issue. We're still focused, and I think Adam would agree. We have a lot of work that we still need to do. Our mission is opening up more states to sports betting, legal sports betting, opening up more states to iGaming, and then protecting the tax environment and the consumer protection environment that we're currently operating under in the states. I mean, I was with Adam, Jason, and Christian in Richmond just 3 weeks ago, lobbying on iGaming. And I mean, you would never think there's any difference between any of the companies.
Do you think, and I looked at the numbers, did a story on this again late last year, in New York, to see the percentage that offshore betting is still occupying gambling dollars and prediction markets, do you think that there is an impetus from state tax dollars that will induce the states to, those that haven't regulated and legislated legal sports betting will do so? And what about iGaming, which is still only in, I think, 7 or 8 states?
100%. I mean, we've already seen a change. The best example is Georgia. You know, for 8 years, we've tried to get to the floor of the Georgia House of Representatives, and we've failed year after year after year. We've gotten 3 bills through the Senate. This year, on Friday, we were on the floor. Now, the bill failed, but it failed for political reasons. It didn't fail for a lack of because of moral opposition, which has been the big problem that we've had. Because I've met with many legislators personally who were like, look, I was a no. I'm not sure I bought the illegal market, which is frustrating because it definitely exists. But, you know, this Kalshi thing, this poly market thing, it's real. And, you know, we need to get involved or we're not going to get any of the revenue. And I think that's the race or the battle that states now find themselves in, and why I think we're going to see a wave of legalizations from these holdout states, if you will, on sports betting. I think you're going to see the same thing on iGaming, maybe not the same number of states, but we're seeing a lot more progress. Virginia, for instance, as I think a lot of people know, made it all the way to the conference committee where it still sits today. Maybe something happens, fingers crossed, but it definitely will happen in the next year. And I think states are also recognizing that there could be a day when you're going to see a roulette wheel on a Kalshi site, on a poly market site, on any prediction market site. And that's a real risk and fear. What I think is amazing is we've talked about the illegal market for 8 years now, till we're blue in the face, talking, educating members. And we've never seen members actually really understand the risk like they do right now with something that's federally regulated in the prediction markets.
Because you could present a roulette. I mean, I love roulette. You could present you could present it as a binary option.
Correct.
Will the ball land on red? Yes or no?
Yeah, correct. And I think you heard Chairman Seelig say on that Odd Lots podcast where he sort of suggested there might be a way that they could structure it. He didn't say it directly, but he said it in maybe just the pauses.
Okay, so prediction markets are dominating the gaming space right now. In the broader business world, AI is dominating everything else and should dominate here too. I was really interested. I see it out here in the hallway, some of the vendors who are set up. I was at MIT Sloan Sports Analytics Conference last week, and you know, a kid who dropped out of Stanford now has a business arbitraging sports bets using AI and using it. Are we all sharps?
We're getting there, 100%. So we back a stealth company that has elements of what you just described at scale, and we have other companies that again are using AI, not exactly in that way, but creating synthetic markets. And there's no doubt that this is, so from my standpoint, again, as a markets guy, right, derivatives and quant trading, liquidity is great. This is massively increasing liquidity. Again, but you look at the profitability, you know, profitability is in parlays, right? It's not in, I'm saying for the books,
right.
It's in parlays, it's not in straights, right? So what this is doing, though, it is making the market much, much, much more efficient. And I think little by little, as we continue to address issues like cash out and hopefully more commercial tax regimes in the States, because I think that by cranking up the tax rate, what you're seeing is now this rush towards prediction markets and offshore. I mean, obviously Poly's offshore, but you know, Stake or Bovada, whatever. I mean, these are multi-billion-dollar companies. So it's all to say AI, yes, powering legal and illegal activity isn't going away, but has the benefit of making markets more liquid.
Yeah. I would also just say from, you know, AI on both ends, right? There's the whole agentic space, right? Which is our agents are curating our entire entertainment economy as well as everything else, right? So as we think about betting within that, I know I just talked to a few folks here who are working on this of just an AI layer that's retail oriented, like assemble my parlay. Bring me the sharpest information, either generated by you or just from scanning the markets quickly, easily, so I can make my bet, either on a book or, we may be in that position where agents are making bets on crypto and things like that, which is in the very near future. So as we think about everybody being sharp, is nobody sharp, right? And that is a near-term reality, I think, as well as the books also have to keep up with that because they need to be sharp. And so where does the edge come from at that point? So here you absolutely on the liquidity front, like there's lots of market makers out there now, quants in pajamas and those kinds of things, and that's happening. In addition, the entire landscape changing and everybody's getting smarter. And so it's an interesting point to contemplate of just, okay, then what? Where is the edge? Is it in community? Is it in, more live and things like that we've talked about, and how does the entire landscape move forward?
I think it's exciting though, because what everybody always talks about the negatives of AI with sports betting or with gaming, and yet you think about responsible gaming and how AI can play a part in that, in identifying players that may have an issue just by looking at just the type of players in the past that have. I think with the agents, you're going to see all different types of innovations that we haven't yet seen. And I mean, so I embrace AI. I don't view it as a doom and gloom situation, and I think it's going to revolutionize this. Just like sport, look at the last just 10 years what we've seen. But this is the future, and I think it's going to be a positive for all types of gaming.
And just, sorry, one more point on this is, I love that point. I think AI is being used for that. It's like, when someone is having risky behavior, AI can flag that, and that helps them to help themselves and things like that. So there's things on the back end I think AI can absolutely help with that keeps people in the business longer.
I'm going to intro into a shameless pitch for my business.
Okay.
There's
no better.
Do you have any business you can tell me about?
I declare it because it's something that I truly believe.
Okay.
Right? Meredith, your point is absolutely right. I think AI, for at least the way I'm looking at it now, I think there are two different big strands. There are what it's going to do to our business, and it's going to do everything in every single part of our business, from efficiency of price discovery to player level risk management to personalization to game recommendation to chat, everything, to compliance reporting to tax reporting, to every single process is going to be relooked at. Right? That is going to happen to every single business that wants to be relevant in 3 years' time. Okay? For me, that's hygiene. I'm looking at this next phase as the phase of the moment for human innovation. Having said all of this about the machines are going to do everything, I actually think because the machines do everything, to your point, the machines do the same for everyone. Mm-hmm. And so it's in that landscape that real genius comes from the creativity that has always been a feature of humankind for generations, and real exceptionalism comes from the thing that the machine doesn't see, comes from the new canvas, comes from a new brushstroke, comes from something that makes us feel something. Now the pitch, right? Okay, where does all this human innovation come from? Really, it comes from how we engage with our players in the real world. AI only does something on the other side, but then we approach a spin of a roulette wheel, a play of a slot game, a dinner at Carbone Riviera, right? All of these things are about the individual, and so what AI is going to empower is a degree of making BetMGM relevant for our players in a way that, because we touch in a digital world and in a physical world and in the connective tissue of, for example, travel, right? We see more of our players, and we have more opportunity to give our players something that is totally relevant to them in the most efficient way possible.
Are you confident that in this new AI world, which might be in 6 months, not 3 years?
Yeah.
I don't.
It's weeks. It's happening
days,
weeks and weeks.
Days and weeks.
Although, side point here, and I'm sorry to digress, but I just tasked my agent with doing a job for me, and it came back and assigned me work. And I said, you're assigning me work. I'm supposed to assign you work. And it said, Contessa, I know you're used to being in charge, but I cannot manufacture your voice out of thin air, and I won't pretend to.
Wow.
So I don't know how you're getting AI to work for you, because I can't get AI to work for me. Are you confident that in the new reality, people who are losing their jobs because of all the efficiency, and there will be massive displacement, that there's going to be discretionary dollars to spend on your platform?
I've been thinking a lot about that, and this, I think, is also there are elements of the future which you can't anticipate, like the internet revolution, just new jobs, interacting with the agents, managing the agents, refining the agent quality, business process re-engineering, ongoing. Like I don't know. I think there will certainly be a reskilling requirement. And as I've, as a dad to 3 young kids, like, what does education look like? Is there continued relevance of university education, continued relevance of non-vocational education? I don't know. But certainly I feel like human ingenuity will find a way. It's not without risk.
I think Adam's largely correct. I think. And
you can say totally correct.
Yeah. The notion. I certainly appreciate the perspective around the hybrid platform, the online offline, and I very much subscribe to that, which is why I invest in sports teams, but then I invest in all of those activities that people enjoy online that relate to sports media and entertainment. There is going to be this increasing need for authenticity and offline connection. The question is, does AI help with that? Does it bridge a gap between people who feel either isolated, alone, and are looking for community and looking for community with which to do things? And so this notion of, like, whether he may say, the person in the BetMGM world, or somebody that is going to a sports game and they're betting with their friends, just in the most basic sense, like, that is very social. And I do think that there is going to be an AI dividend that eventually will work its way through the economy, where people will purchase leisure, they'll purchase in real life experiences.
This reminds me all of a Black Mirror episode where the humans are getting on stationary bikes to power the AI overlord or whatever.
It's the Daniel Kaluuya episode. It's a great episode.
It's a little bit. I mean,
dystopian.
Yeah, it for sure is. But more than that, I mean, right now today, gas prices jumped more than 40 cents. When I went to go fill up last week, I paid 40 cents less per gallon than I did this week. For much of America, that kind of jump is going to make a significant difference in the leisure budget they have. We've already been talking about the K-shaped economy, and how the upper echelon are not worried about what the tariff impacts are. They're not worried if the price of gas goes to $5 a gallon. But for many of the customers that are visiting BetMGM, that makes that $5 bet on the weekend on March Madness may have to go into the gas tank instead. And so, there's the immediacy of the economy and the discretionary dollars that are at play, and then there's the long term. And I'm just wondering, when you're evaluating investments in this space, Meredith, is affordability coming into play at all, or is it all still about how much better does this make the product? This is going to be the thing that people are willing to spend whatever discretionary dollars they have left.
Yeah. It's a great question. I think to make it even more nuanced, I mean, we look at we always are looking at movements underway, and where is the convergence of all of this? On the one hand, we've got young people, I would say again, trying to get some agency over their outcomes. Suddenly they have access to data, to markets, to entertainment, to microphones that are now all democratized. They have a voice, they have the ability to spend money, get data, make bets. I'm talking not kids necessarily, but even them, TikTok generation. And so there is a growing agency overall in kind of how they want to spend their time, including entertainment, and as well as obviously for all adults. So we're sort of seeing this interest in kind of taking charge, and then there's been a loneliness epidemic, right? Because COVID, starting this, and separation, and wanting greater connection. So I think we've got agency over, well, here's how I want to be entertained, and the ability to do that. We've got people wanting social connection. We've got affordability, which is definitely a part of it, of what income do you have to spend. We know that entertainment in general has been pretty resilient over time. And I'm seeing a lot of, I'm not seeing the doom and gloom.
I was going to say, I've got 3 points on this because people have asked a lot about the economy. I think 3 things to think about. One is the lottery thrived during the Great Recession. Did not go down, went up. 2, daily fantasy sports grew out of the Great Recession. FanDuel is created in 2010, DraftKings 2012. That's all in the Great Recession when, discretionary income is down. And then 3, you have, the states are going to need to have more revenue. And you're going to see a much more greater acceptance of iGaming and all forms of betting because the states are going to need more revenue to come in. It's always when states adopt more gaming, whether it's casinos in the 80s and 70s, and whether it was sports betting even just in that little period when there was a little dip. You're going to see states need to do things to expand markets. You're going to see more betting.
Roger, we've got we've got all of that, and it has been resilient, to my point. But I think the point I'm trying to make is I see the entertainment economy as growing, even with a pullback in affordability, because there's more accessible options. I think to the demographic, they can engage in a way that maybe they were passive before, and now they're participatory and active. I think we have to look at entertainment more broadly.
Yeah.
So I think we're going to be okay.
It's also amazing. You're talking about, Adam, the need for human connection, but AI is doing a great job at mimicking human connection. I'm surprised by, especially when I'm eavesdropping on other colleagues, agents, and how nice they are. I think that mine needs to get kicked to the curb. But I'm just saying, it's amazing for older people how much understanding and compassion AI can have in a conversation with someone who really is alone. And that as an overlay to any other entertainment option can do a great job of making you feel connected, even if it's not a human.
Yeah. We have a company in the real money, skills, gaming, and collectibles space called Triumph. And it is really interesting because they are taking, it's called RIPS, their app, which allows people individually or together to open packs online, which is a form of mystery boxes, all these things that are now out there as a gamification layer mechanic, right? One of the interesting things that they shared is just how much feedback they're getting from father and son. We're opening this pack together. And the joy that experience brought them, which is also exciting because it's oh, what's in that? Speculation, right? I can put some money down, I can open the pack, I can see what's in it, sell it back, have it shipped to me. All these options, entertainment, speculation, and also connection and community. And I think all these things are a part of the entertainment economy going forward.
I have 5 minutes left. I really would love to just get your predictions about the next year. I don't even want to go. 5 years seems like a space odyssey to me. But in the next year, gaming and sports, I'm curious to hear your thoughts about the innovations that are coming.
So on the gaming side, I had alluded to at the beginning, I really do think that gaming is going to increasingly look like fintech, and that there's going to be this massive convergence of like the Robinhood, Coinbase, and the gaming companies with super apps looking very, very similar, and prediction markets being this connective tissue that bridges them all. So that is a mega trend I see as inexorable, and it will happen. In terms of sports, something I've been very excited by and gratified by is how engaged team owners are in applying AI to the fan experience. And, to Adam's point, like re-engineering everything that they're doing in a way that is more fan forward.
Can you give me an example?
I mean, there's everything from, so on the one hand, there is, from an infrastructure standpoint, aggregating siloed fan data, so effectively creating the golden set of fan data so you can actually reach out to that person at the just right time in the just right place with the just right opportunity in ways that you couldn't previously because of data being fragmented across different elements of the enterprise. To something like, there's a company we back that has this ostensibly a photo sharing app, but what it really is giving teams and brands the opportunity to connect with people around events. So like Los Angeles Rams, you go in, you check in, you scan the code, and you're now part of this group album. Mm-hmm. Everyone wants to be Insta-famous. Yeah. Everybody wants to be seen, but this also, by sharing your data, you are then getting offers and opportunities from both the person that owns the inventory as well as brands that want to give you offers. So that's just a couple of examples, one at the customer layer, one at the infrastructure layer, of how teams are now using these technologies.
Meredith, what about you? What's coming down the pike?
I've been chipping in here about it, but I honestly think that we have to broaden our view of speculation. I think it's good. Gamified commerce is going to, it's everywhere. It already is. So I think as we think about like the likes of Pop Mart, and we saw Robinhood has mystery boxes attached to their gold card, and we've got Kava is dropping mystery. You're suddenly part of something, and you get this as a benefit. Retail, fintech, collectibles,
Hermes. You order a bracelet, but what you get is a Birkin bag.
That's right.
No, okay, that's probably not likely to happen.
This is what people want. It's buy to play, right? And I think this is going to be coming into, my prediction is a year from now, we're going to be talking about this significantly right here at Next. I also think the agentic space is huge. That's no big, novel, profound thing. It's everywhere. But as it comes into curating and managing our entry into what fundamentally, and I so agree, are our human experiences, we will come in fully shaped on kind of what we wear, what we think, what we buy, why we're there, their fandom will very much be curated by our agents. I hate to say, but I don't hate to say. I actually think it's exciting.
Jeremy?
This topic's probably beyond me. What the innovations will be, it's more like what I'm going to be able to do to help legislate or regulate them. I do think that the prediction I have is that states will start to ease up on the taxes. The states that are illegal, they're going to ease up on taxes. I think you may see a little more RG efforts, but I think that what you're going to see is a competition now between the states and the prediction markets over this tax revenue.
And Adam.
I hope over time sense will prevail. And what I mean by, because sense is really, underpinning this concept of sense is a values framework, right? Sense will prevail, which means the interests of consumers will be protected. Unfettered, so not to constrain innovation. The interests of states will be protected. We pay a lot of money to states. I think over the next 12 months we will see the trend towards more iGaming adoption accelerate. I think we're going to see some states really embracing it and live the Pennsylvania story, which makes $188 million in tax from sports betting. How much from gaming? 1.05 billion. So where's the money? So I think when that when that penny really drops, I think we will see a tidal wave of adoption, which will be great for our players and great for the industry.
It was great for us to hear all of the perspective that you bring to the table. Thank you very much, Meredith, Jeremy, Adam, Jeff. Thank you.
I started hot on forget.
Thank you.
On my mic still.
Thank you. Hi.
We're overdue for catch-up. How long are you in town for?
All right.
You know, when I started my business with the Prop Cream brand, there's so many tools that I felt starting a business that you really needed a lot more help with, like investors.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't want an investor because it's too much overhead, but would you say there's like another way?
Yes, there is. And for the guys who sticks around, people are moving in and moving out. The next group of individuals is, just imagine this, that what if you could get the cash, but don't have to pay it back until you're successful?
So
and it's based out of that. No, like not the old school way, the new style of doing things.
So I don't need to pay someone back until I actually grow a business. That sounds great, and it sounds exactly like what our next panel is going to talk about.
That is exactly what the next panel is going to talk about. So who are we enjoying having on this stage, Ariel?
We're going to be joined by, over at Blackstone, Adam Rosenberg going to be moderating, and the rest Adam will take care of.
Okay, cool. So with that said, just again, remember guys, that the one who sticks around will probably be heavily rewarded, because we're having a competition later on where you can win a jersey signed by no other than Messi himself, or Pelé. So I hope you stick around to the end. With that said, I think it's time to get the show on the road. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up a warm welcome to the panel.
Next.
Yeah, the next panel. Come on, just applaud. Here we go.
That was a rough one. That was rough.
Adam, I think you should force them to close the door.
Sorry?
Force them to close the door.
We
Don't let
also
them
will
leave.
talk about prediction markets, if that's helpful.
And sweeps, we'll do anything.
Yeah, what do we want to talk about? Sweeps are so last
Am I a
night.
bouncer?
Yeah. I'm a bit passe.
You guys want a water?
Everybody left.
Very bright.
All right, we'll give it a
Thank you
moment
thank you
for
staying.
the crowd to
Yeah.
shuffle out, so it'll be just an intimate discussion with the 20 of you left in the room. All right, I guess we'll get started because we have a very short panel. I'm Adam Rosenberg. Very happy to be joined by my panelists, Lloyd Danzig, Davis Catlin, Sanford Loudon. You know them. And they're particularly apt for this discussion, which is in the world where there's very little new in financing of our businesses broadly speaking being the gaming technology sector, online gaming in particular, structured financing solutions are a rarity. And the use of user acquisition financing or cohort financing is relatively new. But I believe, and I think my panelists would agree, is in the very early stages of becoming more and more broadly utilized by a broader group of businesses, not just in internet gaming and online gambling, but in other kinds of user acquisition-driven businesses as well. So it's a very timely, interesting topic. So we're going to discuss what it is, how it works, and why it's different from other forms of financing that you're more used to. And with that, I think I'll just kick it off and start high level and ask you all, whoever would like to begin, what is cohort financing? How does it work?
I can start.
Cohort financing, how it works is kind of in the name. Financing means to acquire something with someone else's money, and a cohort is a defined set of users, usually categorized by the month in which they were acquired. So cohort financing means you're using someone else's money to acquire a discrete set of users over a month, and then usually doing that in subsequent months as well. Practically speaking, there's a few ways that this can be tweaked, but generally, some of us up here will give companies the money they need each month for marketing expenses. The companies will go out and hopefully acquire customers with that money. Those customers will hopefully spend money and generate revenue for the platform, and that revenue is used to repay the amount that was advanced, and then the company owns the rest of those revenues free and clear, and you generally revolve this over each month. So hopefully that's a good high level. We can dive in deeper throughout
Pretty
the
good.
conversation.
Anything to add?
No, I mean, I think the way that I describe it often is it's a credit card for your marketing spending, right? Marketing spending, similar to credit card, right? If you've got good income and you show that you can pay back, you know, if you think about a cohort, when you spend your marketing dollars, you have money out the door, then money back in, and effectively that's a bond in many ways. And so what we're saying is stop spending your really expensive equity dollars to fund that growth, right? And as you hopefully are growing, it keeps going up and up and up, and every month you're having to put more and more of your equity in. And what we will do is we'll step in and say we will finance up to 80% of that, and it allows you to scale massively versus if you relied only on your own equity.
And I think it's probably important to say it's not for everyone. And actually, I think everyone thinks, oh, I'll do some cohort financing, but actually you need really good analytics. You need very good understanding of your predictive LTVs. And I guess what's really important is how it dovetails with other credit as well. If you have other credit, where does it sit on the cap stack? I like the fact if I'm dealing with an entrepreneur and they are in that sort of escape velocity point, they're growing really quickly, and actually they don't want to dilute, to your point, and also they're fine with essentially selling that cohort because they know they can keep it going for 24 months and it's all about just scaling revenue. I'm not sure it's the best solution if you're getting ROAS over 12 months. I'm not sure it's the best solution if you're really focused on generating cash flow, but it's great for venture-backed businesses. And on this panel, you've got people that invest in a lot of the equity side, and I think it complements the equity side really effectively. But you've got, you know, what I found, because we loaned up 40 million to Betty, and the reason why Justin, the founder, wanted to do it is he had so much confidence in his ability to scale the business, and he didn't care about EBITDA. He just wanted to scale. He didn't want to give any of the business away, and it was the ideal solution.
Awesome. Well, you bumped into a bunch of topics that we're going to unpack, but let's just take them one at a time. I like that description as a credit card for your user spend, but those who are in charge of issuing, monitoring, collecting on credit cards have certain parameters they have to move through to be comfortable with the credit, with the amount, with limits, frequency of payback. How do you think about that? You know, again, I don't want to push the analogy too far, but I think it's a good one. You know, as you size and structure and approve the credit quality of a potential counterparty, and I was going to say borrower, but it's not quite debt. We'll talk about that as well. But as you look at a counterparty, how do you size up those parameters?
I think that if we're going to use the credit card analogy, the most important thing is that the amount that you are spending on the credit card and the rate at which you are paying it back is predictable and steady and hopefully gradually improving. And that matters a lot more than whether you're spending a lot or a little or paying back fast or slow. Those things can all be priced through the risk and the way that you set up the structure. Really, though, it is very important that there is a reliability, a predictability, a statistical significance, and extrapolatability of what you spent on your credit card last month and how quickly you paid that back and what I can expect in subsequent months. And I think if you can nail that, everything else can be pieced together with the right paper at the right price, and the specific metrics are secondary to that stability and predictability.
Yeah, so a couple points. I think it can be very flexible depending on what your business looks like. So I agree with Lloyd that the predictability is very important. Actually, we just announced a partnership with a company called iBankroll that will take a lot of the variability out of your win rate. And that's what they do. And for us, it makes it easier, right? Because if they can remove the, did you hold 8% or 1% or minus if you're a small operator and get hit by a big VIP. So there are some things like that. But I'd also say the math behind this business from our standpoint is extremely complex, but we actually try to present it in a way that's helpful to our partners that are the ones, the borrowers, if you will. And I'll be specific. We can actually, through our partners at PVX Partners who've underwritten, I think they've done over 50 loans now outside of gambling and inside as well, I guess. But we can actually look at your spending and look at your change in incremental return on ad spending, which I know is a mouthful, but when you go from spending $100,000 to $200,000, you would expect to degrade your returns, right? When you go from 200 to $1 million, you expect to degrade. When you go from $1 million to $5 million, right? At some point you reach, if you're spending $1 billion a month, you're not gonna have a great return, right? Sorry, DraftKings. But I don't know if Malcolm's still here.
No,
but I do think that one of the things that is really helpful is we actually, through our partnership, we can do predictive to go, this is the amount that we think you can spend and have it make sense. And we think about that as about 14 months is the break even. When you go much over 14 months, it starts, our type of financing becomes more expensive. So I think those tools and working with your partners to understand the predictability, the variability, the how fast you want to grow that dollars and figure out the right place for your business. And I think the flexibility of this capital solution is really high to match that.
What do you do if there's a regulatory change in the market? Like, let's take midnight, right? So you guys provided cohort financing and the tax rate is about to change. How do you navigate that?
So there's two things in that specific case. I will just say it has been interesting, just generally, not speaking just for what we see in midnight, but you have started to see that market evolve where some groups have stopped spending. So you're actually seeing the customer acquisition costs go down as some of the big players pull out. So the market normalizes.
It might zero sum
exactly.
itself, yeah.
But from our standpoint, we actually think a lot about regulatory risk, and we actually make it a sort of covenant in our agreement that if you operate only in the UK and the tax rate goes to 100%, the second that that is effectively reported, we have the ability to say, hey, we need to start getting paid back here. Yeah. And we would obviously then step away from net new loans into the market as well. But in that case, after doing the analysis, we felt comfortable that, yes, the paybacks will extend because we think about incremental dollars to the company. Like, your revenues are useless, same like volumes are useless to most of you operators, right? It's what did you keep? We actually think about what's your gross profit after you pay the evolutions right up front here, right? If you pay Playtech or whoever else you're paying, what gets through to you? Mm-hmm. So yes, taxes is one of those. So it did extend the paybacks, but we still felt very comfortable lending into that.
One thing I would add, this made me think of in terms of presenting things to potential counterparties versus all the math that goes on the back end that sometimes is at least more complex than a quick 30-minute conversation, can afford. We notice sometimes some founders, thinking about their cost of equity in one way or another, and then it evolves over time and usually makes them have more affinity for cohort financing. If you look up cost of equity in a financial textbook, it will say something like the required rate of return to compensate shareholders for the risk of holding stock in your company. But if you're a founder in a company whose valuation is growing very fast, really your cost of equity is the fact that if you sell equity for $1 today, you could have maybe sold that same equity for $2 or $3 or $4 tomorrow. And so effectively, your cost of equity as a founder is something more like the annualized growth rate of your valuation, or more specifically of the price per share that you're able to sell stock. And so if you are growing 50% year over year, or certainly 100% or 200% year over year, then almost always, even the most expensive cohort financing or venture debt facility on earth will be cheaper than effectively the discounted opportunity cost of your equity. And so it's another reason why this is a no-brainer product for the right type of company that is expecting its equity valuation to grow so much faster than either any of us will ever collect interest or repayment above principal. And I think that framing is something that we don't always see seed and Series A founders think about at first, but then when they really contemplate, oh man, if I raise this much equity today and have such and such valuation tomorrow, here's how much I would actually save, or here's how much management would avoid dilution by going with a non-dilutive strategy. And the numbers become very eye-popping as you live in that top decile of fast-growing, high-value venture.
I just think some entrepreneurs, I don't know if you guys see this, they're a little bit terrified of the idea of carrying debt. And for for those that kind of view it as I'm just selling my customers in a sense. But what's really interesting going forward, and I don't know how you guys are thinking about this, is I suspect AI and the granularity of data will make this easier and easier to do dynamic pricing. And I wonder whether what will happen is you guys in your funds, you'll start thinking about, do I actually control the user acquisition? Do I actually have a performance marketing business and I'm going to go and work with Midnight, but I'm actually going to spend that money for you, and you're super aligned because you need that traffic to be high quality. So I think the interesting part is it feels like money for old rope for a lender, but I think it can get more layered and more layered. So with this iBankroll partnership, I think that's so interesting to take away the volatility, because sometimes you can just have a bad beat 4 months where you've got big winners. I mean, it's the nature of the beast. You need to have that. So to take that out of it, I think is really smart.
I think another thing we're seeing that's causing more and more uptick in interest, despite some maybe initial trepidation, this sounds confusing, how do I do this math, is it debt,
Yeah.
do I have regular repayment obligations? There's a bit of like a game theory in any given sub-vertical where there's a bunch of relatively undifferentiated companies competing for the same set of customers. And if none of them are using cohort financing, well, it's okay, and everything kind of stays in equilibrium, and they play their customer acquisition game. But as soon as one of those companies gets access to a $100 million war chest of non-dilutive capital just to spend on Google ads and affiliates and meta ads,
Yeah.
well, the other companies in that sub-vertical almost have to do so, and usually at an even higher cost of capital, to catch up. And you know, every week we kind of see a new sub-vertical catch on to this idea that if the number one player in that space is doing cohort financing, the number 2, 3, and 4 companies kind of feel compelled. And I think maybe you guys or maybe the PVX guys have used the phrase like the UA arms race. And we are definitely seeing an arms race, so to speak, in user acquisition funding.
UA funds popping up everywhere now.
Yeah.
Right? I think it's very powerful when it's in conjunction with equity investing.
Yeah, so I'd say that we hear the rumors of UA funds way more than we see the reality. I think you're all sitting out there being like, wow, this sounds really interesting. I can get $100 million without giving up a big share of my business, and that's why we launched it, to be fair. But I would say that investors go, oh my gosh, like this sounds great. I'm gonna do UA. And then you start to realize the complexity involved
and
in
the risk.
doing this.
There is risk.
We had a company that said to us the other day, you know, we have this one family office in Tijuana, and they told us they would do our cohort financing. And we said, oh, have they ever done any structured products or non-dilutive financing before? No, but they read some articles, and they saw some of Davis's LinkedIn posts, and they thought it was simple enough. And we are seeing instances, that is an actual real story, come up, you know, very frequently.
Yeah.
And I love cohort financing. I think it's a great product when administered by the right counterparty to the right counterparty. In the wrong hands, wrong company, or wrong lender, I think there might be some
Well,
less
this is
good
why
outcomes.
the importance of data and how to analyze it and how to use it to price appropriately, size appropriately, structure how you fund your counterparty is critical, and it does require some expertise, right? It isn't just another flavor of capital that any capital provider can provide. You really need to know what you're doing. You know, at the end of the day, as you've all said in one way or another, it's non-dilutive. It isn't strictly debt, so there's no collateral, quote unquote. The obligation to pay comes out of revenue. It's a revenue share at the end of the day. So if you're
it's factoring.
Misunderwriting the revenue, you'll be wrong on your underwriting of the product.
And I think, you know, at some stage, someone's going to have a loan that goes badly, and one loan. So PVX, take PVX.
Well, not a loan.
Sorry?
Not a loan.
Sorry, not a loan. Cohort financing. If it goes wrong and they lend 5 million and they don't get that back for whatever reason, that completely screws the unit economics of the fund. So you have to keep, you know, it has to be secure enough to keep on getting your money back.
Mm.
Otherwise, it crunches your return, and no investors are ever going to back you for anything like that again, right?
Yeah.
So let's talk about that a little
To
bit.
be fair on that, for any prospective LPs thinking of giving me or Davis some money out there, while it is true that one facility being completely impaired could derail a fund, it's helpful to know that compared to other credit products, especially at these level of returns, the structure of it should prevent the same level of losses or impairment that you would otherwise think. A term loan, you're drawing down a lump sum, and you're repaying it from your entire P&L from general cash. Here, you're taking money only on a monthly basis, and you're not getting the money for the next month unless that first month's advance performed well enough that the counterparty thinks it's fit.
Yeah.
And so the fact that you are sort of naturally legging into the position, both of us are generally funding only 80%, not 100% of your monthly marketing expense, and you're seeing some of the paybacks before you make further advances, hopefully you would never see a full facility impairment rather than maybe like a single or second cohort
I
impairment.
guess my point was that's why it requires some sophistication, because you're not just like, here you go, here's the money. You need to see when a cohort is weakening or becoming more fragile, or to your point, they're scaling and the KPIs are reducing, right?
So the weird part about this, and there's 2 points I want to make here, is the weird part about it from our standpoint on the risk management side is if you are successful, we will give you more and more and more money.
Yeah.
Right? We want, in a perfect case, we want you to be scaling your marketing spending about 20 to 30% per month, right? And you start doing that, you are doubling that budget about every 3 months, right? And that gets really big. So our credit exposure is the highest at the end, which is why you have to be so thoughtful over. If you go bad the first month, maybe we lose $500,000. If you go bad in the last month, we're losing $15, $20, $30 million. So that's where you have to be really thoughtful. I will say one point that we haven't talked about, but we're kind of dancing around it, is I think the analytics here is really helpful for the CEOs of the company. So if you're out here and you're a CEO, you're going to love this. If you are the CMO, you are going to hate this. So one of the things that we do through our partnership with PVX is we have this ingestion engine where we can take all of your data, we can compare it to everything across, they do sort of video games and other mobile games. But we can look at it and go, okay, here's how you're doing versus other wagering businesses. So we can say, hey, your performance marketing, your brand spending, your Facebook, your Google, we can get very granular in Canada, for example, or in the UK. This is how you're doing. We're currently sort of trying to figure out how to balance anonymity, because that's very important. But I do think having a third party, we're actually having groups go through underwriting, and they don't need a loan. It's because they want to see the benchmarking data of how you're actually doing when a third party who's evaluating everyone's marketing spending.
I hope you charge them for it.
We do not. We do not. Because it makes our data better as well, right? When we can see more companies' cohorts. And, I will say they're not happy when it's not good.
Yeah.
Right? We've had some companies say, my paybacks are 7 months. And then we look at it and we go, or 18, right? Like if you really look at your return here. So I would say that the UA financing, if done right, can be a great tool to drive to clarity in your marketing efficiency. And whether or not you choose to take the financing, having somebody look at that is really powerful. And I think if I was a CEO, I would step forward, talk to any of us and say, can you help me look at this? Give me an outside perspective. Because every CMO says they're great. That's the truth.
Well, just focusing in again on the importance of data, have you found a reluctance on the part of your counterparties to share that data? And this relates to another topic that I want to have you all opine on, which is, as equity investors, as you think about deploying equity versus deploying cohort financing in place of each other, in combination with each other, how do you feel about that? And as an equity investor where some other entity is going to provide cohort financing and get access to the data that you uniquely have at this point, how do you balance those interests?
I can take maybe 1 and 3 to start. Something I try to tell companies on the KPI sharing is that, of course, I appreciate that if I'm invested in a bunch of competitors, someone might be reluctant. But what I usually tell them is, if your KPIs are good, you should actually be thrilled for me to share them with your competitors, because they'll be scared at how fast you're eating their lunch. And if your KPIs are bad, me sharing them with your competitors is the least of your worries. Your worries are the fact that your company
We're not sharing method, we're sharing outcome.
Right, and so I think I get why there's a lot of sensitivity. At the end of the day, I don't really think your KPIs, are so sensitive, unless you're lying about them to investors or have other reasons to be obfuscating them. And so on that third point, we are equity investors in companies where Davis is doing the cohort financing, and we're thrilled when that happens, because cohort financing has more rigorous underwriting than equity, and Davis is a smart investor, so he must have said that their unit economics look good and their marketing engine looks good. And if it's a company that is competing with a lot of other similar products that's going to need to spend a lot on marketing over time, why do I want to incur the dilution of that if they can incur it non-dilutively and grow? And I maintain my underlying equity position as the enterprise value grows. So as an equity investor, whether or not we are participating in cohort financing, we love as long as it is the right type of company. And again, when someone professional, institutionalized like Davis does it, that gives us good confidence. So we're big fans of good firms coming in and doing cohort financing, even if it means maybe one of our equity companies is giving up a little data and KPI access.
Yeah, we don't really see a ton of pushback there. If anything, what we find is it just takes some time to get the data into a good place to share it, which is sort of funny because it's like, oh, our data's great. We need 30 days to fix it. So I would say that we don't see a lot of pushback on that. And I think for us, the conversation is somewhat simple around, do you want to have a conversation about equity or debt? People are normally very clear, right? And that's up to the entrepreneur or the board to make that decision. We did, in the case of Outlier, make an investment, and I guess midnight, but sort of not concurrently. We did make a decision there to say, okay, your valuation is X. If we gave you, let's just say, $10 million, we would own such a huge part of your business today that doesn't make sense. So, and your economics are so good because Outlier runs a great subscription business. And we said, why don't we pair the two? So we did an equity and we did a debt alongside it. And it was could we have done $1 more of equity, $1 more of credit? That was just a conversation of, well, what do you want? And we say, well, this is what we need. What do you need? Okay, well, then let's fill the difference with UA financing.
We do find that although the conversations are separate and some people want one or the other, to your point, some of the best deals in the space now, we find ourselves only competing with Davis because if you can't write a cohort financing and equity check at the same time, some founders might just say, fundraising takes up so much of my time. My team is small. I don't want to do two separate raises. I want a one-stop shop with a single partner who's aligned with me for the long term, who I know will be flexible if I need to go back and make some adjustments. And so we do find that for both my equity fund and cohort financing LPs, they are both better off for the fact that I can write a check from the other fund because it does often unlock deals that would not be available otherwise.
And as capital allocators, which you all are in some sense, in a way, the cohort financing is renting a revenue stream or leasing a revenue stream versus buying it. When you're an equity investor, you're an owner. And so it can provide a test run for how you interact with management, how they manage the capital that you're putting forward to them and give you a learning experience to then follow on with more capital. Is that fair?
I think certainly our goal whenever we're writing, especially a somewhat smaller cohort financing facility, is that it is going to be expanded and extended, multiple times, and that is always the goal. Equity can be a little more complicated, but I'm sure you'd agree. If things are working in a cohort financing facility, we will, open up the purse and, pretty much as much money as the company can reliably deploy will be available. So I think the goal is always to not just start, but expand the facility significantly over time.
Yeah, I think that's true, and that's one of the points that I think we should bring up here is not everyone is ready for user acquisition financing, and specifically, you have to have a certain scale in your spending. I think if you're spending $1,000 a month, right, your data just won't have the depth, and in that case, you probably just have to raise seed capital or angel capital, right? But as you start scaling, and for us, when we first started, we thought, okay, 300,000 is going to be the minimum required spending. But we've actually found is some companies that are spending less, their metrics are so good, it's like, well, why wouldn't we start? If you're spending $100,000 and your paybacks, gross profit paybacks are 3 weeks, I'm interested, right? And so we've realized you just have to be flexible and sort of tie it all together and go, okay, well, how does what they're spending, what we know about the business, the market they're in, like we talked about this, like for sweepstakes. There's, it's a general conversation, but I feel very confident that sweepstakes will not be regulated away in the next 3 months. 6 months, probably. 9 months, yeah, sure, probably won't. But would I give a 5-year credit facility where my peak exposure is at the end? No. But we have to sort of make those decisions in real time, evaluating the business and what its needs are effectively.
Maybe just to add a comment on who is not eligible for cohort financing, because some companies find themselves in a little bit of limbo. The most important thing to be eligible for cohort financing, other than the scale and growth, is that you have a process by which you convert paid marketing spend into revenue, and there's a way to categorize that by something like a cohort. There are some businesses that just do not fit that. A restaurant. If I go to eat lunch today and I pay with cash, and I go tomorrow and pay with my credit card, and I'm lucky enough that Davis buys me lunch the day after and he pays, there's no real way to tie my share of each receipt to me or tie me to a specific marketing campaign or a month in which I was acquired. And so no matter how profitable that restaurant is, it's never going to be eligible for cohort financing. And I think, there are probably many different businesses out there, some that are obviously a good fit, a fantasy sports company, online casino, online sports book, but then maybe some are sort of in the middle, and it's good and helpful to think about, do I have an engine that converts paid marketing spend to revenue? And do I have a business model that lends itself to this concept of a cohort? And if so, there's probably someone creative up here who can find a way to make cohort financing work. If not, the best numbers in the world, I think, won't get that to be the case.
I think cohort financing will become more prescient, especially as what I'm seeing in the credit markets now is a very liberal approach to lending money. Like the structured credit markets are going nuts, and I think we'll start to see them getting compressed again. It's incredible, these cycles. People forget and get greedy and start lending too much. I mean, to the point that we're doing transactions where the loan to value, almost the entire value of the transaction is debt. And so I think we'll start to see some challenges in that market, and therefore I think cohort financing becomes a bit more relevant. I must say, as someone who invests, I like the different spectrum of risk and return. I would always prefer structured credit that's secured at the top of the cap stack. That's why I think it's a great solution for entrepreneurs that are growing quickly, because they don't need to give their company away if something happens to that cohort. It's actually the risk of you guys, right? But I do think the future is taking on the performance marketing, using analytics, like that service, that power of having all the data that you talk about. And to your point, I think it's mobile games, it's skill-based gaming, it's DFS. If anyone has the appetite, it's probably the adult industry, the OnlyFans style, where you see those super linear returns where the cohorts are getting bigger and bigger. But
and by the way, education and dating and all kinds of
sorry, I was just thinking adult, but
I understand.
You tell the difference between these two gentlemen. He thinks education. He's OnlyFans.
Yeah, right. Same thing, I think.
I'll just add with just in case there's anyone out there considering, just to give a little extra pitch for the concept of cohort financing. The reason that companies generally like it, compared to equity, it's just much cheaper if you think your valuation is growing quickly, and compared to other debt, it is just much more flexible. You only draw down money as you are spending it on marketing. You only pay it back as those marketing campaigns generate the ROI that enables the payback. It is non-recourse, it's non-dilutive, it's generally not secured. We are taking pretty much equity-like downside risk with a company when engaging in cohort financing, and I think that flexibility, the fact that it does not come with any of the typical trappings or restrictions or covenants of traditional debt, is a reason why, in addition to everything everyone articulated today, why a lot of companies that are eligible are giving it a real shot.
Yeah, and on that point, because I had this conversation with two groups yesterday, they're like, well, we're also considering venture debt because the rate is lower. And it's like, I've got to tell you, the reason the rate is lower on venture debt is it has massive teeth to absolutely eviscerate companies on the back end.
100%. How many venture debt providers do you see owning the whole company because a company's got into trouble, things happen, volatility? I completely agree.
But that's just where it's worth noting the rate is often not the most important thing. If you've got a good business and you're paying back in 5 or 6, 7, 8, 9 months, the rate, honestly, it will not matter if you execute. Because you can be, just briefly, to say midnight from when they first took UA facility, which wasn't actually from us, it was from a family office, their business is 20 times the size, I think. Yeah. And they only had to raise, to reach that, they raised about $10 million of equity to do it. And that's the power of UA.
Well, I'll give the final word, and then we're out of time. They're also not mutually exclusive, right? And I think you all have a very broad perspective on the different kinds of capital that can help companies, and sometimes it's a combination of more than one that makes sense. And so very much appreciate your thoughts and insights. Please join me, everybody, in thanking the panel.
Okay, before everybody gets up and leaves, because sometimes you're like me and you read the next thing and you're like, I don't know what that means. That's kind of what I did. So Andrew Cochrane of Soft Tibet, he's going to be telling you guys what actually makes an operator important and what makes an operator successful. Because we don't always know what operators really need. And that's exactly what the CCO is going to tell us right now of Soft to Bet. Andrew Cochran's been doing this for 15 years and has worked with, after speaking with him backstage, literally everybody. He's created the software that DraftKings works off of. Like, if you use the app, you are using everything that he has created. So let's give it up to Soft to Bet CCO, Andrew Cochran. Did I do you justice?
Ariel. Thank you very much. The long run. Partnerships that go the distance. Good morning, everyone. Andrew Cochran from SofterBet. Let me start with this image. Thousands of runners at the start line of a marathon. At that moment, everyone looks strong. Everyone is confident. Everyone believes they will finish. The iGaming industry today looks very similar. Capital's been raised, licenses secured, platforms selected. Big marketing budgets committed. On the start line, everyone looks like a winner. But in every marathon, one truth remains. Not everyone crosses the finish line. Marathon runners have a phrase. That's when the race really starts at mile 20. It's when preparation shows. It's when discipline shows. And when the runners who went out too fast start to fade. The same thing happens in our industry. Signing a platform deal does not build a durable operator. Announcing a partnership does not create long-term growth. The real work begins after the gun goes off, which does raise a really important question for our industry. In a market where everyone looks strong at the start, what actually determines who is still running at mile 26? So today I want to try and share what I've learned and we've learned from working with operators across multiple regulated markets about what really determines that outcome. May recognize this guy. Our industry's become obsessed with the start line. You'll see it on LinkedIn today. We celebrate RFP wins, feature comparisons, commercial negotiations even, press announcements galore. But sustainable and robust growth isn't built at mile 1. It's built at mile 18, mile 22, mile 26. The competitive edge in B2B today is no longer who signs the most deals. The real advantage is who builds partners who succeed long term. No one wakes up and decides to run a marathon. It takes months of preparation, structured training, discipline, systems working together. In our world, that preparation looks like operational readiness. The operators who succeed prepare across 6 key areas: regulatory readiness, market localization, payments infrastructure, CRM and retention, marketing strategy, and customer support. If even one of those areas is weak, the race becomes very difficult to finish. Every marathon course is different. New York is different from London. London is different from Tokyo. Elevation, weather, terrain. Regulation works in the same way. Regulation is not a barrier. it's the terrain that you must run on. Operators who succeed understand how to operate commercially within regulatory limits. In many markets, advertising and bonus restrictions are shifting the model from pure acquisition to retention. Payment preferences vary wildly by market. Operators who localize payment methods see stronger conversion, higher approval rates, and smoother withdrawals. Understanding player psychology, product preferences, and how to engage players through CRM without overwhelming them. The operators who struggle usually make the same mistake. They try to copy and paste that same strategy everywhere else, and that rarely works. Another mistake we see often is marketing without discipline. In a marathon, you don't sprint the first 5 miles. Yet many operators effectively do that. They overspend on acquisition without understanding. The customer acquisition cost to lifetime value ratio determines if your business model is actually sustainable and profitable. The focus on high upfront cost, above the line advertising driving long-term brand equity versus short-term high ROI on super targeted performance marketing. And it's crucial that a robust, disciplined approach to PPC and all digital marketing is adopted in a structured, strategic, and fully optimized manner. And of course, under strict budgetary controls to ensure a lack of overspend. Sponsorships can work. Brand ambassadors can work. Above the line can work. PPC can work. But only when they fit within a coherent economic model. And as we move on, marketing without retention is like sprinting that first 5 miles. You look really impressive early on, but you rarely finish strong. Every marathon runner obsesses over one thing before race day: their shoes. The right shoes improve efficiency. The wrong shoes create friction. And friction over 26 miles becomes very painful and very expensive. Payments play the same role in iGaming. When payments are efficient, players barely notice them. When they create friction, slow deposits, poor approval rates, delayed withdrawals, the entire experience starts to break down, and so does retention. The operators who perform best in regulated markets treat payments as a core growth lever, not just infrastructure. They focus on local payment coverage, strong approval rates, fast and reliable withdrawals, and intelligent fraud management. And let's not forget the hidden rates of transaction costs, understanding the end-to-end cost to your business of each transaction. And those smart operators that use cascading systems to automate the alternative payment method for failed deposits, avoiding lost revenue. Because over the long run, small friction points compound. And just like running a marathon in the wrong shoes, Eventually, they cost you the race. Once the race starts, discipline becomes everything. Elite runners don't react to every competitor surge. They focus on their own pace. The iGaming market today is very crowded. Many competitors, many strategies, many announcements. The winners are rarely the loudest. They're the most consistent, and they execute their model over time. If you ever watch a major marathon, you'll notice something interesting. Costume runners. There's always a few dressed like this. Superheroes, dinosaurs, giant hot dogs. They get a lot of attention, a lot of airtime, but they rarely win the race. And sometimes our industry can look a bit like this. Lots of features, lots of noise, lots of things designed to get attention. But the operators who consistently perform at the front are more like this runner. Their equipment is efficient, simplistic, and it's streamlined. And it's built for performance. Product works the same way in our industry. The platforms that win long term aren't those with the most gimmicks. They're those built for performance. In casino, that means strong local content, smart, intuitive user experience, and a smart game discovery. In sportsbook, it means competitive pricing, platform stability during peak events, and the speed of player interaction. Platform strength is essential, but execution around that platform is what determines long-term success. In marathon running, the middle miles decide the race. This is where runners who relied on adrenaline at the start to struggle. Retention works in the same way. Real performance comes not just from CRM segmentation, but from sophistication and automation, in particularly with the use of AI today. And understanding a strategic approach to player lifecycle management from acquisition through retention and right the way through to customer churn, ensuring maximum engagement and revenue on that journey. And getting the balance between the competing strategies of bonus optimization and bottom line growth. Here's the hard truth. Many operators overspend on acquisition and underspend on retention. And that imbalance shows up later in the race. Every runner has a difficult moment. Pain, fatigue, doubt, thirst. What helps runners recover is support along the course. Water, medical help, encouragement. Customer support plays that role in iGaming. It builds trust when problems occur. And key areas include native language local support, national coverage, availability, more importantly, fast response times, efficient dispute handling, and a strong, responsible gaming engagement. Now, customer support is often ignored in strategy discussions, and yet it's absolutely essential for partner success. Every marathon has dropouts. Some runners misjudge pacing. Some underestimate preparation. Some encounter unexpected obstacles. Our industry is no different. We see market exits, licenses challenges, acquisition costs rising, taxes rising, further consolidation through M&A. Long-lasting growth requires more than ambition. It requires resilience. Which brings me now to the role of commercial leadership, particularly in B2B. Historically, commercial roles were focused on pipeline, closing deals, signing contracts, big PRs. But the model is evolving. Today, commercial leadership must focus on P&L responsibility, partner performance, and long-term value creation. The real job is not signing partnerships. The real job is making them succeed. In a crowded race, the winners aren't the runners who start fastest. They're the ones still moving forward at mile 26. I'm Andrew Cochran, Chief Commercial Officer of SoftBet. Thank you very much for your attention this morning.
All right. What's happening next?
Well, you were telling me all about some quote that you read.
Yes. All right. This is I love this. So this next session, you need to can we there's a quote that I wrote, and that I not wrote, but I found it, so I wrote it down, and I want to specifically, because it explains the session very well. But I think we need to put a little bit of the ambience in the room. So can we get just a little background?
Oh,
like
yeah, that music going?
Okay.
Yeah.
So this next session, it states like this, to quote. So when investors tell you where they're looking to put their money next, that's a signal. For founders, that's your roadmap. For operator, that's your competition. For everyone in this room, that's intelligence you have to have. Yeah.
So you're telling us where the money's going next in iGaming?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay, so that's what that quote was.
That is exactly what that was.
In summation,
It was great, wasn't it?
Max Meltzer, CEO and co-founder of Stripe Gaming, is going to be the moderator, and we're going to talk about where the money's going next in iGaming. So give it up for the next panel.
Big round of applause.
Oh, I like the music.
You've done this.
Very snazzy.
All right. Thank you, everyone, for coming to attend this session. You've got incredible panelists joining us today. Look, the weather is amazing here in New York. The sun is shining. It's a very positive event. Thank you to all the organisers as well. It's fantastic the way it's been set up. So alongside me, we have Rami from Moelis, Sanford from Oakvale, and Evan Meyer from Astralis Capital, who have now just working through Fund 2 after heavily succeeding and returning money to their investors because of Prize Picks, which I think everyone's been involved with here, and you were the banker on that, Rami. So myself, I run an organisation called Strive Gaming, which is a player account management system in the US and Canada, and we believe we're the leading PAM provider in this space with more customers than anyone else. I'm very excited to host this panel. I'm also a venture partner on Astralis Capital for disclosure. Look, we want to talk today about where the capital markets are flowing from a forecasting perspective. But first of all, we wanted to just kick off with a retrospective of the last 3 years before perhaps we look at the next 3 years. So, Sanford, would you be open to just doing a little retro for us?
I can do a retrospective. That's okay. So maybe I split it into two. So I'll look at what I see as an M&A banker, and we'll see if Remy agrees with me. You know, the things that have happened over the last 3 years, they've been very focused on locally regulated operators, local champions in Eastern Europe. Latin America has become a very exciting region, in particular Brazil with the regulation. So those are the businesses that are creating real equity value. And then I would say every year, let's say at G2E, there's a new fad, there's a new thing capturing the zeitgeist. It was 3 years ago, sweepstakes, and you know that market is saturated when you have 1,000 Israeli companies running sweepstakes, and clearly it's a huge, huge market, but it's a little bit, for a banker, it's a little bit like being in a sweet shop without being able to eat anything, because these things, their cash flow brilliant and their equity value terrible, and you can see that because you just don't know whether there's going to be a state that regulates or bans it over the coming years. So we've had our sweepstakes wave on the cash flow side. We've had our daily fantasy wave, and I think courtesy of Remy on the prize pick side, that's become more of an equity value play than I think people expected. You've got Underdog, you've got Sleeper, you've got Chalkboard. You've got a lot of good businesses out there that are quite well positioned going forward, and also are now stepping into the prediction markets, which is clearly the next big thing. And I kind of almost don't want to speak about prediction markets. It's overdone so much, but that feels like currently the big play and the thing that everyone's talking about. And then going back to the equity value play, I think there's always room for good B2B businesses, good slots content businesses in regulated markets. So I'll stop there, and then we can get into it.
Very good, very good. Yeah, well, let's then turn to talking about what everyone's here for, and excited to hear from you guys that are got the finger on the pulse. What's the next 3 years potentially looking like from a capital markets flowing perspective, Ramy? Let's start with you. Where's it going? Where's all that money going?
I'm going to take notes.
I'm sure everyone here is tired of talking about or hearing about prediction markets, but I guess, look, there's going to, as an M&A banker, I say this every year, but I believe it. There will continue to be consolidation globally.
Okay.
If you look at the global assets that are left in the world that are of significant size and scale, there aren't that many, but they're quite large. Bet365, BetClick/Tipico, Entain, a few, Caliente in Mexico. But the industry continues to consolidate, and I think we will continue to see that. Superbet, Kaizen. I mean, these are monstrous businesses that have done a phenomenal job going into localized markets and grabbing market share, certainly from the incumbents that came before them. So that's more the international landscape. As far as what's happening in the U.S. right now, there's a massive, massive dislocation between the public valuations for take your pick, and then the private valuations. And I would say that the private valuations right now, there's definitely a bit of FOMO, but that FOMO is translating into astronomical pricing. Kalshi and Poly market went from $1 billion to $2 billion only 9-12 months ago. And I think their last round was somewhere around 9-10 and between 11 to 15. They're both in market right now, as we understand, potentially trying to raise at 20. And so we're talking a few months distance between them, where someone like Flutter, who's unbelievable business globally, podium positions just about everywhere, and they've lost over 50% of their market value since the start of NFL season. And you look at these multiples and you scratch your head. So massive discrepancy between the private and public markets. I think if you're a private market business or owner or entrepreneur, I think valuations tend to be a lot more sensible, putting aside prediction markets. And Sanford has, brilliantly sold many of these private companies all over the world. And if you're a public company, it's quite challenging for you right now to do anything that you can't do without your balance sheet, meaning your public currency is not where it used to be. And so transformational deals, particularly in an environment that's evolving so quickly, is very, very difficult. To use Flutter stock to do something big wouldn't make a ton of sense for their shareholders. But there will continue to be a ton of M&A activity, without a doubt. There will continue to be a lot of venture capital funds that will put money into up-and-coming emerging technologies that are in and around the prediction markets ecosystem. And what's most exciting for me is that we're no longer talking about online gaming only. I mean, we've got the financial services and trading platforms, the crypto exchanges. All of these guys are now in our industry, and we will continue to see them become more relevant. And that takes me to another important point, which is I think that the market structure has changed so much now that when you look at anti-competition, I think the denominator's different. The denominator now includes Robinhood, it includes Kalshi, it includes Polymarket, it includes Crypto.com. And so that will be interesting, particularly with this administration. How big can two companies that combine, can two big companies combine, take any of the podium positions? A year ago, you'd say that's crazy, but in this environment, I think businesses are going to have to figure out how to survive and thrive because the competition is coming from industries that last year we weren't even talking about.
Evan? And I think, building on what Remy said, is like what you've seen announced in the last couple of weeks is the move to these super apps. So if you look at, what DraftKings announced, what Better is doing, I think Robinhood is the big kind of behemoth here that, while they operate in the prediction markets and will be focusing on that, it's just but one silo within what they offer to their customers. And I think you have a big move towards that, in the industry and then outside of the industry, as you were saying. So, from a venture standpoint of as far as what we're looking at, that amount of money coming into the prediction markets at the top of the funnel will flow through the system, whether it's customer acquisition, whether it's new product, whether it's distinguishing themselves from one versus the other. I think you're going to see a lot of innovation on that front. And, they have big wallets to spend. I think a lot of legal bills are going to be paid. So if there's a way to invest in the lawyers, I think that would be a smart place to invest these days. Because it's going to be a battle. It's going to be a battle over the next 2 to 4 years, whether, you have the Supreme Court, it will go there, and then you have the next administration. So if it's Democrat, Republican, things could change massively at the CFTC level.
Yeah. And I think the biggest difference between, not to compare sweeps and prediction, but we talk about things that you go to G2E and everyone's talking about, and Sanford's right. 2 years ago, it was all sweeps. This past year, it was all prediction. But prediction is very, very different because if you think about the stakeholders that are involved, Intercontinental Exchange, the Susquehannas of the world, the Sequoias of the world, the Trump administration, Junior. You've got some pretty powerful and influential interest groups here that are part of this ecosystem. So that's very different than sweeps. Yes, it most likely goes to the Supreme Court unless there's an act of Congress. But with the new administration, if it ends up being a Democratic administration and they decide to put in a new CFTC chairman, like all of these things are massive risks that you have to plan for. But the market has spoken, or at least investors have spoken, so you have to pay attention. But going back to the super app, I think that to me is probably the most fascinating. And when I think of super app, I think of my bookie is my broker, and Robinhood has been able to execute that brilliantly because they started as a broker, and then to a certain extent have become a bookie. And what's fascinating about these businesses, these trading platforms, is the size of their average wallet is 40 to 200x what a FanDuel or DraftKings, if you take the customer deposits divided by all of their monthly actives. And so if you think about that big of a wallet share and the ability to cross-sell from that, that is a huge, huge unlock. And the thing about a financial super app is it succeeds with or without prediction. And I think that's where the big boys are heading.
I think the key is that's where the big boys are heading. And so it's almost a little bit myopic because I think you've got Robinhood, I think you've got the big funds, you've got the DraftKings, Kalshi, Polymarket, and Flutter, but these exchanges require such critical mass that it's hard to imagine others really being able to compete. So it's not the domain of small companies, in my view. And I always look at Betfair, and I look at what happened with Betfair. It's a great business, grew very quickly, but it was really a winner takes all. And I think it will be similar. The US market's a lot larger, so you'll probably have 3 or 4 players that really win the market. And then I think what will happen is you'll have lots of operators like Underdogs, although Underdog have just bought Aristotle, so they're going to make their own play. But you're going to have the chalkboards and that second tier of, let's say, daily fantasy and gaming companies that have an audience they think they can leverage that sit on the liquidity of a Kalshi or a Polymarket. So that maybe is the opportunity. And if I was investing anywhere in the prediction ecosystem, I'd probably be investing in market makers. I'd be looking at DL, I'd be looking at Swish, I'd be looking at these guys that can create big pools of liquidity. Now, the question is, does that create real equity value? If you've got meaningful technology, maybe, but it's certainly cash flow value. And I think you'll see the Citadels of this world all getting into that, and you'll see hedge funds joining the fray. The danger is what everyone's talking about now, which is insider trading. And what I hear from a lot of hedge funds is they have Polymarket and Kalshi on two screens to the left of their Bloomberg terminals to literally monitor where they see potential insider trading. So who knows post-Trump administration whether things get a little bit more gnarly. But what's incredible to me is human nature, and in particular in the gaming space, is to innovate around regulations. So to figure out loopholes, figure out ways of, so even now I just saw the launch of a thing called Giddy Up, which is online casino operator based on historical horse racing results. I think we'll continue to see those types of innovations. So if you have the audience, you can make it work in some way, shape or form.
Well, in order, I think, to justify some of the valuations that we're seeing on the prediction market side, you have to think of where, the hockey puck is going, and, the big gorilla in the marketplace is iCasino. And it's like, how do they, in order to justify those valuations, they have to be going that way. And I think we're seeing a lot of innovation on that cutting edge because, on sports alone and on some of the volume, I don't know if you can get to 20 billion valuation.
Yeah. Well, the only reason prediction markets is as exciting as it is right now is because, innovation is outpaced regulation. Half the country can bet legally, the other half cannot bet legally. Most of the volume that you guys see and read about, it's all California, Texas, Florida, and Georgia. It's states that don't have regulated gaming. And my view is if you take any player that enjoys betting for entertainment or otherwise, and you give them a FanDuel app and then you give them a Kalshi app, if they have the opportunity to use both, same pricing, you're going to use the FanDuel app. It's just a far better product. But if you're in California and all you have is Underdog, Prize Picks, and Kalshi, and all you care about is betting on the Dodgers, the Rams, it's beautiful, and it's worked out tremendously well. That dynamic will shift, but the question is how much damage will be done between now and then? Because if a Flutter or DraftKings enters a legalized California 3, 4, 5 years from now, are they still going to be the number 1 and 2 player in that market? I would argue it's going to be quite difficult unless someone stops the new incumbents, the Kalshis and the Robins of the world. So, and that's the dynamic that I think has gotten public market investors nervous. I don't think cannibalization is an issue, but going back to Sanford's point, there are a lot of really interesting small companies that are going to play. Sleeper, Underdog. You mentioned Chalkboard. We have investors that are looking to give people capital just so they can go file a DCM and DCO license so they can come to market and generate a nice return. I think those regulatory assets, although incredibly valuable today, will be like market access. There will be so many of them that the prices that you're currently seeing in these transactions will go down materially. But until then, there's a long queue at the CFTC, and who knows how long it will take to get through those licensing processes.
Sorry. You go.
What's interesting as well is sitting in LATAM, sitting in Brazil, it's okay. I've seen a steady uptick of the fantasy worlds, the sweeps operators, the crypto casinos in Brazil. In Brazil, you have legalized sports betting across the entire country. Now you're seeing prediction markets for Brazil. I'm like, well, will it work? It doesn't look the same. It's probably not going to rhyme with what works in the U.S. because of the regulatory gray area. Where sports betting is not legal in those states.
Yeah.
So,
is it just a US product, really, predictions market, or does it have a future somewhere?
So there's a lot of lawyers trying to answer that question. It is very specific to the current federal preemption at the CFTC versus state rights, and we all know that PASPA wasn't about sports betting; it was about states' rights. That's why PASPA got repealed. And so this is almost the inverse. And you got to go to every single market, whether it's the UK or Germany or Spain. They're going to have a whole another set of policies and layers in terms of the legality. I think it works in the US because of liquidity. And the only people right now that are really making money are the market makers. And these are massive, massive organizations: Jane Street, Citadel, Susquehanna's, Jump. I mean, these guys are providing the liquidity, and if it wasn't for that, the market doesn't work.
Yeah.
And then the question becomes, are they just like poker in the early 2000s, where you had the whales and the fish, and the whales were just clearing out the ecosystem? What happens if you have a SIG, you have a Jump? Do they actually end up putting off the mass market, the retail market, because they're making so much margin? Then you've got the insider trading piece. It's interesting. Now, I think there might be a larger trend that's unearthed by the transition into predictions and DFS and sweepstakes, which is the kind of mainstream UX of a Bet365 or any of these big operators is perhaps something that works for the baby boomers, for those over the age of 40, but actually the reason why people use Fliff is because it's a very Gen Z, very easy to use interface. Then you look at the crypto operators, which is obviously another big phenomenon within gaming and has its regulatory constraints and issues. But if you look at stake.com, their interface, their UX, everything is so smooth. The product is brilliant. They're doing AI-driven slots. They are actually one of the first operators that actually have done personalization properly. Every operator I've met, oh yeah, we do personalization. You do like a recommendation of a game based on a very basic algorithm. Now what's happening is they're actually feeding games on the basis of volatility and maths, and I think that's what we'll see. So if I was investing in different kind of picks and shovels, I'd be thinking about UX, I'd be thinking about how AI is going to affect things with predictive analytics and really figuring out how you can acquire traffic, because there's going to be so many of these ecosystem benefits around these big operators. So yeah, I think
and there's a really interesting business as you're describing. If any of you have used the Real app or have teenagers or young kids,
brilliant app.
It is the fastest growing sports app in the United States right now, and it's geared to the younger demo. Phenomenal growth. They're just starting to monetize, but they also now have the gamified trading cards, like the loot boxes with rated cards. And this is a business that's up and coming. Prize Picks, Underdog Sleeper, they did what DK and FanDuel struggled with, which is they captured that young demographic. They made them rabid fans. It was almost like a cult-like following, and they were able to penetrate that market, take advantage of regulatory versus innovative discrepancies, and boom, you've got a business that's worth $4+ billion. And the next wave of that, as Sanford says, are these just innovative young techie entrepreneurs that have found a better way to give the experience to the new consumer, because the Bet365 app is overwhelming for people that are used to going on Robinhood or
video games, frankly.
Yeah, exactly.
Can I chuck a curveball? Have you guys seen any investment potentially going into prediction markets on a casino front? Someone actually betting on a slot result or anything that could really push the
topic.
Yeah, I mean,
you want to talk about it?
Yeah, let's see if you're seeing it.
Look, the biggest unlock in the U.S. right now is casino. We all know that. We're all praying for the day that happens. It hasn't rolled out at all, frankly, right? I mean, we had one or two states.
Super slow.
Yeah. That has to change. If that changes, everything we're talking about completely shifts, because it's at least 3x the size of the OSB market. And it's high frequency, and its payback periods are 6 months to 9 months. It's a completely different
crush
ballgame.
sweepstakes.
It'll crush everything, but it's not available. And so then the question is, if it's not available, who's going to be the first?
Yeah.
And people are working on this to crack a product that is effectively an event contract that looks and feels like a casino product that is tied to stocks or crypto or weather. That's happening. And when someone unlocks that, I think you'll start to not only see retail trading in this, but you may ultimately get institutional trading in this, depending on how it's packaged. Think weather and climate contracts. So this is where things are heading, and that's my point around we're no longer just gaming. This industry is no longer just gaming. It is going to be insurance and financial services and crypto and all of these other guys, and that's both scary and quite exciting.
Utterly terrifying, yeah.
And from a fun perspective, we have to look in that gray area. That's if you look back over the past 10 years, the vast majority of venture-style returns have happened in the black to gray to white transition.
Because they're not constrained.
Well, you remember DK and FanDuel had the big fight in 2014 and 15. and they went after, or the regulators came after them, and they won. And then PASPA happened, and then they evolved. And now Kalshi and Polymark. So everyone's going to have to evolve. But there are a lot of opportunities in small and medium-sized up-and-comers that I'm sure your kids know about because they use these platforms regularly.
But I mean, Adam Greenblatt this morning said that Pennsylvania makes $1 billion plus in revenues, tax revenues on iGaming alone. This is sort of a warning shot as well for states across the US. They have an opportunity here to regulate online casino, for example. There will be a proliferation of more grey operators, and for sure that's where money will go, and there's some significant money going into it.
I think the reality is, what I increasingly believe is so many of these products, they may not come across as gambling products, but they have gambling mechanics. Whether it's a mobile game, like a Clash of Clans or a Candy Crush, they have gambling mechanics and loops that keep you coming and buying virtual currency. And then right now, I think as we look forward, I think mystery packs, mystery boxes, like the collectibles space, it's a gambling space. Have you been on Whatnot? Or do I mean What Now? I always confuse the two. But you know, you look at that and it's live streaming the sale of vintage football shirts or Pokemon cards or Magic the Gathering. This is it's a gambling product, but it's not regulated.
And who has the biggest collectibles and trading cards business in the world right now? Fanatics.
Can't remember his name.
Yeah. So I mean, that's exactly. That's where all of these things are about to be rolled out into big, massive growth opportunities for those that are paying attention. So I think we've got there's going to be a lot of people that lose money, which they already have. If you're a public shareholder in some of these brilliant companies that got wiped out, and then there's a lot of guys that are jumping in right now that I think are it's a little too exuberant.
I think it's to what you said about there being mega mergers, I completely agree with you. And I think the gambling industry is trending on a similar path to the drinks industry. So the drinks industry has consolidated into maybe 4 big companies that own everything. So that equates to maybe a Flutter and Entain and some of the others like Kaizen that we spoke about. And what you'll always have then is the micro brewers and the more innovative brands that sell to these companies. So I think there's always going to be opportunities. You'll see that consolidation, and then within that, those big companies will suffer from the innovator's dilemma, and then you'll have all these pockets
outsourced
of
R&D.
Yeah, exactly. Innovation.
So lots of M&A. Frothy valuations, would you say, Sanford?
Lots of M&A.
Lots of M&A. Good thing for you guys. Frothy valuations, 2021 all over again, or what do you think?
No.
No.
I think across the entire sector, no. But I think in pockets, yes. I think when you look, I think there was a massive push towards kind of B2B businesses in that time period because of, sports betting's legalizing, iCasino's next, and everyone jumped in and drove valuations really high. And then what we've dealt with the last 4 years is frankly like the lull on the vast majority of that B2B business.
Yeah, but let's be clear. Intercontinental Exchange didn't put $2 billion in the poly market because of sports betting or sports prediction markets. They view this as a potential reallocation of assets under management where institutional capital dives into this new product. And poly represents that new product category, that new vertical. And that's why you're continuing to see these lofty valuations. And that's difficult for us to understand, but it's a bigger play here. It's data. It's event-driven data that allows you to trade on, Maduro and the price of oil. Expand that across every event known to man, and now you've got an asset that big institutions want to trade on.
So, gents, you've talked a lot about prediction markets, but also some fantastic other products across the market. So I think that's really informative for everyone here. Something that used to be called and talked about was crypto. So bringing that back to the forefront, whether it's cryptocurrency, crypto operators, flow of money into crypto. Can you gents talk about that, where you see that's going, or is that something that's still relevant? How much money is going there? What are people doing? Is crypto regulation going to happen at some point that we encourage it? What are your views? Sanford, do you want to kick us off?
I touched on it a little bit with Stake and the UX. Look, it's omnipresent right now. It's everywhere. The numbers are astronomical from Stake.com, BC, Shuffle. It's I think similar in a sense to sweeps, in that you now got thousands of operators launching, and I think it's getting very hard to launch and actually acquire traffic and scale without an edge of some sort. So I must get sent 2 or 3 crypto decks a week, and most of them go into the bin. But a couple have been very interesting, like a Menace Media, because what they're doing is building huge media presence in specific sports, and then cross-selling into the crypto offering. I think the problem is one of regulation. So someone's going to come along and create a locally regulated framework for crypto operators, and then that starts to become a bit more interesting. But this is, some of the rumors around the numbers that businesses like Stake are doing would make Stake the biggest operator in the world, by far in excess of the Bet365s and others, because they don't operate with any regulatory constraints. They can be in India. I mean, one of the things I probably should have mentioned when I was doing the retrospective is I was always very excited about the Indian market, the skill-based market, what's happening there. And then in November, the whole market was shut down. Dream11, a multi-billion-dollar business, Winzo, MPL, lots of these incredible businesses totally shut down by the fastest bill ever passed in India. So this is the world we live in, where regulation can come and it can be pretty draconian and pretty dramatic based on political aspirations as well, not necessarily based on fact or data. But I think I'm surprised with these crypto operators how visible they are these days, how visible the founders are, because I'd be a bit nervous, actually. I'd be a bit nervous because they are operating in markets where technically they're not legal, but what's incredible about these operators is the innovation, the games. I don't know if you saw, there's a CCTV-based game where you have to guess how many cars. It's a real CCTV camera on a motorway. You guess how many vans, how many cars. They're doing 1 million of turnover a day. So,
amazing.
I mean, the other thing I'd say about these crypto operators, they very much attract high-value VIPs. And so you have a lot of volatility. You have to get to real scale to burst through that volatility.
But from an investor standpoint, you have to have alignment with management team in order to generate and disperse cash flows.
Yeah.
Because the terminal value of these businesses are most likely zero.
Could be zero, right? So it's a dividend play.
Yeah.
It sits in the dividend bucket, and there's lots of great businesses that dividend plays.
So I guess if I were to summarize it, innovation is outpacing regulation. That's where all of the opportunity has been for the last, I don't know how many years. I think that's where we are right now. And as Sanford said, if you're looking as an investor, if you're looking to deploy capital, you just got to do a little bit of digging, because there are some brilliant, young, up-and-coming platforms out there that will ultimately make a mark. And there's no shortage of capital, and certainly no shortage of opportunities out there.
Yeah, it's heartening to see that in very crowded markets, you see companies like Betty Casino in Ontario. I thought Justin was mad when he launched into that market, and he's now built a very scale business doing nearly 30 million of revenue a month. And he's up against the DraftKings of this world, all these big brands with huge budgets, but he's found a way of focusing on maybe a more female-centric audience, more bingo-friendly. So it's great to see that innovation, and I think we'll see another cycle in the UK with the tax hike. I think we'll now start to see some really interesting second-tier online casino bingo operators doing a good job of trying to kind of navigate the tax rates. So there's a lot to invest in.
On the other side of that, I think you have a lot of startups over the last 5 years that have kind of hit their ceiling as either single entities or single segment players that need to be rolled up. So I think you're going to see a lot of interesting. You have to come as a founder. You have to come to that realization that you're not going to be a $100 million, $200 million business. But I think there are a lot of super interesting products out there that can be aggregated together.
Very good. Look, gentlemen, we're out of time, but thank you so much for the conversation. I think it's some incredible insight. And thank you, everyone, and enjoy the rest of your day.
I use it on my computer a lot, so I need a minute.
All right. So, are we enjoying this? Oh, wow. Are we enjoying this? Yes, good. I want some energy in the room. At the same time, let's just tone it down a couple of notches. It's been fast-paced. It's been hectic, but now we're going to slow down. We're going to sit back. We're going to throw some fire into the wood. We're going to enjoy this, because what we're going to do is enjoy a nice fireside chat. And it's really important that you focus on what's going to go down next. It's between operator, supplier. It's about the relationship and not only scaling it, but having a strategic long term. So with that said, I hope you guys are going to enjoy it because I know I will. I want to welcome to the stage no other than we have Brooke Hilton from Head of Casino, Point Bets Canada, and then Magnus Olsson, CCO, Play and Go. Big warm welcome.
Hey guys.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our fireside chat. Why strategic supplier partnerships must be a C-suite priority. In regulated markets, what you build is just as important as who you build it with. What makes this conversation particularly interesting today is the dynamic. So I'm coming to the conversation as an actual partner, and today we get a peek behind stage of one of the most established content providers. So please join me in welcoming Chief Commercial Officer for Play and Go, Magnus Olsson.
Thank you. Thank you, Brooke.
So starting big picture, Magnus, why has supplier choice become such a critical leadership issue, especially in highly regulated markets like North America?
I think what's happening, your suppliers in highly regulated environments, especially true for North America, suppliers becomes an extension of your brand and of your license. So when you have a supplier strategy that kind of is not so defined, and you bring in people or suppliers that maybe cut corners, misses a change, that will reflect on you. That will be your operational problem, your license, your headlines, and worst case, your fines. So the suppliers now moves into that ecosystem and becomes an extension of the license, your responsible gaming strategy, your brand, and your perception on the market. So that is why it moves up and becomes critical.
And when you speak to operators today, what do you think are some of the biggest misconceptions they make around supplier selection?
I think, so most people get this, right? From some kind of strategic view that this is important. The misconception I see sometimes is that the role content play in the lobby and the role the lobby plays in communicating all the way up to your strategy is kind of missed, and there's no connection. So filling the lobby with the content that is available, hot, trendy, and looking at 1 day, 7 days, that lobby becomes a supermarket, and it's not clear what is your player promise and what is your player experience offering, and also what is the goal of your offering. And then another misconception around this is that this actually matters when you then look at how do you perform against regulators? How do you perform on your license? How do you perform versus your owners and board? And can you explain what's going on in your lobby? And how does that connect with that supplier strategy that you set in the boardroom once?
And from the operator side, in all honesty, I think it was always very commercially driven. As we all know, on the B2C side, margins are incredibly slim. And so the approach was historically, what is proven, what can make me the most revenue out of the gate, and perhaps you're launching a new market, a new product vertical, you want to be able to have that proven revenue. Yeah. I do see things shifting in the right direction, though.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's shifting, and I think we see this move. I just think it needs to go faster.
So you would say operators are not moving fast enough?
Yeah, I would say I think
fair.
they should. I think they should operate faster. If nothing else, I think the way the bar for compliance raises and the bar for data protection, responsible gaming. I think working and staying ahead of the curve I know many people talk about how to invent in the business. You know, inventing to stay ahead of the curve in these areas as well might be boring, but it is necessary.
Looking to operators again, what kind of red flags do you think they should watch out for in terms of regulatory or reputational risk?
So the obvious one, the attitude to regulation. So if the attitude is that regulation is an obstacle to work around, that's a red flag. It should be the regulation is the compass, not something that you need to deal with. Then you have transparency, how easy to get certificates, how easy to get the data trails, audit, the whole, how transparent are they when they work with you. And thirdly, and maybe most important, is the culture. When you sign on a supplier, you're basically importing that culture into your own. And you can look at how do the suppliers act in other markets, less regulated. You can look at corporate structures. Do they handle different type of traffics in fundamentally different ways? Is there a level of whitewashing? I think it doesn't have to be a red flag, but these are things I would definitely look at and consider. Because at the end of the day, as I said in the beginning, it will come back to bite you. It is your license at stake. It's your headlines. The fines will be on you. So, yeah, I think what culture are you looking at when you look at the supplier, and do you want that culture in your company? Could you put these people in front of your board, your owners, your shareholders, or the regulator?
Yeah, that should be a very meaningful consideration. Absolutely. You talk a lot about trusted relationships and trusted partners. In practical terms, what does a trusted supplier look like?
I think trust it's a very easy marketing word. I think trust should be an observable behavior. It should be, are you sharing KPIs? Are you building together? Are you sharing the same, what's the stance on responsible gaming, on player experience? What's the promise from that supplier to the audience that you have? And is that aligned with you? Can you trust that? Can you trust that content to deliver on your strategy? When you have these conversations, and we have a lot of them, when you have these conversations, you figure out a way to go through trust to true co-creation. And I'm not just talking about co-creation of a game. I'm thinking co-creation and co-creation around how do we handle new markets? How do we handle changes in regulation? How do we create that immense player experience that your brand wants to deliver? So when you have that trust as an observable behavior in everything the supplier do, you can then move on to a much better place in the world when you do this co-creation and you share the belief and the values, and you have a supplier that can understand and adapt to that. And also a supplier who says, no, we can't do that. This is not what we do. We cannot do that. Or you should not do that.
Right, somebody who's very clear with their values and their long-term goals.
Who knows you and can communicate with you on that important topic of, what is your promise to your players? And how do you want to deliver that?
Right. And from an operator's lens as well, the more alignment and clarity you have with your partners in terms of shared long-term thinking, I think it makes it incredibly, it influences how you do your business as well. And the reason I say that is when there is a lack of trust, things become harder to deliver. There's more meetings than there needs to be. You spend more money. But when you find a partner you're strategically aligned with, you don't even have to finish each other's sentences. You know exactly where their head is at, and you really deliver things in lockstep, like you're saying.
Ideally, the partnership should move from vendor management to some real trust, where the supplier is an extension of your brand, basically.
Mm-hmm. Do you think operators risk undermining their own long-term sustainability by partnering inconsistently?
Some. I think regulated markets and those operators who has been in regulated markets for a long time, they have a very solid vendor ecosystem. They know what they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're and they minimize risk in vendor management in a good way. So I mean, there's lots of good stuff going on. What I think the risk I see is that when you say sustainability, and I've talked a long time, or many times about financial sustainability, building long-term financial sustainable business together. That's super important. But you need to bring the sustainability also to regulation, player experience, and how do you maintain and retain your player base?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. If you were sitting at the CEO desk of an operator, what would be one thing that you would change tomorrow?
I would lift responsible gaming, player experience, and regulatory adherence and governance from administrative tasks to differentiators. Not saying that that this is not happening, but this would be my CEO agenda at an operator. I would do that. I would then build a player experience that was coherent and strategic with a very, very long-term view on the offering that my team would provide to the player base, and really think hard about how do I get this to go from a C-level conversation with my team all the way to how do we design the lobby? How do we create a good way of verbalizing this is that I would look at the lobby as a product and make sure that product delivers on not only what's needed or what was popular yesterday, but on that strategy that we've decided in the management team. This is where we want to be. This is what we want to offer the market. Mm-hmm. And this is how we're going to build this. I would then invite those suppliers who I believe have the capacity and the competence to support me in creating this product, the lobby product. And I would make sure that they were part of the conversation from C-level and down on this is what we are building, are you up for it? Mm-hmm. This is what I'm going to require from you. This is what we do not accept misses in compliance. We do not accept this. We will give value to suppliers who can not only understand and deliver on this, but also can help us and coach us and say, but actually, try this. Mm-hmm. And this is going to happen in the regulation. Let's do this together.
On that note, as an operator, is it worthwhile to bring Play and Go and potentially other suppliers closer to player experience decisions and player experience strategy?
100%, absolutely. I think, and you know, this is what we do. Many things. I think we can expand on it. I think we can do more. When we build our products, we have a fairly good view of what is working in different markets and different demographies, different geographies, etc., and different times. So on Fridays or Mondays, different content might work. I think one thing, and I saw other people talking about that earlier here today from another perspective, but sharing KPIs. So within, you know, GDPR and everything, whatever is possible, but sharing KPIs and data points to build that true player experience, because you sit on so much valuable data on your players, and we sit on the data on the games and how they perform. And when we share and then co-create, I think that's when the real magic will happen in the future.
Right.
And when we do this with a keen eye on regulation, on certification, what's demanded, localization, what works in Canada might not work in New Jersey, and we build with all these parameters set from the beginning, not as an afterthought, I think that will make us successful.
It facilitates a much deeper relationship and deeper conversation.
Yes, 100%.
So I think we have time for one last question.
Shoot.
Taking out the crystal ball, looking 2 to 3 years down the road. Hopefully your skinny jeans are back in then, personal wish. How do you see relationships evolving between operators and suppliers over the next 2-3 years?
I think there will be, operators will pick a handful of suppliers and work really close with them. And that will define, and together they will define that journey, that experience journey, and they will invent, they will co-create, they will have conversations with regulators together. And not only trying to change regulation or trying to figure out how to work with, but actually providing solid feedback, information, and input on regulations and helping everybody. So there will be this tight-knit ecosystem of trusted partners, and this could look different in different regulations and jurisdictions. But I think that's definitely where we're heading. I think that the demand is on us as a team to support responsible gaming, support regulation, make sure that iGaming has a bright and sustainable future financially, but also health-wise and from all and environmental, all these aspects. And I think we will achieve those goals in this, tight-knit partnerships in different jurisdictions. And I think the ones who reaches there first will have a head start, and they will kind of set the tone, and they will define how people do business. And also, I think the lobby as a product will be consistent. It will be long-term sustainable. It will stop churn. It will attract new players. And it will do it in a way that you play, maybe you don't play more, but you play better and sounder.
Great. And I think one thing that the conversation reinforces today is the value in aligning yourself culturally and with similar set of goals and core values with your partners, and what that speaks and emanates to the rest of the industry as well, with the focus on growth and the future of the overall regulated industry.
The suppliers are an extension of your license and of your promise to your players. Hold us to a high standard and put pressure on us. And I think those of us who deliver on that will build a stronger and a more healthier, sustainable iGaming business for the next years. And that's, I think, that's what I want and hope for, and that's what we, in the capacity we have, are trying to deliver on.
Well said. Well, thank you. Everyone, please join me in thanking Magnus Olsson for joining me today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next panel. I say this, 1981, The Clash, should I stay or should I go now, will definitely be what puts that's what I wrap my head around when I listen to the next topic. What's your take?
Well, I think that's the question everybody asks. Like, should I be a one-man show? Should I have my own niche and have just that? And that's what I think the main question is for people is, should we have everything under one umbrella, or should we focus on one market at a time? That's where today's gambling world, everyone's trying to do so much, but is that the right answer?
Yep. So that's why we're going to figure that out with the next panel, moderated by no other than Erik Nyman, strategic advisor from Fennica. Giving up a big warm welcome. Yeah.
We can't see.
Milady.
Thank you very much, and that was a fantastic pronunciation by another Swede.
Thank you.
So, my name is indeed Erik Nyman, and not Erik Nyman or something like that. Well, hello everyone. Very excited to be on this panel about building together or break apart. May sound like a marriage counseling session. We shouldn't have that fun here today. It's more about building big powerhouses in our industry and going back a bit in history and see how that has evolved, and also in some cases to divest it. I have been in this industry for 15 years, brought 2 companies to the States from overseas, and one being acquired, and the other one as a standalone business that do quite well. Today I represent a Finnish powerhouse, which is a lottery operator that also have a B2B business called Fennica Gaming that develop online casino games, land-based slot games, and also e-instants that we intend now to bring to the US and regulated markets around the world. So that was a bit on my journey, but I have some really heavy hitters on stage that's been part of some of the largest acquisitions in the industry at the highest level. So Gavin, please introduce yourself.
Okay, hi. Thank you. I'm Gavin Isaacs. I've been in the industry for almost 30 years with land-based companies like Aristocrat, Shuffle, Bally, Scientific Games, which I think we're about to talk about. Then in the online world with SP Tech, DraftKings, Entain, and most recently Games Global, I guess. So, yeah.
Very impressive. Jordan?
Yeah, thanks for having me. Jordan Levin, Chief Exec OpenBet. I've been in the industry not quite as long as Gavin, but trying to catch up. 20 years, roughly. And I've had a variety of different roles, OpenBet in different contexts under different ownerships. Today we're standalone. Scientific Games before that, WMS before that. So I've kind of seen quite a bit from a consolidation and deconsolidation standpoint in the sector.
Hi, my name is Dmitry. I'm CEO of EvenBet Gaming. I have been in the industry for 25 years, but I haven't got this huge experience in acquisition and separation like my colleagues, but I'm representing single vertical poker supplier. So we're a very specialized company, and I think we are at this point now where we are thinking about consolidation or merger and acquisitions.
Excellent. Thank you very much, gents. So let's talk a little bit about the historical context here, and in the terms of online gaming that's been around for around 30 years, right? Starting with servers in Costa Rica, making the way over to Europe and Malta, and then kind of coming back to the US through acquisitions and consolidation. One of the most significant episodes, I would say, took place, I believe it was 2014, when two major acquisitions happened. GTech, part of Lottomatica Group, so basically a lottery supplier, acquiring IDT, which was the largest slot manufacturer, land-based in the US, and subsequently you have Scientific Games out of Atlanta, lottery supplier, again, acquiring IDT's probably most fierce competitor, Bally. So here you had two big powerhouses, the Scientific Games Group and the GTech Group that later on took the name IDT. So Gavin, you were in the middle of all of this. Can you share your?
Yeah, well, I was, and so was Jordan. When I'd ran a company called Shuffle Master, and we sold that to Bally, because Bally were looking to broaden their offerings, which is one of the key themes of this, to the land-based sector at the time, and also first time we looked at online was with Shuffle, when we were looking at putting our titles into the European market. They never had a chance to integrate that because Cygames had bought WMS. And again, I'm not sure exactly why the rationale was that, except WMS were for sale and they got a great price, and Cygames, I think, wanted to get revenue expansion, and maybe Jordan knows better, but I'm not sure why they did it. When I started working with the chairman of Cygames, we were looking at that thing and it wasn't going too well, so we decided that we had to buy something else, and we looked at IGT, and we weren't happy with that combination, and then we decided to move with buying Bally and Shuffle, and then I spent the next 3 years putting those three companies together, and mainly for the synergies you could get with revenues. Scale is so important. I know that this is an iGaming conference, but you are in America, and you have to remember that America is first and foremost a land-based business, and it's it is going to have it has got the iGaming aspects to it, but it's very much an omni. And we were thinking omni in those days, so we had Cygames in 3 divisions. We had lottery, we had gaming, which was WMS, Shuffle, Bally, all put them together, and then we had the iGaming unit. And that was the strategy, and it was all about, getting great people, getting an omni-channel, kind of offering, leveraging the, with the scales, the costs. Obviously, you do a license with Monopoly, you use it across the lottery world as well, and things like that. So, and then there was the revenue synergies we were hoping to get from all of that.
Okay. Interesting. And we can leave over to Jordan. I mean, you were part of Williams or WMS, also in the middle of all of this. What's your perspective?
It was a really interesting period, that sort of like 2013 through 2015. So, WMS, mid-size manufacturer, which had a lot of success, sort of, late 2000s, early 2010s, really took advantage of, some weakness at our competitors. And then we hit the skids a little bit. We sold, to Gavin's point, probably Cygames probably overpaid a little bit, and then needed to do something else to, I guess, paper over it. I was at the time running the interactive or digital division, so that included our social gaming and also our iGaming. So I was a little bit insulated from a lot of the, big brick and mortar piece. But what I will comment is that the sort of like velocity and whiplash of the cultural change from all these moves was just incredible, right? You go from my vantage point, you go from WMS, which is a Chicago-based, mid-sized manufacturer with a new sort of social mobile, division, but very sort of creative, innovative type of, approach, to then being part of Scientific Games, more of like an old school lottery type approach to then Scientific Games with, Bally's, who had just bought Shuffle, boom, all that at once with a ton of financial leverage on top of it and having to get these synergies. So it was a really interesting period with a lot of sort of moving pieces, especially on the cultural side, trying to bring all those different cultures together at once, which you can probably speak to that more than I can, which was a very, I think, difficult thing to do.
Yeah, and you have, you mentioned Chicago and Williams, but Bally is also from up there, right?
A long time ago.
Yeah.
I mean, Bally and, I mean, the way we had it set up, we had Atlanta for the lottery, we had Williams up there, we had in Chicago, you had Vegas, and then you had Europe. We were all around the world. We had 14,000 people when we put the companies together, and as part of that is you got to rationalize, you got to take cost out. So, unfortunately, in our businesses, the biggest cost is people.
Yeah.
So we lost 1,200 employees, and then started. The strategy was to have basically one RGS for the whole business, and have the WMS flavored games, the Bally flavored games, the Shuffle flavored games, operating on that. And it took about 3 years to get all that stuff to go, and it started going.
Yeah, like the two synergies there were content, right? Like, so everything leads back to IP, content and customers. What can you cross-sell to customers, right? You have a captive customer, whether it's especially like a lottery customer that also might control, casino and gaming and also have digital. So like one-stop shop, literally everything, and be able to cut deals at scale. And then obviously the content across all those different channels. But the difficulty was do that while also significantly cutting costs and also servicing a mountain of debt. So really hard one to pull off.
Yeah, indeed. And Dimitri, you represent a product that is, I think, quite interesting, has faced a lot of headwinds over the last 10 years, from being the product you needed to have back in 2013 when I represented NetEnt. It's like, do you have poker? No, I don't. And then it was a tough sell. So poker was the biggest product back in the days. Then the market opened with the liquidity issues, and I think also iPhones and distraction, right? It's been challenging, but EvenBet is very much in the forefront of innovation. And can you elaborate a little bit on how you navigate as a one vertical company amongst an industry of giants?
Yeah, it's not easy because being visible among these multi-vertical giants and for single vertical company, it's kind of a big challenge because they have bigger voice and they can supply all the content, all the solutions from one-stop shop. And we are just very focused on vertical, and we can't do anything else. But the solution is just to have a clear message what we are. And with this clear message, give the market understanding that poker is very important part of the market ecosystem, and still, despite of the headwind, despite of these changes in the industry, that still poker is kind of playing inevitable role for players acquisition and retention. So we decided that we need to shift the product offering from just the classic poker itself, but being part of the multi-vertical ecosystem when casino players can play poker as an addition to the traditional casino experience. So like make money with casino games, but retain and acquire with poker. This kind of a message we are sending to the market. So not trying to compete for players, not trying to get some money out of pockets from operators, but trying to add some additional value to multi-vertical operators with our solution to help them to retain players, to help them to acquire players cheaper, and use all these important poker like features which are not available for traditional casino operators, like communities, ambassadors, working with different WSOP and other big tournaments and so forth. So poker gives more instruments to multi-vertical operators to work with players.
Yeah. And how do you view that, Jordan and Gavin, from let's say the big corporate perspective, bringing in other assets into the ecosystem?
Well, interestingly, when I was running Sci Games, Jordan was my head of business development, and you can imagine every little company and big company in the world was knocking on your door, and we had certain parameters and certain rules. I mean, it has to be a strategic plug-in, add-on, or supplement to what you've currently got. And then at those days, we had so much debt that we really needed something to be accretive and make money. We couldn't invest in companies that were not profitable at that stage. So we basically knew that we'd let them get profitable and then we'd look at buying them. But the question was whether or not there was a spot in the product portfolio or it was something that could supplement you already had.
I think it's really important when you do, because I've sort of split my career between doing biz dev and M&A and running mostly digital operations. I think when you do the M&A strategy, it's really important what your sort of operating philosophy is going to be. Like, are you going to basically be a conglomerate and buy all these little businesses, figure out ways to cross-sell them against each other, but have them run independently? And that usually, sometimes you're forced into that being the case if you got everybody on earnouts, for instance. Yeah. Or do you have a very regimented model that you acquire things into, digest them, into, get the synergies out as fast as possible, and get them operating, usually under one brand also. I think one of the mistakes, I'm veering off a little bit into M&A philosophy, but one of the mistakes that I think companies make sometimes is they don't choose either road very firmly, and it's just like any other type of debt. You just build like some type of like overhead debt, call it, where at some point you're going to need to fix that, later. Either you disaggregate things and have them run like a conglomerate and maybe it leads to divestitures, or you get everything under one banner and one brand, unified management. And that's going to also decipher the type of people that are going to want to work in that environment too, right? Maybe entrepreneurs versus operators, for instance.
Yeah, I think we've seen numerous cases of game studios being acquired, and then you have seen people moving away and started new businesses. So I guess culture is important.
Yeah, and rationale. I mean, as Jordan said, if you're going to buy lots of game studios and put the people on earnouts, that doesn't necessarily fit the corporate direction that you want to go when you acquired them, and it becomes a wedge in your strategy. You've got to be very careful.
Mm-hmm.
I think merging creates a lot of benefits from different perspectives, like cross-selling. You mentioned operational efficiency, increasing operational efficiency, and customer base and so forth. So, but there is only one risk, as I can see for all the mergers. It lays in integration. How you do integration. So and you can do it in 1,000 different ways, right? This integration. Then one of them fail and other one are successful. So like the point is, I think, is that for sure merging is kind of good thing to do. Like it's a way to grow, but how you do it, it's kind of important, and depending on which company do it and in which way they may succeed or not.
Mm-hmm. Well said.
Yeah, and then of course, being deep in the industry, it's fast pace, it's planning, it's roadmaps, but then you also, I mean, we were very close to Wall Street. There's also an outside pressure.
Yes.
I assume that you need to make moves. So.
Well, it's not just Wall Street; it's your shareholders. I mean, ultimately, shareholder value is very important, creation of shareholder value. And Wall Street in particular has become more, in my time in the industry, with private equity coming in and now hedge funds, etc., they have commitments to their investors as well that they want to return over a period of time. So they're not like long-term, it depends on what you call long-term as an investment, but if 7 to 10 years is long term, so be it. But if it's not, they're not like the original founders who, want to be in there forever. So yeah, there is that pressure, and I think Games is a great example. You know, you got to the stage where, you know, your gaming businesses were fully integrated, your online was up and running with sports and content creation and the social, and the lottery was doing the lottery thing, and it was a good time to see if the sum of parts was actually or what was worth more, and to break it up and to sell it off was worth more to the shareholders. So, you know, timing is a bit of everything, and that's one of the reasons. And, you know, you can't disregard the impact of these highly powered financial engineers on your boards and on your shareholder portfolio.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Jordan, any comments?
So I've never been in the privileged seat as Gavin has to be the chief exec of a publicly listed company, but I've spent most of the time working for publicly listed companies. It's unforgiving, absolutely. Like, you know, I'll talk about OpenBet now. OpenBet for the last year, since the spinoff out of Endeavor, has been completely private and standalone. Like, it takes away a ton of overhead, simplifies things. There's no like external so-called or perceived pressure to communicate certain things to the market, because the market is my main investor. That's it, right? So for me, obviously access to capital is the downside, potentially, right? Like that's why you'd be public, right? To be able to access public market capital.
And you don't have that pressure of doing the quarterly numbers. You know, you have a bunch of analysts, and I'm sure there are some here who say this is what this company should earn, and you add them all up and say that's what the company should earn. And then in many instances, companies back into that number rather than doing the best thing for their ongoing business, which may not be a quick deal to get a quarterly number. It may well be a longer-term deal that takes. So it does have an impact, very much so.
We all heard the double-digit growth, right? That you're expected to have at least. Interesting. And if we look into to the future a little bit, and it's kind of, it's like, what are the trends? We see in these big groups, Scientific Games moved into, you know, Light and Wonder, spun off the lottery business, so sort of divested a lot of it, right? And IGT Group been done the same. But at the same time, then you see Aristocrat is bringing everything under one roof. So what is really going on? Is that a new trend now? So we're now going back to acquiring technologies, or?
I think it's not a trend. It's more like what's best for your business.
Mm-hmm.
I think in America in particular, the land-based manufacturers, the big have come really big. I mean, there are two who dominate, in Light and Wonder and Aristocrat, just dominate. IGT are trying to make a comeback now under new ownership and management. But none of them have done a good job in leveraging their content onto the online space, in my opinion. And I think that's where Aristocrat's focus is now. You know, they've had a few different attempts at doing it outside, and I think part of the problems is when you acquire a company and you put that company in a position where they're running that company inside your business, it doesn't necessarily give you what you need. Some strategies are, let's just keep them all autonomous. But one of the best lessons I learned from day one is M&A stands for mergers and acquisitions, but forget the merger. It's an acquisition, and whoever writes the check makes the call.
Yep.
And so what strategy fits best for Aristocrat may not be the best strategy for the other companies.
Mm-hmm. Yep. It's interesting.
Scale and size are very important.
Yeah, but it not in terms of names. So Lottomatica became GTech, became IDT. So it was the acquiring company. That's the identity they kind of took, and both like Italian and American culture mix, right? Scientific Games was a different story. Mm-hmm. So yeah, what's your view?
I don't know if there's a trend. I find it interesting that Aristocrat is taking the approach they're taking now, because while we were doing our thing at Games and, you know, GTech, Lottomatica, IGT was doing its thing, Aristocrat was staying very focused on really just land-based and a bit of social gaming, not even iGaming. They were just like, forget about iGaming. So it's really interesting that the pendulum has now shifted. I don't think there's any right answer per se, and I think, you know, every company is going to take a different approach depending on operating philosophy, you know, end game, etc.
But it seems like more and more interests are coming to the US, and that's kind of where a lot of companies end up.
They're the biggest markets. They're untouched, but they're different. Every market around the world, and every market in America is different. You've got to remember the huge infrastructure that's invested already here in the gaming, in the land-based. In Europe, you don't have that. So online's coming here, but the omni-channel opportunity, I still don't think has been done properly. And there are opportunities, but you can't just think that online's going to come in and survive by itself without a land link, in my opinion.
I agree with that. I think also one of the things, it's also like I wouldn't overthink is it better to combine or deconstruct. I can speak about Cygames, which ultimately became Light & Wonder when they divested OpenBet and also the lottery business. It was also opportunism.
Yep.
There was some debt on the balance sheet. The market as a seller was absolutely red hot, especially on sports betting, but also they got a huge price for lottery, and it was a great opportunity to simplify the business and transform the balance sheet. Honestly, I think it was as much about opportunism as it was about strategy.
Mm. Yep.
But
what do you think, Dimitri?
I think on macro level, consolidation is anyways a major trend in the gambling and iGaming market, because competition is increasing, and in response, companies consolidate to stay afloat on the competition. So maybe for specific company and specific situation, it's opportunistic decision, but on the macro level, still consolidation is the path to go for the next 10 years, maybe 5-10 years.
Yeah, that's probably right.
Mm-hmm. Okay. We are moving towards the end, and I was thinking of throwing out some rapid fire questions here to the panelists and see what they respond. So, any takers? Product quality or first mover advantage?
I think you got to be both. There's a huge advantage in being first mover, but not with bad quality.
I think fast follower is the best place to be. Right? If you just do product quality and you're way behind the market entrance, whether it's B2C or B2B or whatever the product is, you might just get lost in the noise. But I think fast follow, that's the niche to be in, would be fast follow, learn from some of the mistakes that the first mover might make and quickly pounce. Easier said than done, but for me, that would be the ideal.
Mm-hmm.
I would say fast moving for niche smaller companies and quality for bigger multi-product portfolio companies.
Mm-hmm. Next state for iGaming, and why?
I have no idea.
It's difficult,
I
right?
don't know. I'm not in the iGaming business right now. So
it's that's a real tough one.
Yeah.
You'd think sitting in New York, you're probably surrounded by all the iGaming states, but you've just given 3 huge contracts to land-based casinos, so maybe that won't be it, but who knows?
Would you say that is regulator fatigue, that you can't handle both a land-based agenda and online, or?
I think it's political more than that. Yeah. Why am I going to invest $500 million or $5 billion in a property land-based, and you're going to give someone without the investment the right to take my players?
Mm-hmm.
So I think there's a lot of politics associated with it.
Yeah. And the last one, what will come off the prediction markets? Maybe we can throw that to Dimitri, since you're
you're the innovator of the bunch.
The innovator.
To be honest, I don't know. All this, I think, sweepstakes and prediction markets, all these forms will find some space in the whole market and will continue to live and will not disappear completely. So, I think the market will just find right place for these products.
We'll see.
There's some interesting things out there, like loot boxes and some of these sort of trading card type of things that you can do. There's some really interesting, things out there. We'll see if they become just flashes in the pan or real big things, though.
Excellent. Well, thanks, Jens. This was a pleasure, and hope you guys enjoyed it too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right. Me being in the public speaking sphere, I hear my fears and doubts. But the thing is, you being in the industry, this industry, I am curious. What's your fears? What's your scare?
I feel like we're all a little afraid of breaking the law, getting in trouble. We're entering to all these uncharted territories in the landscape that entering even after PASPA got repealed like I did, launching everything with Prop Queen, every time that I do my business, I'm like, am I going to get in trouble for this? And then prediction markets come out, and I'm like, am I going to get in trouble for this? So I think it's like when you're entering into all this uncharted territory, you're trying to figure out how to pave the way for new, innovative things without getting in trouble.
And that's what the next panel is all about, right?
Yeah, the next panel is all about that, hearing from so many different perspectives, the legal side of things, but also just the innovative side on how to approach new landscapes in the business without essentially being put in prison.
Cool.
I think it's great.
So who's moderating this one?
So Catherine Baker is going to be moderating this one. She's a partner over at Nelson Mullins, and she's going to help us, along with the rest of the panel, break down the legal side of all of this new uncharted water here in the gaming and gambling space.
So with the NYC big round of applause, welcome the next panel to the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. Excited to continue the conversation on emerging verticals, and great to see a lot of familiar faces from yesterday's event. There were a lot of great conversations going on there, too. I'm Katie Baker, chair of the gaming group at Nelson Mullins. As a gaming regulatory attorney, I've really seen a progression in the level of scrutiny that has been applied to the types of products that operate outside of traditional gaming licensure. So our panelists are going to weigh in on this trend, what's been going on with regulatory enforcement, litigation, and what might be in store for innovators over the next few years. So we're going to explore where are those real opportunities for emerging formats, what are regulators going to be focused on, and how can companies pilot and scale innovation responsibly while not making themselves a target for regulatory enforcement and class actions. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to our panelists to introduce themselves. Go ahead, Thomas.
Hi, I'm Tom Metzger, CEO of Lotto.com.
Hi, I'm Nick Gunn. Work for Sion. We're a fraud prevention and compliance solution.
Hey everybody, I'm Jeff Laniato. I'm with Optimove. We are a CRM marketing platform that's focused on the iGaming industry.
And I'm Dan Portnoy, Chief Legal Officer for Splash Sports. We have fantasy sports, DFS, and non-fantasy games of skill.
All right, thank you all. So just to set the stage before we get into some questions, what are those new categories of emerging vertical products that we're seeing out there? I'm sure a lot of you are practicing this area, working in this area, servicing these types of products, and we've heard about all of them yesterday, but just to kind of go over what they are, we're seeing sweepstakes casinos, we're seeing sports prediction markets, we're seeing skill gaming, we're also seeing loot boxes come back into play. Anything else I missed, feel free to fill that in, but I think we want to talk about first, since the gaming industry is so heavily regulated, it kind of all comes down to how a form of gaming is classified, especially whether it's going to be considered gambling or non-gambling. And this is going to affect how the product's going to be regulated, how it's going to be perceived in the market, how much scrutiny it's going to get, and who are those decision makers that are making these classifications that are so important for the success of these products, and how are these emerging products being classified currently? So Nick, why don't we start with you? How are payment processors and banks currently looking at these models? And is there consistency between the different ones, or do some have a higher risk tolerance?
Yeah, I mean, you talked about regulatory bodies. Actually, the payment processors, payment stack, is kind of the de facto regulator a lot of times because they put you in a bucket, right? That decides like, yes, this looks like traditional gaming. The prop they might think of as regulated by the CFTC. So they actually force a lot of compliance on people that aren't maybe subject to legal compliance. They do put you in a bucket. It's like, does this look like traditional gambling? What's the rate of transactions in and out, transaction sizes? And they actually kind of put you in a bucket, which obviously costs you more money, or they can cut off access to payment, right? Especially for cards. Like you've got crypto and other ways in, but the payment processors have a lot of power here, especially in the card space. So it's almost like they're ahead of regulation a lot of times.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think they're kind of that first gatekeeper, and it may not be so apparent, but really you got to convince those financial institutions and partners that you have a product that is going to pass muster with the states of operation that you're going to have. So Thomas, why don't you talk a little bit about lottery couriers and how they are regulated? You know, I know there have been regulatory challenges around this category, and you know, if you could talk a little bit about your experience in distinguishing couriers from lottery, gambling, other types of gaming.
Sure. I think first and foremost, let me define what a lottery courier is, because I know everyone knows what prediction markets are and so on and so forth. Lottery couriers, we take orders from customers for official state lottery tickets. We then print and scan those physical tickets and then digitally deliver them to our over 4 million customers now in the US. We're really careful about not using the word sell lottery tickets online. It's almost like the Uber Eats model. So we're digitally delivering a lottery ticket to our end users. I guess the best analogy would be something like Uber Eats, but without the bikes and cars. To your regulatory question, we've worked very closely with, we're now live in 12 jurisdictions in the US, and we've worked very closely with those states or jurisdictions to develop actually 3 different regulatory models. So there's 3 states in the US that have a full-blown lottery courier license. Those 3 states are New York, New Jersey, and most recently Maine, which we're very happy about. So there it's very similar to a gaming license, right? You have to fill out those 50 pages of regulatory documents and all that kind of stuff, and you're very closely monitored by your regulator. Then there's sort of a hybrid model, which we call the registration process, where we have Colorado and Arkansas, where we don't have a lottery courier license like in the first 3 states I mentioned. But we do have a partnership with a local retailer, and the local retailer has to be registered as a retailer working with a courier, and then they have their own regulations that govern us. And then the most common model is actually just operating off the back of a retail license. So those of you in the lottery industry know that when you sign up to be a lottery retailer, you get about 80 pages of regulations delivered to your door. And so given that we need the lottery terminals from the state lottery in order to operate, we're still very well regulated in those states that don't have an official licensing process, because at any time with the sophisticated systems they have, they could shut off our terminals or take them away. So all 3 of these regulatory models have worked for us, but I think the summary is that one size doesn't fit all. Each state has different stakeholders, different politics, as we all know. So it's important to find a solution that works for both you and your state partner, in order that fits all those different sort of variables. Mostly politics, quite frankly.
Right. It always comes down to politics, right? And so, Jeff, I wonder if you could talk a little bit about how consumers are viewing these types of emerging vertical products. Do they even know the difference between sweeps, predictions, sports betting? Does it matter to them? And how does marketing strategy affect perception?
Yeah, I think they're viewing them in a completely different way than how we talk about them in these rooms and in conferences and within the industry. I think very few, I'll call them sub-verticals within gaming, stand on their own, and to a civilian, a non-gaming industry person, it clicks, right? Casino, it makes sense. Sports betting, it makes sense. I think outside of that, maybe fantasy sports, but even DFS to an extent is largely maybe misunderstood, but everything else requires an explanation. And even funny enough, like Tom said, with Lotto.com, we're a lottery courier service, and then explain to a room full of gaming people what that is. So I think all of these sub-verticals still require that explanation. And it's funny because I live in New Jersey, and I have a lot of friends that are betting on sports or betting online on casinos, and I'm always asking out of curiosity, like, oh, what app do you bet on, or why are you betting there? And it's funny to see how uninformed so many players are about the industry. I have friends that will play on like WPT Gold. They're playing poker and they'll be like, oh, I have like 100 SC, and they have no idea what the S in SC stands for. They don't even know what sweepstakes is. They just think I'm playing online poker, and so they are completely unaware of like sweepstakes and regulation and social game, and all of that for the large majority of players, I think, just goes by the wayside. So bringing this back around to how a marketer should think about engaging with players, like there's still such an education process that needs to happen. Obviously, prediction markets are becoming more and more mainstream, I would think, I would say, but there's still so much work that needs to be done, and I think it can oftentimes get overlooked by people who are in the industry who don't realize that 70, 80, 90% of the players that are coming into the funnel, that are signing up for a site, that are engaging, even the ones that are actually playing, still don't understand the nuances of the businesses that they're playing with.
Yeah, thank you. I think that's interesting that, kind of all this stuff is going on with regulators and with litigation and regulatory action, but then there's the consumers who are actually playing the games, and they're kind of blissfully unaware that any of this matters, and they just want to have fun and play an entertaining game. So I think it's important to kind of think about that. So why don't we talk a little bit more in detail about what's been going on in this landscape in terms of regulatory enforcement, litigation. I think we've seen increased activity at the state level across the board in certain states in particular, where states that normally would just stay out of the game and kind of give, light warnings here and there, it's turned into more of a, we see you guys out there, we're going to send you a cease and desist right away. We're going to, try at least threaten to, revoke licensure if you are already licensed in other, in other areas and you're operating something like a prediction market outside of our state. Just more participation by state regulators than we had seen in the past. And so that has made this landscape very active in terms of regulatory and then litigation. Consumers are kind of bringing class actions against any form of gaming that does not have a traditional license and, asking the courts, is this illegal? Is it not under state law? So a lot going on, a lot to keep us busy. Thomas, if you want to give us a little more insight into kind of those challenges you faced from your side, and maybe anything from your experience that you could provide to operators that are trying to succeed with these emerging verticals.
Sure. I think first and foremost, you're better off if you ask for permission as opposed to forgiveness. So. We did have one jurisdiction, which I'm sure people have heard about in this room, that passed legislation, making it so we couldn't operate there anymore last year. And my team and I did a great job, quite frankly, racking up a lot of air miles, traveling to every state capital, telling our story. But that one jurisdiction aside, we always go into a jurisdiction with, like I said before, asking for permission. So that means meeting with legislators, the governor's office. In our case, it's the lottery agency, and really getting buy-in, figuring out what their concerns are, and really telling your story of what your service provides to that state, and how they can benefit from it economically. I'm proud to say that since we had the adverse action last year, we received, since then, we received positive courier regulations from 6 states in 7 months. So when I say we were traveling a lot, I'm really underestimating that. And so I think, yes, ask for permission before forgiveness, tell your story. And we're quite fortunate in the lottery industry that all the proceeds from lottery actually go to good causes. Like most states it's public education, some states it's the environment. And so we have a really easy story to tell compared to some of these other operators because we're really proud of the fact that our money goes to incremental sales, incremental proceeds for good causes like public education. So that makes our story a little bit easier. But I think it's the same story you need to tell, and figuring out who the right stakeholders are, who the decision makers are, and making sure that you're not investing a lot of money to launch a business that's never been done before, spending tens of millions of dollars on marketing, and then that all goes away because of one AG opinion or something like that.
No, I think that's right to point out. You're in a bit of a privileged position, being tied to something that gives the state revenue, whereas most of these other operators do not, and it is very much an us versus them situation. So, Dan, why don't you give us a little bit of insight into, have we seen something like this before with DFS, for example? Like, can we talk about parallels between other forms of gaming that have emerged and done so successfully, and what, is that what's going to happen now with skill gaming, with other forms of gaming, prediction markets? Again, they're in a little bit of a privileged position as well because of their ability to claim preemption, and they're already regulated by the CFTC. But kind of what's on the horizon here, and are we going to see something play out that's similar to what happened with DFS and sort of gaining legitimacy through regulation?
Yeah, we've seen this before. We've seen this in 2015 when the explosion of fantasy sports and a few unfortunate insider trading incidents, or one incident, created enough industry buzz that New York State and a bunch of other states cracked down, and then only after a few years did a handful of states pass fantasy sports statutes that legalized these games that everyone had been playing previously. You mentioned prediction markets. They've had their moment in the sun for the last year, and that's led to a spate of litigation. Thomas probably knows better than I, but last year, another lottery courier celebrated the sale of I think an $83 million winning jackpot ticket, and what should have been a wonderful, great moment for them turned into, scrutiny from Texas and other states, and I'm sure a lot of bills and enforcement attention. So I'm not sure what the triggering event is going to be for skill gaming, but you can be sure that when a game or a platform catches on and becomes very buzzworthy, regulators will likely start regulation through enforcement, and that might hopefully lead to actual licensing and proper oversight.
I think, just to tack on to that, regulation is always better than ambiguity in our experience, because when you're operating in that in-between phase, you have to think about every dollar you invest and worry about whether or not you're going to get a return on it. So.
Yeah, and I think it's important to focus ourselves on the consumer demand element of this, and we talked a little bit about the fact that consumers don't really seem to notice the difference between these different types of products. But are they, because there's so many new operators in this space, and sweeps and skill gaming, et cetera, predictions, are we seeing the consumer kind of drift over to those because they're new, because they capture more of what consumers are looking for, compared to the more traditional offerings like iGaming and sports betting, which have been around for a while and they kind of got used to? Is this creating more momentum towards those new formats? Jeff, if you want to weigh in there, that'd be great.
Yeah, I think I'm labeling 2026 the year of the pivot. I don't think that's the official Chinese New Year animal or whatever, but I feel like every client we speak to on our weekly or monthly calls, we're like waiting to hear, okay, what's the next line of business that you're going into? Underdog obviously yesterday announced they acquired Aristotle. Even within the sweeps space, we see sweeps brands that are launching crypto, or Moto is doing something really interesting in California that I don't think enough people are talking about within the sweeps framework. But I think I'm thinking about this, and we approach things from the lens of CRM marketing and retention marketing, and how do you keep players engaged, especially when you do make a pivot. And I think the principle to keep in mind is that these are different types of sub-verticals. It will attract different types of players, and they will behave differently, and they should be engaged with in different ways. And obviously each subvertical has different types of customers that you want to be targeting in different ways. They may respond to different channels. They may, and even some subverticals have more limitations legally on what you can and can't say or what you can and can't promote. So it's, as these clients of ours and as operators are pivoting, making sure that they're staying in tune with not just consumer demand, but how they are pivoting their entire marketing strategy. You can't just blanket a DFS CRM strategy towards prediction markets and expect it to work. It's a completely different language that they're speaking. There's different metrics that they should be optimizing for. It's a completely different business model. So when we have clients that are pivoting, we're almost starting from scratch in different ways in terms of okay, so we are generating new demand from new customers. What is the strategy for CRM? Because we can't just kind of repurpose what's already working in the existing vertical.
Yeah, and I think it's also worth kind of looking at the fact that there are differences between these new verticals and the traditional sports betting iGaming that already have a bunch of regulatory requirements that they have to follow. But are these new operators thinking to themselves, hey, if I want to mitigate risk, if I don't want to be a target, should I adopt some of those requirements and put them on myself, whether that's responsible gaming or, just consumer protection mechanisms that might, protect them when inevitably some consumer sues them. Is there anything like that operators can do when they're developing products to address regulatory risks and scale responsibly?
I mean, I could just talk to what we've done. As I mentioned, only 3 of our states have an actual licensing process. But what we've done is we've only built one platform. So we use the same best practices in all 12 states we operate in, even though we don't have to. So I think a lot of it can come down to self-regulating, right? You probably don't want a customer on your platform to lose their life savings or their house because they were using a credit card to bet on any product, quite frankly. And so I think a lot of it is just common sense self-regulation at this point.
And Nick, how do AML practices compare between something like a prediction market that's regulated by the CFTC under a financial services model and other emerging vertical gaming products that don't have a direct license from any state or federal agency? Do all online gaming operators need to have AML controls in your view?
Yeah, I mean, I would piggyback on what Thomas said. You want to have this stuff in place before someone asks you about it, right? So, with the payment gateway thing, hey, you should have an answer for the underwriter that's defensible ahead of time, right? You should make them easy to not give you scrutiny. With AML, yes, there's a CFTC bucket that some people fit into. Some of them are in the state-regulated casino bucket. You already have AML compliance, but I think AML, if you're in the gray area, and to your point, it's better to be regulated than not to know. If you're in a gray area, then I would have as a part of your control and risk stack, the geo-compliance aspects, the responsible gaming aspects, and then, AML, right? Having someone that's on a sanctions list become a big customer on your platform is going to get you some attention that you don't want. And at least in the predictive markets, they get so big so fast, they're going to get a lot of attention. But these things always are big cases. You can do a Google over the past year and see companies that have been hit with, essentially becoming a money laundering tool for people. I would say if you don't fit into a bucket where you're required, obviously you're required, you have to do it. I would have that prepared. I would have that a part of your platform.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
And there's 2 attorneys on stage, so I'm not one of them.
We say yes to that. So what's next? If we're looking down the road, are we going to continue to see the blurring of lines between video gaming and gambling? Are we going to see continued scrutiny by regulators and consumers? Are we going to see potentially broadening out of regulatory requirements to include other new verticals? What's kind of on the horizon as we're looking forward?
Well, I think that the all-in-one app, as you've seen over the past few days, and you're seeing operators who've run traditional fantasy games, online sports betting, bring in prediction markets, bring in peer-to-peer skill gaming, all with a design of keeping users engaged. And I think building on to what Nick was talking about, some of those games don't come with licenses, but operators will be prepared for when regulators do talk to them about their other products over which they have jurisdiction, about why the games that they offer, in addition, have the same controls, whether it's AML, data privacy, other gaming age restrictions. So you're going to see, to answer your question, you're going to see more of the all-in-one app with kind of unified controls and compliance.
Yeah. Are there pros and cons to doing that? I mean, what's sort of, you see some operators doing that, some not. Are we thinking that's just the way of the future and that's what consumers want, so that's the way it will go? Or do you think people are still going to be protective in that they want to keep, if they're going to pursue sort of a new type of product that may not have favor with regulators, are they going to keep that separate? And
I mean, if I could chime in, right?
Yeah.
Like most of us have boards that we have to meet with, whether you're a public or private company. Most of them don't want to see 10% growth, right? They want to see 30, 40, 50% growth. And so I think that's going to put pressure on everybody to always be finding what that next frontier is. And you've seen a bunch of it, right? We also have financial apps that now have prop bets, right? So like I think you're going to see an expansion of this, and it's going to get more attention.
Yeah.
As a company that has 20 lobbyists on their payroll, I always think of things from a political standpoint, and if it looks like a duck and it walks like a duck, we're all talking about emerging forms of gaming. I think if you fast forward, somewhere down the line, this is really going to become a states' rights issue. Right? This is states, like, you have certain states that are super religious and hate anything that looks like gambling, and you have certain states that are much more laissez-faire. But I think at the end of the day, to think that it's going to be unregulated indefinitely is unrealistic. I mean, even if it takes all this time to go up to the Supreme Court as a state versus federal, CFTC issue or what have you, it's going to happen eventually. It just might take a while. So I think everyone should be thinking about playing the long game as opposed to just, immediate cash flow.
Right. No, I think that's a good point too. Okay, well, we're out of time, so let's just do one final lightning round question to wrap up. So I'm going to ask each of you the same question. You can all answer. This is about, everyone's talking about prediction markets. That's the hot topic of the day, and we're seeing a lot of litigation going around the country about, preemption versus states' rights, who gets to decide whether to regulate and tax those types of operators as sports betting, gambling, etc., or is it something that's sort of separated? So, there's a lot of questions around that. We don't really know where these cases are going to shake out and where things are going to go, but I'll take your predictions on that. So 3 years from today, March 10th, 2029, will sports prediction markets be regulated as gaming in more than 5 states?
You want me first? Who's president?
Well, what's the prop? What do we get if we win? Like, I want to know what the odds are.
Well, TBD. We'll see.
I think states, certain states, as I think I alluded to before, certain states are going to definitely fight tooth and nail, and so I think at some point it gets up to the federal courts in determining where states' rights sit on gambling. And my chief legal officer happens to be a former AG from Iowa and the former general counsel of the Iowa Lottery, and I'm just going to use his prediction, which is that it's going to go all the way up to the Supreme Court, and then he believes the states are going to win because they have this long track record of having gambling carved out as something that they're allowed to have the purview over. So, if it's maybe not all prediction markets, but certainly as it relates to sports, I think they have a pretty strong case for that.
Okay.
I mean, I think the wild card here is, do they align with the CFTC? And does it become then a federal issue? 3 years, like, where'd I put my money? 5 states? 5 states isn't that many, to your point. Like, there's Texas, which is always going to do its own thing, like 5. In 3 years, yes. I would say in 10 years, maybe no.
In 3 years, I think that's, it's a long time in this world of online gaming. I don't even know what we were talking about 3 years ago. Probably DFS, and it's a thing of the past. Not a thing of the past. It's a topic of the past at this point. I know this was supposed to be a lightning round. I'll say yes over 5 states in 3 years.
All right, I'll throw a curveball. No. Preemption wins, Congress amends the CEA, and the CFTC issues new regulations.
Well, there you have it. Please join me in giving our panelists a round of applause.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Nice job.
Everyone got the hint.
I think everybody got the hint. But before you leave, guys, I just got another message from Rory. Remember that remember to remind everybody, this is what it says. The Power plugin, still, there's 2 extraordinary jerseys, and you can win one of them. And we have decided now, the decision is in. The Pelé shirt, we're talking about the Pelé, the soccer player, will be given out this afternoon, and the only thing you guys have to do is show up. So that leads into what we're
leaving
doing
and going to lunch, but then we will be back at 2 p.m. with our next session, and we'll be talking all about tribal gaming.
Yeah, see you in 55-ish minutes, all right?
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
10 years ago, Rich Wild was minding his own business, which for Rich means trespassing in a forgotten tomb, when he found a relic with a habit of ruining plans. A cursed book, legendary, powerful, and apparently sought after by many. Alas, the legendary book did not stay in their possession for long. He's fought unspeakable horrors, uncovered lost worlds, chased treasures that many thought lost to time. And when he interrupted a certain secretive cult's ritual, they took it personally. Rich has survived more deadly tombs and traps than most people have meeting invites. Along the way, he's watched his daughter Kat become an adventurer in her own right, and has reconnected with his cunning big brother Gerard. He's looked his best, and sometimes not himself at all. But the book never stopped calling. 10 years ago, Rich Wild was minding his own business, which for Rich means trespassing in a forgotten tomb, when he found a relic with a habit of ruining plans. A cursed book, legendary, powerful, and apparently sought after by many. Alas, the legendary book did not stay in their possession for long. He's fought unspeakable horrors, uncovered lost worlds, chased treasures that many thought lost to time. And when he interrupted a certain secretive cult's ritual, they took it personally. Rich has survived more deadly tombs and traps than most people have meeting invites. Along the way, he's watched his daughter Kat become an adventurer in her own right, and has reconnected with his cunning big brother, Gerard. He's looked his best, and sometimes not himself at all. But the book never stopped calling. years ago, Rich Wild was minding his own business, which for Rich means trespassing in a forgotten tomb, when he found a relic with a habit of ruining plans. A cursed book, legendary, powerful, and apparently sought after by many. Alas, the legendary book did not stay in their possession for long. He's fought unspeakable horrors, uncovered lost worlds, chased treasures that many thought lost to time. And when he interrupted a certain secretive cult's ritual, they took it personally. Rich has survived more deadly tombs and traps than most people have meeting invites. Along the way, he's watched his daughter Kat become an adventurer in her own right, and has reconnected with his cunning big brother Gerard. He's looked his best, and sometimes not himself at all. But the book never stopped calling. 10 years ago, Rich Wild was minding his own business, which for Rich means trespassing in a forgotten tomb, when he found a relic with a habit of ruining plans. A cursed book, legendary, powerful, and apparently sought after by many. Alas, the legendary book did not stay in their possession for long. He's fought unspeakable horrors, uncovered lost worlds, chased treasures that many thought lost to time. And when he interrupted a certain secretive cult's ritual, they took it personally. Rich has survived more deadly tombs and traps than most people have meeting invites. Along the way, he's watched his daughter Kat become an adventurer in her own right and has reconnected with his cunning big brother Gerard. He's looked his best, and sometimes not himself at all. But the book never stopped calling. years ago, Rich Wild was minding his own business, which for Rich means trespassing in a forgotten tomb, when he found a relic with a habit of ruining plans. A cursed book, legendary, powerful, and apparently sought after by many. Alas, the legendary book did not stay in their possession for long. He's fought unspeakable horrors, uncovered lost worlds, chased treasures that many thought lost to time. And when he interrupted a certain secretive cult's ritual, they took it personally. Rich has survived more deadly tombs and traps than most people have meeting invites. Along the way, he's watched his daughter Kat become an adventurer in her own right, and has reconnected with his cunning big brother Gerard. He's looked his best, and sometimes not himself at all. But the book never stopped calling. 10 years ago, Rich Wild was minding his own business, which for Rich means trespassing in a forgotten tomb, when he found a relic with a habit of ruining plans. A cursed book, legendary, powerful, and apparently sought after by many. Alas, the legendary book did not stay in their possession for long. He's fought unspeakable horrors, uncovered lost worlds, chased treasures that many thought lost to time. And when he interrupted a certain secretive cult's ritual, they took it personally. Rich has survived more deadly tombs and traps than most people have meeting invites. Along the way, he's watched his daughter Kat become an adventurer in her own right, and has reconnected with his cunning big brother, Gerard. He's looked his best, and sometimes not himself at all. But the book never stopped calling. 10 years ago, Rich Wild was minding his own business, which for Rich means trespassing in a forgotten tomb, when he found a relic with a habit of ruining plans. A cursed book, legendary, powerful, and apparently sought after by many. Alas, the legendary book did not stay in their possession for long. He's fought unspeakable horrors, uncovered lost worlds, chased treasures that many thought lost to time. And when he interrupted a certain secretive cult's ritual, they took it personally. Rich has survived more deadly tombs and traps than most people have meeting invites. Along the way, he's watched his daughter Kat become an adventurer in her own right, and has reconnected with his cunning big brother, Gerard. He's looked his best, and sometimes not himself at all. But the book never stopped calling. years ago, Rich Wild was minding his own business, which for Rich means trespassing in a forgotten tomb, when he found a relic with a habit of ruining plans. A cursed book, legendary, powerful, and apparently sought after by many. Alas, the legendary book did not stay in their possession for long. He's fought unspeakable horrors, uncovered lost worlds, chased treasures that many thought lost to time. And when he interrupted a certain secretive cult's ritual, they took it personally. Rich has survived more deadly tombs and traps than most people have meeting invites. Along the way, he's watched his daughter Kat become an adventurer in her own right, and has reconnected with his cunning big brother, Gerard. He's looked his best, and sometimes not himself at all. But the book never stopped calling.
Welcome back.
Welcome everyone back to the room where everything's happening. I want you to remember 3 digits, 405. At 405, that's going to be the thing. That's when you want to place yourself in this room, because then you have a chance to win the beautiful signed jersey of Pelé. But that's not important right now, because now we're going to go into a topic and a panel that is even more important than anything else. And what are we going to discuss?
Tribal gaming. We all know that tribal gaming has been at the forefront of the gaming world for a very long time. But the main question is, how on earth have they sustained that? And that's exactly what we're going to talk about. Kimberly Dunlop is the COO of Seneca Gaming, which is the biggest, they're the biggest in New York. And that's why it's so important for us to hear what longevity really means, because I think that's what everyone in this room is fighting for, is staying in the business as long as possible. But not only are we going to hear about the business side, Kimberly is part of the tribe, and she's going to tell you from where she started to how she got to COO. I mean, that's a boss.
That is. So, guys, shall we, with an NYC applaud, bring them up on the stage? Let's go, guys.
Okay, great. Thank you, everyone, for, hope everybody had a great lunch. Our panel has the best shoe game that you are going to see. There is no doubt in my mind about that. Welcome. We're going to be talking about tribal gaming. We're going to be talking about Kim and her career, leadership. If you've got $1, what are you going to spend that dollar on? The growth of tribal gaming, just so that we level set. Tribal gaming last year, $44 billion in the United States. That was about a 5 or a 6% increase on top of the year previous. So this is a large, large industry. And so thank you very much for the opportunity. Kim, I'm going to start with your background. Can you maybe just share a little bit about your background, even before you started in gaming, and then tell us about your first job in gaming?
Sure. Thank you for having me, and thanks to everybody for showing up to this panel. I know it's always a challenge to get everyone to come back from lunch. So Dan and I were excited that we saw people in the room when we walked in. So that was nice. Thanks. I am a member of the Seneca Nation. I'm Snipe Clan. I was born and raised in Western New York, went to law school at University of Buffalo. Always said I really didn't know what I wanted to be when I grew up, and I continued to say that, even up until probably 12 months ago when I was appointed the Chief Operating Officer at Seneca Gaming. I served on the board of directors from 2013 to 2016, and then moved into the board council role in 2020 to kind of advise the board of directors and help them. I had a lot of historical knowledge. Our casinos were started back in 2002, so we are heading into our 25th year now and have seen so much growth and development and change in the industry. When we first started, there was probably 8 competitors in our region, and now there's more than 50.
Right.
So we have to continue to evolve, and that's where I came in about 12 months ago, 10 to 12 months ago, to help steer the new leadership. We've had a lot of change at the top.
So, very successful operation. How did Seneca, the gaming corporation, how did it start? What are some of maybe the milestones that you all hit, just so that everybody can have some background on where it's come from since 2002?
Yeah, so we had entered a compact with the state of New York, and our first property was in Niagara Falls, right downtown, tourist attraction, so it was a good location. That land was put into trust, and then a couple years later, we opened on territory on our nation's homeland in Allegheny. Seneca Allegheny is in Salamanca, New York, and that's about an hour and a half drive from Niagara Falls. And then in late 2008, around that time period, we opened Seneca Buffalo Creek, which is right downtown Buffalo, New York. And if you haven't visited the city of Buffalo, it's gone through a little bit of a revolution. Okay. It's gotten better. There's more development downtown. So we were fortunate that we are just located a couple blocks from the KeyBank Center, which is where the Buffalo Sabres play. It's right near the waterfront. So it's continuing to develop down there, which just benefits us as well.
Everybody a Bills fan?
Everybody's a Bills fan.
Yeah, right.
Go Bills. If you're not a Bills fan in Buffalo,
even if you're not from
hard
Buffalo,
sell.
Yeah, even if you're not from Buffalo, everybody's a Bills fan.
Well, and now we're all Sabres fans too, so that's
right. Okay, so in 2018, we had this pass but be repealed, and so maybe just talk us through. You were there during that time. Just how did the tribe approach this new form of gaming, certainly in sports betting, and then also the talk around iGaming, yeah.
Yeah, we were very excited that we were going to be able to offer sports betting. It was something that we worked very quickly and hard to do. We opened our sports books, our brick and mortar sports books, on New Year's Eve 2019. It was very successful. We were doing quite well. And then a couple months later,
3 months,
COVID shut us down. And that was really hard to overcome, because even when the sports came back online and people were attending them, it was not the same. There weren't as many events. People weren't attending as much in person. We had all the restrictions on people coming in and out of our properties, which hurt. And then in 2022, New York State passed mobile sports betting.
Right.
And that changed it as well. So we never really fully saw what brick and mortar sports betting could do for us. We kind of look at it more as an amenity. It's something that we do have a good customer base that does want to come in and place their bets in person. But now we're trying to figure out, how do we supplement that? How do we, really give them an experience and kind of build upon it, looking at building up our sports books, be more of a sports bar. It's a sports town. People still very much want to come in and watch a game, and we're hopeful that they'll place a wager as well.
Right. And then your approach, it's not legal yet, but there's certainly been discussions about iGaming. How have you all maybe looked at the lead up for that?
So we're always thinking of what can we do to best prepare for that. We know that it's coming at some point. If it's not this year, it's going to be in the next couple of years. So, we've tried to focus in on the customer experience. We are building up our customer service program again, making sure that people want to come onto our properties. And it's funny, I went to a conference in Saratoga a couple of years ago. I know we were talking about Saratoga, and they had a question and answer portion, and there was a young man. He was probably 22 years old, and he stood up and he said, my generation was born on an iPad. Like, our parents just threw iPads at us to keep us busy so they could take a shower or do some dishes or make a meal. And he's like, I'm kind of sick of iPads. I want the experience. The first time I walked into a casino and I saw all the people, all the excitement, like, I wanted to be a part of that. So, there's different modes of thinking on where iGaming will go. I think there's certainly the convenience factor of it, right. But how do you tie that into your property to bring them back in the door?
Adam Greenblatt in the first panel today talked about, there was a discussion about AI in their predictions, and he was saying that the online and the retail and the hotels and the concerts, all of that provides the operators with this huge vat of data that can certainly be managed a lot easier these days with AI, and bubble up personalization. And it just feels like there's a lot of opportunity for that retail and online omni-channel. I mean, everybody talks about it, but it certainly seems like it's a little maybe a little closer than we expect, and that personalization is probably what's going to separate a lot of people out there in the market, who's good and who's not good, and it's probably going to be, do I feel like that brand is speaking directly to me?
Yeah, I think really focusing on our player, knowing our customers. There's a ton of data out there and analytics, but it's really how we use it to the best of our advantage to really promote our what we have, all the offerings we have, and all the non-gaming space is great too. People want to come in and have an experience. We certainly want to bring them on property, keep them there as long as we can, and just provide them with an assortment of things to do while they're there. Certainly gaming is going to be our primary focus, but we want to understand our customers and really know what they want. Conduct a lot of surveys to see, what we think about what our customers want and what our customers actually want might be two different things. So making sure that we're really in tune with that so that we're making the best decisions.
Yeah, right on. I think I recently saw a stat that was done by the casino for casino patrons, and it was like 66% of people come to casinos for everything other than gaming. So it's the dinners, it's the entertainment, and if you don't understand that as an operator, you're missing the boat. Like get everybody there. It's a great place to go. It's a good night out. It's a date night or whatever. Or take the significant other. But it's not always about the slot machines or the table games.
Right. We do want to focus on that, but
no, of course we have That's right. Yeah, they'll get there though. They'll get there. That's exactly right.
The experience is really where we're heading with it, and I know we talked about how we're changing our organization over. We have 3 properties that I've mentioned, and we've always had 3 different identities, which we really like to have. But there's so many efficiencies and things that we can do to streamline our operations. So we have gone through a major reorganization in the past 18 months that we've been talking about. We've created these centers of excellence. So instead of just focusing on each property, we have a pillar of food and beverage, we have a pillar for gaming, and we have a pillar for resorts, so that we can really get people laser focused on those areas and make them, the improvements that we need and the efficiencies to make it great for the whole organization, not just one single property.
So talk to me about culture. Drucker says that culture eats strategy for breakfast. Tell me about that in your organization, and also as the chief operations officer, you're probably driving culture. How do you do that?
Trying. It's very hard. But I think, I spend a lot of my time going to each property, meeting with all of my operations teams, really getting to know them. I mean, the first probably 6 months I went to each property and asked to meet with each of them, a lot of my direct reports and then some beneath them. And I said, just tell me your story. I want to know you. I want to know what you do, but I need to know how to communicate with you. I need to know the best way to interact with you. I need to be able to understand you as a person to help our organization be the best that it can. And I feel like they really appreciated that, and I don't know that anybody in the past had actually done that before, to give them a sounding board and to say, hey, look, I'm here. I have an open door policy. If you have a problem, come to me. Let's talk about it. Let me see what I can do. Let me see if I can advocate for you, but I need to understand all of it first. So it's been a changeover of our culture. We've had a lot of different people leading the organization over our 25 history. We've had people from, New Jersey and California and all across the industry, which has been great experience that we needed to get started. But now we also have more homegrown, local, internal staff that have been there for over the past 20 years.
Yeah, you were saying in the restructure, you've got the 3 pillars, and those 3 people have been there for decades.
We have 3 day one employees that we recently promoted as our vice president of operations on each of our properties. And they are just thrilled. I think when we announced that, there were so many people within the organization that were thrilled because they had seen them as a day one employee work from literally the front lines all the way to the top. And I think it sends a good message to the organization that if you can see these people do that, it could be anyone. It could be any one of you. So, do the right things, work hard, find what you can, improve on and develop your skill base, basically.
Yeah. And so you were appointed Chief Operations Officer about a year ago. In the lead up to that appointment, and maybe when you started at Seneca, just what were influences, what were things that you looked at? Not everybody gets to be Chief Operations Officer. So you must have been doing some things right, and maybe you can just share, your experiences and just the way you were treating people, the way you operated. You had a legal background, which is useful certainly in the legal and regulatory perspective. But what did that look like? And what tools did you start with, and what tools did you build in those 13 years before you were appointed?
I guess I like to describe myself as an introverted extrovert, and some people can relate to that. There's certainly times when I am just out there talking with everybody, but then there's times when I just need to go back to the desk and shut it down and really dig in on some things and turn my music on. But I think that that's kind of one of the things that helped me. I was a very, very active listener. I think everybody has a voice, and you need to know when to stop talking and listen, and really truly try to understand, maybe what their concerns are, what they're looking for. And then on the flip side of that, you need to be able to talk about it in a simplified manner and really boil it down so that other people around you can understand it. So I guess, my training, my background of being an advocate for not only people but for issues is really probably the single biggest thing that helped me get to this part.
Right. And then were there people that you remember and you think to yourself, oh, that person was such a good influence for me as a leader? Like I look back in my life, and there was Captain Smith. I was stationed at Fort Hood, Texas. And I remember Captain Smith so well, because that guy, at the time I just thought, this guy is so zipped up. He knows how to relate to me, knows how to relate to all of these people. He motivates us to do the right things. Do you have those people?
I have tons of those people. I was fortunate to be on a lot of different sports teams growing up.
Okay,
and
yes.
So I had a lot of coaches that were fantastic. I did internships in Washington, D.C., and had some really just great people that were willing to help. And that's what you really need as you're building through your career, is just stop with the competition sometimes, right? Sometimes you just need that support group that'll build you up, and I feel like those people have been so important in helping shape my career that I feel like it's important to give back. And so that's why my whole process is to give everyone an opportunity to tell me their story and what do they want, where do they want to be, how can I help you get there?
Yeah.
And I think as an organization, we're better off by asking those questions of our team to help the organization as a whole, but also asking our customers that too.
Yeah. Coach, teach, mentor, not just staff, but everybody.
And I think just as on that same line of thinking, the good coaches are the mentors, the good coach, those are the ones that are important because they're memorable, but you also learn things from the bad ones.
Oh, yeah.
And you learn what not to do. So
Plenty of that.
Plenty
in my
of
life.
those.
Yeah. That's exactly right. I think we've all been down that path. If we could let's just talk a little bit about this transition to your sports betting and now iGaming, and it sounds like you're very clear about what is core to Seneca. Mm-hmm. When you deal with suppliers, because you can't do everything yourself, what is your approach? How do you look at those relationships or those suppliers? What are some of the things that you're looking for as you're trying to grow your bottom line?
Yeah, I mean, we have a very difficult procurement process that we're trying very hard to comply with. But in terms of suppliers that approach us, it's all about relationship building, and how are we going to have trust with that person? I think that there's a lot coming at us where suppliers will come up and they'll want the one-off hit. Meet with me tomorrow. I don't know you. I'm sure you're a great person, but there's only so much time in a day, and I can only focus on so many things, and that might not be the best path or the best use of my time right now.
Right.
Whereas there's others that might, just want to get to know you, want to get to know your business, start establishing a better relationship path, and it's not as pressure-filled to say, I want you to use my product tomorrow, because that's just, with our system, it's not going to happen when we have this difficult procurement process that we have to follow.
Yeah, that's right. Also, you got to go talk to the Gambling Commission and get their approval.
Yep.
Yeah.
And our board and our council.
Yeah,
A lot of hurdles that we have to be rock solid on, making sure when we're selling that to get approvals and buy off that we really do believe in it, and culture is part of it.
Yeah, that's right. That's really interesting. Okay, so let's do this. You've got $1 that you're going to spend. What are those things that you're spending that $1 on right now? And then here, just in a little bit, we're going to talk about what does 5 years from now look like.
Yeah, right now we are really investing in our team members.
Yeah.
Making sure that culture is just so strong, but we're also investing in our properties. As I mentioned, we're going into year 25, and some of the property areas are tired and need some tender loving care. So we've gone through a 5-year master planning process, and we are just about to finish one renovation at our property in Allegheny.
Yep.
Our cafe has not been touched in almost 20 years, and it was in dire need of it. We're going to be heading into buffet renovations after that. We're looking at each property, and just having 3 locations is kind of a challenge in itself, because we want to do everything all at once. We want to, we look at Turning Stone just down the road from us, and everything is there. They have 3 towers, but they're all on one footprint.
Yeah.
We're at a little bit of a disadvantage in the fact that we are kind of separated 30 to 45 minutes apart from each of our property. We do have a golf course, which is fantastic, but it's 10 miles north. If all of those were on one footprint, it'd be a little different story, but we're making it very thoughtful in terms of which property, which project, how do we make the best experience for our customers coming in there and giving them something that they want. So
That's right.
We're excited that we'll be announcing some more projects that we'll be doing later this year and next year.
Yeah.
And they're going to be transformative. It's going to make
So
the
you bring in the
property
new
so much
team, and
better.
you've got to put them straight to work. I mean, you got to perform.
Yep.
And it's also interesting the whole retention and maybe spending money on existing customers. Like, it's so expensive to find a new customer, new patron, get a new loyalty sign up. If you can just keep the ones that you've got and they're happy and they're not going to your, then
not going down the road, not going elsewhere.
way easier operation. Yeah. Okay, so let's fast forward. You're in New York, 5 years from right now. Tell me a little bit about what your operation looks like.
Well, I think, in the next 5 years, we will have iGaming in New York State. So our properties will have a lot of investment in them, and we'll make it so much more exciting for the customer, really focus in on creating the experience. And, we'll probably have to go towards iGaming as well, but it's going to be more like our sports betting has been, as an amenity to try to attract those customers to come in and give them exactly what they're looking for.
Yeah. That's all we've got.
All right.
I appreciate Kim. Can everybody give her a round of applause?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kim's going to be over in she'll be walking around, so by all means, flag her down and have a conversation with her. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. I have an announcement to make. I have decided I will quit my daytime job, meaning that I'm not going to be a public speaker after this session. I realized that on the airplane from Scandinavia to here. And now you're going, oh no, Alex, we want you to keep on public speaking, talking, blah, blah, blah. I can see it on your faces. Now, kidding aside, I said that, you know what? I want to go into the game, not like the sports industry. I want to become not a golfer because I think it's too hard. So my reach now is that I want to become a professional basketball player playing here in the States for the NBA. Thank you for the support. So the next session now, we're going to go in depth. We're going to become a little more intimate. We're going to have good conversations. And hopefully one of these gentlemen will give me the guidance that I need, and hopefully some of you that seek out in professional basketball. But the insights now, I want you to bring out a big warm welcome, and hopefully he will give me the thing that I need. On stage now, we're going to have this next session moderated by no other than Robert Davidman, which is the CEO of World Series of golf, but also Antonio Davis, CEO and President, National Retired Basketball Player Association. Give it up for them. Round of applause.
Hey.
Oh, man.
All right.
Beautiful.
So, all right, for the next 22 minutes, we're going to have a conversation that kind of sits at the intersection of pro sports, integrity, and the relationship that athletes have with our industry here, the gaming industry. So, my guest here today has spent 13 years in the NBA playing for the Pacers, the Raptors, the Bulls, my New York Knicks.
Yes, yes.
You were an MVP in 2001.
Yeah.
Okay, but over your career, you've built a reputation as one of the league's most respected leaders, both on and off the court. And you've carried yourself as a consummate professional. But what's really interesting about our guest today is what he's done after the game. And today you're serving as president and CEO of Legends of Basketball, formerly the National Basketball Retired Players Association.
Yes, sir.
Where you advocate for the health and financial security and long-term success of NBA players. And you're also working on a bunch of other projects, including you and I are executive producers of a TV show coming out called The City Is Mine. So
yes, sir.
Make sure you stay tuned for that. But today our conversation isn't about highlights and nostalgia. It's really to give everyone here sort of a behind-the-scenes look of what it's like, the realities of being a professional athlete, and how players view the growing role of sports betting, and how former athletes can responsibly engage with operators. So please help me welcome Antonio Davis. So, Antonio.
Yes.
All right. Most people see athletes on TV during the game.
Mm-hmm.
But what people in this room don't know is what the day-to-day reality is of being a pro athlete. So, what's something like for an NBA player, both, the pressure, the prep, the travel, right? The fans don't really understand this. Tell us a little bit about that.
Well, first of all, thanks for having me. I am so honored to be here. I got here early this morning, extremely excited about that. And all the stuff that I'm learning is blowing me away. So I think what people fail to realize is like the human side of professional athletes. I can remember early on in my career, all in that first 18 months, I got married, I had kids, I bought my first house, like all this stuff was going on. I'm trying to stay on the team after being overseas for 3 years. So there's mother-in-law and father-in-law, there's all these other things that are going on. And a lot of that you're just trying to juggle because I know back then we were practicing 2-3 hours a day. They don't do that today, but we were practicing 2-3 hours a day, which means most of the time I got to the gym about an hour before that. And then I'm getting treatment after and lifting weights after. So my typical day was an 8-hour day between driving to the gym, being at the gym, lifting weights and doing all the other stuff, watching game film and all this. I had 8-hour days just like a normal person would.
Sounds like a real life.
Hey, and then picking the kids up from school and doing all those things that you would normally do on top of anything that your agent or financial planner or any of that you were doing. But I think I want to say that one of the biggest misconceptions is that you got all this free time and there's no stress off the court, right? Like I had to watch what I was eating. I had to, make sure that I got rest and all this other stuff and still try to enjoy this experience of being in the NBA, which was tough most times.
What's interesting, talk about, playing at that level, the mental side of it. Talk a little bit about the mental discipline that's required when you're performing at that high of a level.
It's crazy. I think when you think about the mental side, and everybody know the late Kobe Bryant, right? Like, there are guys out there who have the mental capacity to want to be in that situation where everything's on the line, and mentally they're prepared to do it. And then there's people who are looking down at those people like, I got to give it to me. To me, what separates the Hall of Famers and the great players and all of that, some of it is physical skill, but most of it is our mentality, right? Like I said, I may have spent 8 hours in a day, but not every NBA player will spend 8 hours in a day. And I may spend 8, and a guy like Kobe or some of the other greats are spending 10 because they're getting home and they're watching film at night. They're doing all kind of other stuff along with taking care of their bodies. So I know the one thing that I realized early on is, especially playing in those big game situations, down 2 points, it's playoffs, it's an eliminating game. I didn't want the ball. Like, my hands wouldn't even allow me to kind of grab the ball, where you got a Reggie Miller and some of the other ones are like, give me the ball, give me the ball, give me the ball. And I'm like, it's just a different level of mentality that you have to have. And some of that, you can't practice for it, you can't whatever. Sometimes you either have it or you don't.
It's a lot of pressure.
Oh, yeah.
So,
needless to say.
So I want to ask a question that I'm sure is on the minds of a lot of people. Recently there's been a lot of headlines in the news, involving athletes across different leagues. But the reality is 99.9% of the athletes have integrity and really have integrity for the game that they love. Could you talk a little bit as a former player and also as, somebody that has been in the big leagues? What do you think about that, and what does that really mean?
It's crazy now to fathom a situation where anybody that I played with during the time that I played wouldn't go out and try to win the game at all costs. If you listen to a lot of the players in my era watch the game now, it's almost like we don't like the game because we don't feel like we a lot of times can determine the outcome. There's no way I would allow somebody to run through the paint without tapping them a little bit. I wouldn't do it, right? And so to think that there was a situation where any player was accused of not going out and doing everything that he can to win, it's like, it just blows my mind. I couldn't fathom that. Although we're all human beings. Again, getting back to that human side, I'm sure that it may have been discussed or thought about or something like that, but I just couldn't imagine it happening, right? Just because of our love for the game, the respect that I had for all the guys that I played against. And when I say respect, it's showing up and being my best self every single night and bringing everything that I had to that game. And not only on that to the guys that I played against, but every fan who bought a ticket, every person who was watching on TV, my family and everybody. Like, all of that meant the world to me, as I know it meant to every guy that I played against and played with.
Very interesting. I mean, you put in a lot and you gave your all 8 hours a day, every day of the week, right? And then the game ends. So talk a little bit about, the biggest challenges that athletes face once that regimen ends. Like, what do they do? What's the transition like? Talk about yourself personally and then what others are facing.
Yeah, it's So a while ago, I was hired by the National Basketball Players Association, which is our union, and my sole job was to create a program to help players transition out. And the interesting part of that is some years before, as I'm transitioning out, I had a lot of personal experiences. And the one thing that I quickly realized was, like, you feel this sense of loss, right? I had been playing basketball since I was 10, 11 years old, junior high, when I got cut my ninth grade team, which I still got a couple words for that guy. But high school, junior high, and then a skinny little kid from Oakland, California, having the opportunity to play for the great Don Haskins of Texas at El Paso, Texas Western, first team to start all 5 black players in the NCAA. I go on to go to Italy, and I play in Greece, and I do all these wonderful things. And then one day you tell me that I can't do that no more. And so with that sense of loss come kind of rediscovery, right? And I struggled with that. Like, I would literally find myself at times crying for no reason, not knowing why, not knowing any of that. So luckily I was open to therapy, and I had a lot to talk about after my 4-point play issue against the Knicks, which we don't want to talk about. But again, with that awareness, allowed me to imagine myself in a different way, as being a dad, as being a pillar in the community, as being someone who could assist and help others, as I've always done, because I've been a part of the union since I played. And then again, the human side, when I talk about being a parent, I had twins that I was able to literally spend more time than I knew what I could with them and be a part of their lives. So that journey for me was one where I had an opportunity to pivot and rethink about my life in different ways. But a lot of us, it takes longer periods of time. It takes more therapy. It takes more opportunity. And it doesn't happen that smoothly to everybody. And I think, and imagine it in this different way. So a lot of our Hall of Famer guys, whether it's, Magic Johnson or any of the guys who retired at a high level of play, they will have more opportunity to go and get in different rooms and get in different spaces and reimagine their lives. But we're talking about the 10% of the 450 that are playing in a year. So what about the other 400 guys, right? We don't get the opportunity to reimagine. We almost have to recreate a life for us outside of taking that ball away from me and having me do something different. But it's all something that we have to go through and we have to do.
So how are you helping players find their second careers?
So now I'm the CEO of what's called the Legends of Basketball. Literally, we were the National Retired Basketball Players Association. And the way to imagine that is, 1992, we had our founders, 5, to me, prolific Hall of Fame guys, 3 of 5, I guess, and Dave DeBuscher, Dave Bing, Archie Clark, Oscar Robinson, and they wanted to create a situation because back then most guys were playing and had 9 to 5 jobs. Yeah. Like they weren't, unless you were a superstar, you could not have another job. So their thing was to create this association where we can help each other with that transition and hopefully get back to a healthy, financially more independent way of being after we finish playing. So now we provide services, we provide opportunities to connect. I've only been in this role a year, And it's been incredible that I have an opportunity to engage with so many legends who, are just being normal now, living life. Some retired, some still active, some still raising their kids that are playing. And we're all just going through these different phases. But I think for most of us, it's about figuring out how do we get back and connect. How do we get in rooms like this and meet people like you to be able to explore different opportunities and different things that we would love to do and love to be involved in? I was incredibly blessed to be introduced to this man and get in this room and learn as much as I've learned in one single day. But I'm almost like, man, I need to call all my buddies up in here and learn all these beautiful things that are going on today.
Well, we were talking about this a little bit. As a retired athlete, there's a lot that about the game that me as a fan won't know, right? As somebody, if I want to go place a bet, sure, I can look at the stats and I can look at everything else, but I don't know what it's like to be on the road for a 6-game road trip and then, on the 7th game, have to go out and play.
Yeah.
And, if you were making a bet, your bet might be completely different than mine.
Yeah, probably.
But you can provide insight to better. So the question really is, how can people in the industry work responsibly with retired players, and what are some of the opportunities? Like if any people here, any operators here wanted to do something with retired players, how could they engage with legends?
It's crazy that we lose a sense of kind of being and belonging, and we're looking for opportunities to learn other things and apply all of this work ethic and perseverance that we had during basketball to master our craft and sink that energy into different areas. And I think the answer to that question would be I would love to sit down and have a conversation. I would love to understand how we can be proponents of that, because at the end of the day, integrity is where we live. Why would I go out and beat my body up for as long as I did and not go out and show fans and anybody alike that I love this game, I love what it's done for me, I'm going to continue to be an ambassador for it. I'm going to continue to get people to understand that integrity is where we stand and where we lie. And at the same time, our world with technology and these brilliant minds around have found ways to, in some ways, make the game a little bit more interesting. Because when I go now, I don't enjoy it all the time, right? Like, I really tune in come playoff time where things are on the line and it's either win or go home or something like that. But in the midst of a regular season, it's tough because I'm just a fan of the game and I'm watching college and pro and this and that, so it gets tough.
It's interesting. Athletes have an enormous influence on fans. And athletes, depending on where they are, right? So an athlete in New York will have an influence on New York fans, whereas maybe somebody in California might not have that same affinity for those athletes, right?
For sure.
So how do you think about balancing that influence with responsibility, especially working with gaming brands?
Hey, to be honest, before I got here as CEO of this association that I'm in charge with, it was having discussions around gambling and sports and things of that nature, because I never want to put myself in a position where I'm not speaking about things that I know. I asked you, like, hey, what is the conversation going to be like? Because it's important to me to be in rooms and being able to communicate those things. And so what I've learned today is that there is a fun and entertaining way to view sports in a different light, right? Like, obviously, like I would never bet on a basketball game, but do I bet on football games? You know, me and my friends, you know, I'm a big Raiders fan, and don't judge me, right? They took them from Oakland and went to Vegas, but it's one of the ways where we can sit down and have some fun and have a little small wager and have, you know, bet on the game. But basketball is different because I do know those things that I know. It wouldn't allow me to feel good about entertaining and sitting there and doing that. So I'll throw that out there.
All right, well, we're nearly at the end. So you've become involved in storytelling and media projects, and obviously we're doing something. So why do you think it's important for athletes to tell their own story rather than letting the media define them?
You know, it's we've had some unfortunate situations since I've been in this job. The hard part for me is that we're losing legends constantly. It's just the evolution of life. And I think about it, when we lose those legends, we lose all the stories. We lose all of their knowledge of the game. And then we don't get to see them in that light anymore. And so I think it's just so important, and we talked about it, launching this situation where legends do get to tell their own homegrown stories. Because although people may know I played for these different teams, you know, they don't know, you know, raised by a single mom, all this other stuff that I had to endure in Oakland, California, with this drug wars going on, being protected by, you know, those same people who was doing bad was protecting me because they wanted me to go to school. And like, nobody would ever be able to hear that story or tell that story but me. So for us to give them an opportunity to do that, man, I feel so blessed to be able to offer that.
Well, this has been awesome.
Man, thanks for having me.
I'm so glad that you came here today.
I appreciate you.
You know, thank you so much for having us.
Thank you.
This is great.
Hello, again. I need help with something. Is that okay with you guys if you do something for me? Because the entire green room backstage thought that I can't do this. So can you just repeat after me, out loud? 405. 405. 405. 405. 405. 405.
Gonna fail.
It's not.
There is no way you were getting a room full of people in New York to do a chant.
I know cringe mode deluxe, but hey, 405, you need to be in this room because at 405 we are giving away one thing that is really cool. It's a signed jersey by Pelé, the great soccer player. So don't lose out. What's next, though?
Up next, a name that probably everybody in this room knows because I feel like he is on anything related to gambling, Chris Grove. He's going to tell us everything about the future of this industry, and that ranges from, I mean, you name it, anything like prediction markets, the gaming industry, gambling, etc. We're going to hear what the next year has in store for us, and he knows how to predict the future way better than this guy does. I'm reading a room of who's going to do a chant.
Right.
Yeah, so the chants are out.
Yeah, give a big
Chris Grove.
Yeah, Chris.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right, who's ready to do some vibe coding? Yeah, well, I'm sorry to disappoint you. That is not what we're going to be doing today. We're going to be jamming a bunch of references to Severance into a presentation about the themes, the trends, and the predictions that are likely to shape our industry and the adjacent industries in the year ahead. Before we get into why gambling is mysterious and important, we'll take a very brief detour talking about me. I am neither mysterious nor all that important, but it is, I think, useful to understand what defines the context that I operate within if I'm going to tell you what I think is likely to happen in the year ahead. So who am I? What do I do in this industry? I work with Eilers and Kraychak Gaming as a consultant. I work with Akias as an investor. And then I'm often an advisor to people who are spending money or building things or doing both. With that out of the way, let's get to it. We are required, I think, legally to talk about AI, at least for some part of this presentation. I would also, Todd, I see you in the room. If someone could just make an MDR-themed slot machine, I feel like that would be a massive hit based on the reaction of the people in this room for at least 5% of the audience. That's who the audience for the MDR-inspired slot machine would be. So let's talk first about how mainstream AI adoption is likely to change typical consumer expectations and behavior. We spend a lot of time talking about the impact that AI is going to have operationally inside of companies. I think it's equally, if not more important, to talk about how it is going to reshape the cognitive context that consumers approach our products with. So today, how are expectations changing in the present tense? We do see mainstream consumers expecting always-on customer service, and many of them are learning about gambling more broadly, and your brand specifically, through the entry point of a conversation with AI. You're also seeing more consumers engage in bonus abuse, game exploitation, and other forms of light fraud that maybe weren't as scaled today or 6 months ago as they are today. In terms of next quarter, where are we going to see this evolution head? Mainstream consumers are going to increasingly start speaking in prompts, much in the way that using Google reshaped the language of how consumers interacted with products online. You're going to see the recontextualization of consumers using more prompts to acquire information as a shaping force for how they interact with you as a brand. I think you're also going to see consumers rely on AI for not just part of the conversion journey, but the entire conversion journey, raising the stakes for your involvement in AI across that conversion journey. And finally, I think you're going to see a real devaluation from the consumer perspective of UX or UI that either lacks AI or just does a head nod, sort of fakes AI. I think that's going to start to become a deeply negative signal for consumers. And then in terms of next year, you can expect a quantum leap on this front. I think consumers are going to start to expect on-command capabilities on your platform that are driven by natural language requests. I think they're going to expect to see more personalization and more dynamic qualities across more of the product set. And importantly, I do think you're going to start to see more consumers move in the direction of preferring and then expecting voice-based functions, which is not really a significant part of the ecosystem today. Another topic that I think is critical that really interweaves with the AI topic is how the barriers to entry for new operators into gambling on the digital front are just collapsing. I'm going to offer just a few examples of some of the critical barriers that are getting increasingly cheaper and easier at a breathtaking rate. Not a slow and steady rate, but a hare rate, not a tortoise rate, thanks at least in part to AI. That's the platform, so the development, the upkeep, the expansion. That's user targeting in terms of the necessary budget to go out and acquire audiences and the efficiency with which you can acquire those audiences. That's payments in terms of the payment rails that they'll be utilizing and anti-fraud tools. There's also content in terms of the cost of developing content, the risk of investing in new content, and the complexity and ability to deploy. What it all equates to is an environment where launching an online casino has never been, ever been, at any point in my life and my career, has never been cheaper, easier, or faster. That's a tectonic shift that we're just starting to grapple with the implications of. It's not just limited to the operator side. The barriers to entry for suppliers are collapsing as well, maybe weakening at this point a little more than collapsing, but the same basic trajectory. It's AI again. Many of the things that suppliers build or do can be built or done faster and cheaper now than if you were starting in 2005 or 2015 or even 2020. There's a twist, there's another dynamic in this conversation, and it's that operators are looking to protect their margin, as we're seeing, especially in the US, but not limited to the US, increased tax and regulatory burdens being put upon operators, and in-housing the suppliers that are current, or the services that are currently offered by suppliers today, is one of the most effective and one of the most arm's length ways for operators to pull back margin. The break-even point on that analysis is drawing closer. That's the takeaway here. There is definitely a superiority for the one-to-many model for some components of the supplier ecosystem. Payments is a great example. But if you are a supplier, it is imperative that you get better and cheaper if you want to keep that math, if you want to keep that equation in your favor in the head of the operator. This next section is predictable. Thank you. Prediction market regulatory outlook. It won't be boring. Whatever it is, I promise you, it will not be boring. First thing I think we'll see in the next couple of weeks, probably more weeks than months, is new rules from the CFTC. Commissioner Seelig has already indicated as much. Where should you expect these to focus if you're looking to handicap what these are likely to look like? And in this order, I think they're going to be focused on satisfying the demands of professional sports leagues. Those are the key stakeholders that prediction markets are looking to get on side right now. So I'd expect any rules that get proposed to be largely shaped as a function of what the leagues are expecting from this product or demanding from this product. I also think you'll see basic consumer protections in there and also integrity. And again, the order is intentional and important and how you're likely to see that waterfall go. Beyond the US, there's a whole world out there, even though most of it seems to be on fire right now. Even as the US remains a priority for prediction market operators, we are seeing them in real time attempt to lay track for sustainable operations in jurisdictions outside of the US. I don't think this is going to be a situation where they're going to be content to focus on the US until it is settled. I think they are going to attempt to run full speed in multiple directions simultaneously, which usually only works in a Looney Tunes cartoon, or if you have an infinite bucket of venture and institutional money. There's a search for a third way here that is interesting and worth keeping an eye on. If I am a prediction market operator, which I'm not, to be clear, I am very interested in the development and the securing of a new type of license. I do not want to be regulated as a gambling entity. I am comfortable being regulated as a financial services provider, but I would like a third way in between those two that explicitly identifies me as a unique form of operator. Because with that third way, I now have a template, a license that may be portable to other jurisdictions. I can explain who I am, what I am, and where I should fit in a regulatory structure in a far more coherent and hopefully persuasive way. One of the battles to keep an eye on if you're trying to figure out who is going to win in all of this from a direct-to-consumer brand perspective, one of the battles that you want to keep an eye on is who is winning the battle for ubiquity. Who is becoming the noun or the verb for this activity of placing a trade on a prediction market? There is a need for new language. When we get these new concepts, new language tends to accompany it. I'm going to call an Uber. Let me Google that for you, right? But we don't actually have a noun or a verb for what a prediction market represents, at least not yet. We will need this language because prediction markets do fit pretty cleanly into culture. The odds of something happening, a chart that shows the dynamic probability that something might happen, these are very familiar formats to us. They fit into media, they fit into social, they fit into just casual conversations. So there is going to be that force for language to emerge, a shorthand to emerge to describe what we're talking about when we talk about these things to each other. Ubiquity critically is going to be both earned and bought. So you are going to see major prediction markets aggressively pursue partnerships that emphasize that organic functional integration. You're already seeing this with CNN, MSNBC, and also memetics, right? Where you have influencers, where you have people who are shaping the culture and the language that the culture uses, saying things like, check the poly market or check the Kalshi. When you see the needle moving in one direction or another on this battle, that's a great leading indicator of who is actually winning the on-the-ground battle for consumers and who they view as the default for interacting with this product. A couple of prediction market product trends. I think incentives will mostly drive the outcomes. Margin matters. Margin matters in every product. It matters in this one as well. So more parlays, more entertainment value, more of anything that pushes the core prediction market product in the direction of profitability and away from the territory of being a commodity is likely to be the defining trend of 2026 from a product perspective. I think operators are also going to be looking at whether or not a product can go viral. This is one of the understated, underappreciated benefits of prediction markets. Many of these markets are just self-perpetuating viral marketing machines. The existence of the product itself becomes discussion worthy. Will Jesus Christ return in 2026? I don't know, but there's a market for it. And it's also interesting to compare the chances of that market to the chances of Tesla meeting its ship share in Q4. So this construct of whether or not a market or a product can go viral is also going to drive product. Regulatory optics are going to act as some sort of a throttle here. There is still a sense that there's a fragility to this product, and there are still stakeholders that prediction markets are looking to pull on side. So it won't be a total go for broke mentality, but it will approach that pretty quickly. What I think we'll also see come in 2026 is what I call the prediction market game layer. We start with the underlying exchange on this side. They operate the exchange, they list, they clear, they settle the markets. It's the architecture for integration. It's the compliance layer. Then we've got the game layer on this side. These are third parties that are basically building things on top of that exchange, kind of similar to the App Store in many ways. These will be gamified markets. Think about bingo cards versus the 2-box-in-a-box vanilla prediction market. These will be interesting game systems like progression and progressives that get layered on top. There'll be some games that are powered by but visually distinct from the underlying markets. And these are also all products that'll be interesting because they create the space for the insertion of additional margin, which is critical for the long-term health, viability, and sustainability. And the thing that passes between the two of them is actually pretty simple. It's just the data about the underlying market that provides the plumbing for the product on the game layer side. The way to think about the underlying exchange is basically as that, an enabling layer, like the App Store or Shopify, I think is another relevant metaphor here. So you think about what you could build on top of that foundation, especially as that cost of building the initial product and iterating that product drops. Let's go with a lightning round. I was told confetti cannons would go off when I said lightning round, but apparently Pierre doesn't have the budget for confetti cannons. It's disappointing. Confetti cannons are exciting. I think we can all agree that almost any situation would be improved by the presence of an on-demand confetti. I was really promised that the confetti cannons, that first thing was a bit, and then it doesn't matter. Let's talk about some M&A themes that could catch on in 2026. You are going to see, I believe, a continuing trend of global suppliers looking to accelerate that consolidation in order to maintain pricing power with operators because they are vulnerable there, and also to ward off operator attempts to encroach upon supplier territory. One of the best ways to do that is just to get so big, and as you get big, increase your ability to sell more products into the operator and reduce the friction involved in the operator taking those products, which then also decreases the incentive for the operator to just do it themselves. I think you're going to see prediction market operators in-housing critical functions. They have equity to play with. They have just jaw-dropping, eye-watering valuations. Right? Wall Street Journal reporting a couple of days ago that both Kalshi and Poly are out at $20 billion valuations for their next fundraise. That is valuable equity to play with, and in-housing critical supply can provide competitive differentiation. It can also accelerate the development of some of the fundamental things that these guys still need to get right. These products are interesting, they're intriguing, they're not good, right? They are not yet good relative to the things that they compete against. M&A is a way that they can get good quicker. I do think you're going to see U.S. regulated gambling operators start to look abroad to find scale and growth for their digital businesses. I think you've heard this reflected in the commentary and just the actions of some operators. This is something that Rush Street was ahead of the curve on, recognizing that they only have so much control over the ability to expand the map in the U.S. And so if they want to guarantee their ability to continue to find organic growth, they're going to have to look outside of the four walls plus Alaska, which is like 4 different walls, but still sort of within the 4 walls of the US. Next thing I want to talk about is the end of the gray market era. And I'm just going to be honest with you. I started to draft a slide on the gray market topic, but really, if you're interested in it, I would just encourage you to follow my colleague, Alan Bowden, on LinkedIn. Alan talks about this in a way that's far more intelligent, far more in-depth, far more useful than I ever could. So that's Bowden on LinkedIn. We can move on to the next slide. I should just do that for every slide. Really, this should just be a presentation where I say, here are 8 topics that really matter. I'm wholly unqualified to talk about any of them. So on each slide, I'm just going to identify someone who I think is supremely qualified to talk about them. Alan actually would be a number of those slides, if I'm being honest with myself. Plus, he says everything in this sort of like British Welsh accent that just makes it more credible, although maybe that doesn't come through on LinkedIn. I'm unsure. He should start a podcast. Operators will push ever further into game development. Like this one is, I think, a no-brainer. So it's more just a question of how quickly is it going to happen, how aggressively are operators going to make this move. The original content just provides an operator with so much high leverage potential. There's a force multiplier for everything else they do, right? Competitive differentiation. So on the first look from consumers, I have these games and my competitors do not. They're marketing hooks. It's another reason to speak to consumers, another reason to speak to consumers about a specific interest they might have. They're activity catalysts. You can build your promotional calendar around them. And of course, you're getting the margin expansion of not having to pay a supplier the rates that you would have to pay, especially for a hit game. I think because AI is going to reduce the cost, complexity, and in doing so, reduce the risk of developing and deploying that in-house content, you're also going to see that as a really significant accelerant. And whether or not it actually is, I think there's going to be, especially for the publicly traded companies, this perception that AI makes it easier. And therefore, if you as an operator are not doing it, that you are missing out. So I think there's a self-fulfilling quality to this. Easy to learn, lifetime to master. Games are shockingly difficult to make. And I'm not sure that that is a challenge that Claude or ChatGPT or certainly not Perplexity. My God, does anyone still use Perplexity? Sorry, it's just funny to me how these sort of rise and fall so quickly. It feels almost impossible to keep. All of this makes me feel old, just like distinctly and undeniably old. I'll close out with this one. Gambling roguelikes are a category to watch. Rogue what's now? So roguelikes are a video game genre. I want to stress video game, not real money gaming, not sweepstakes, for the love of God, defined by procedurally generated levels and run-based gameplay. These are games you buy in the App Store. There is an inherent overlap between roguelikes and gambling. There's a strong RNG element. There's intermittent rewards, and there's a system of progression that underpins both categories. A lot of signs of success in that space of crossover as well. How many people in here have ever heard of Balatro? That is a small number. All of you, well, not all of you, 73% of you should go home and download Balatro and play it. Created by a solo developer, sold over 5 million copies in 2025. Multiple Game of the Year awards, and that's a poker-infused roguelike. There's a slot-infused roguelike called Clover Pit. Has anyone in here ever played Clover Pit? Just me and you, Matt, of course. I thought it was going to be a stranger who raised their hand, but we just finished a project about Clover Pit, so not surprising that you played it. This is a genre you should be familiar with because it will give you a window into how the core mechanics of gambling are resonating with audiences that don't think what they're doing is engaging with gambling at all. There's a lot of ways for you to play as stakeholders. You can take simple inspiration here. You can get a new adjacent product line, or this could even be the thing that creates the new Crash game. Right? The new iterative format that's unexpected, that's unanticipated for both operators and suppliers. Last thing that I'm going to close with is there's more low-hanging fruit than you think. Go back and listen to Spotify's earnings call. They talked recently about how Wrapped delivered massive MAU growth for them. Wrapped is an at-scale feature that's already 11 years old. It's not a hidden gem. Spotify's been promoting it for years. It's also not a slow burn feature that requires a lot of intense user education. It's a shareable year-end list of the music that you listen to. The takeaway is there's going from strength to strength is never a bad place to start when you're looking for opportunities to grow or improve, especially in times of deep mystery and uncertainty. Thank you to our headline sponsor, SoftBet. Thank you to the Next team, and of course, most importantly, thanks to all of you. There are so many ways you could be spending your time, and I appreciate you choosing to spend it with me. Thanks.
All right. Whew. It's getting, we're getting at that time, right?
Yeah, we're getting to that time. What
Getting
was
to
it, 4:05?
Yeah, I know it was 4:05. You don't have to, I kind of had the walk of shame back in the green room. So, but it's okay, guys. You did your best. All right, what's next? What's on the stage coming up right now?
What's crazy is, back in the COVID days, which you don't live in America, so you wouldn't know this per se, but in the COVID days when we were all bored and there was no sports to really bet on, we ended up with table tennis and darts, and that was a hell of an era. But now what's so cool is outside of the main sports, football, basketball, baseball, soccer, hockey, there are other sports that are emerging in the world that we can not only enjoy by entertainment, but we can bet on.
That is true. So, for instance, in Europe, we're looking at a lot of Formula One. Now, also, we're coming up to bare knuckle fighting. That's a little bit more extreme. But the one that really is close to my heart, curling. That extreme sport.
Woo, woo.
Don't want to brag about the Swedish ladies team in the mixed. It's okay.
You could brag a little. It's okay.
Anyway, so that's why we're now going to listen into what's beyond that, the Big Six. And welcome into the stage, the moderator, Benji Cherniak, Principal, Avenue H Capital. So give it up. A big round of applause for the next panel.
Excellent. Here's some water for you. Thank you guys for that intro. Thank you all for joining us. And as just alluded to, we're going to be talking a little bit today about some of the emerging sports within the sports vertical. As discussed, we're all familiar with the Big Six in North America, familiar with some of the international global sports. And, today we're going to take a step back and talk about some of the emerging sports, both from a popularity, where the growth opportunities are, and certainly where they fit within the betting ecosystem, where they fit within the investment ecosystem, et cetera. So let's jump into it. I'm going to just really quickly intro the panel. You could look up on LinkedIn as to who they all are. But to my left, I have Steve Serrata, who's a former capital markets guy, is now the chief business officer of BKFC, otherwise known as the Bare Knuckle Fighting Championships, which he'll surely tell us all about momentarily. Mark Wrigley, who's the head of betting for Formula One. I hesitate to call F1 an emerging sport. Certainly it's arrived. It's as popular as anything out there, but from a betting perspective, perhaps still emerging. We'll talk about that momentarily. John Albright, who's an illustrious partner at Relay Ventures, a very well-known investment firm and investor within the sports ecosystem, and certainly familiar with the sports betting ecosystem as well. And Nick Salsky, who many of you know from the gaming world, from the days of the Monkey Night Fight to the days of PointsBet on the operational side. And then he got bored and decided to start a sports league representing the sport of curling, which we'll be hearing all about as well. So guys, welcome. Appreciate you having all of you here. Steve, maybe I'll just start with you and talk a little bit about emerging sports and BKFC in particular, and where you feel it fits within the ecosystem and how you're approaching that sport from a growth perspective.
Sure. Thanks, Benji. Really appreciate being here today. The Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship has been around for only 7 years, although the history of bare knuckle fighting goes back to the 1700s. Bare knuckle fighting is something everyone in the world can understand. There's no wrestling, there's no kicking, there's no hitting a defenseless fighter. It's straight up boxing with no gloves. So we've been around for 7 years. When I started with Dave Feldman 5 years ago or so, we had done a handful of events in places like Biloxi, Mississippi, in front of 500 or 1,000 people. Just most recently, on February 7th, we had 18,000 people at the Xfinity Mobile Center in Philadelphia. We had 3.3 million live viewers and over 100 million social media views. So, you know, I think we can say we've arrived. What I've noticed, you know, from our emerging sport is that we've gone from initially more of a hardcore fan following to a mainstream audience. You know, and along with that brings challenges. Betting, everyone thinks, would be a very simple fit for bare knuckle fighting. 5 action-packed 2-minute rounds. Half of the fights end in a knockout. But it's a challenge. It's a challenge because you're not one of the big sports. You don't get the dedicated time that the big sports get from the betting operators. I was lucky enough early on to meet guys like Eric Frank from IC360 and Todd Ballard from Alt Sports Data, who've helped me build the foundation from which to scale. And that's kind of where we are today. We had FanDuel as our betting partner on February 7th. It went extremely well, and we're looking forward to expanding our role in the betting world.
I think some of that, like Nick, should resonate with you, coming from the world of sports betting and now building out a league into sports. Again, I hesitate to call F1 an emerging sport. I also hesitate to call curling an emerging sport, but maybe give us a bit of the flavor of how you got into this and what made you decide to take this plunge and what it is you're trying to do actually.
Yeah, and I guess the first thing is bare knuckle is from the 17th century. Curling, 1511.
Amazing.
So we're an even sport than bare knuckling.
Older than Formula
There's
One.
numbers right there. No, I mean, like, I'm not a curler. I got into it, as some of you guys know, I've been a gaming operator for pretty much my entire career. And launching the PointsBet brand in Canada, Ontario was going to be the most competitive gaming jurisdiction on planet Earth. And ultimately, to build that brand, we decided on a strategy to kind of tie ourselves to something authentically Canadian. And when you think about Canada from a sports perspective that isn't your kind of core 4 and that isn't super expensive, curling was kind of a natural. So I did it primarily. We did that deal. I got into the sport for ulterior motives, like try and tie our brand to something that's a little bit more trusted and a strong integrity. Because as many of you guys know, the first thing any gaming operator needs to do is convince somebody to put their credit card number in online. So you want to create a level of trust. Curling kind of felt like it was the right play, not to mention it was efficient media. And then I went to my first live curling event, and it kind of blew my mind around the stereotype that I thought curling was and what it actually is, and most importantly, who these incredible athletes are, both male and female. And so that got me really excited. And then from a gaming operator's perspective, candidly, there wasn't a ton of curling gambling. And there still really isn't, because up until recently, there wasn't a live data feed. And as most of you guys know, you can't have gambling unless you have live data. There was some kind of pre-match core market trading out there, but there wasn't any operators that were actually dealing with like a live odds projections or APIs to power that. Similar to BKFC, we partnered with the great folks at Alt as well. And now with our first property was called the Grand Slam of Curling, and then in April we're launching Rock League. And now after the Olympics, which let's face it, we knew curling is always the most watched Winter Olympic sport. And, lucky for us, it also became the most talked about Winter Olympic sport. And people were gambling on it all over the world. The AP put out a story talking about the amount of handle that international operators like Caesars and a bunch of others were picking up. So, really, it's just, let's face it, gambling is an engagement tool for emerging sports. We want more audiences engaging longer. There are revenue opportunities, but I look at gaming as a way to make the sports we love more fun. And at the end of the day, we're in the engagement game.
So John, coming to you here and building upon that, you look at some of these emerging sports, some of the 3 sports we're talking about here, as well as a whole bunch of others, and some of these sports have significant followings, but maybe haven't achieved the monetization that we would have liked to see from a monetization. Like, what are the monetization opportunities for some of the leagues that you're involved in when you look at curling, when you look at BKFC, when you look at the Snow League, et cetera, et cetera?
Yeah, that's a big point. And when we talk about emerging sports too, there's like which ones are emerging and already have a fan base, either locally or nationally or globally, and which ones are actually starting from scratch, like a pickleball or padel, that don't have hundreds of millions of fans around the world. But gambling was an obvious for all of them for revenue generation and fan engagement in the time. And then we as a firm are looking at all the infrastructure companies around that. And F1 would be a difficult one for us, although you're using all sports. But, merchandise, like what are they using for merchandise? All these leagues and the teams, right? So they're not like an NFL team or a basketball team where they have 100 people in tech and they have 100 people in consumer-facing goods and all that sort of thing. So we're trying to put together a collective of companies. Most of them are startups who are servicing the different angles of revenue for these leagues and teams. So we need to create a flywheel, like a data center that's shared by all these teams and leagues. So we want to provide them with all the connected boxes, the gambling, the fan engagement, the merchandise, the ticketing. So some of these leagues, like they have a venue with 3,000 people. They can't afford to use Ticketmaster, right? So they have a ticket that sells between $25 and $50. They can't afford to give $25 to Ticketmaster before they get their net and then their costs to make money in venue, right? So the bare knuckle numbers, like 18,000 people is believable, right? Like it's incredible. And that's major league sport. Like bare knuckles is going into major leagues, obviously, right? Like it's that kind of attendance numbers in a venue is incredible. But most of them it's not. And I don't know your attendance numbers or anything like that. But that's what we want to do. We want to invest in the infrastructure companies that are servicing all these new leagues and sports and connect them through APIs to be able to say to someone that owns F1 or bare knuckle or curling, we'll give you 10 modules. Oh, sorry, you have 2 of them, we'll give you 8. But we don't want to give you 1, and we don't want you to have someone in your company that is in charge of vendor management or supply management saying like, okay, I'm going to have someone over here do this and someone over there do that, and no one's the master of everything. So that's what we're trying to do.
Interesting. Mark, I want to bring it over to you and kind of touch a little bit more upon the betting specifics. And in fairness, you're relatively new to F1 coming over from IMG. But as we alluded to earlier, F1 is anything but an emerging sport. It's arrived, but it still feels to me like on the betting side that it's still early days. And how do you think about that, and how do you approach that in your new role?
Yeah, absolutely. It's it is an emerging sports league in sports betting. It hasn't had the history, it hasn't had the product, really to really be engaging for our quite large fan base. It's 800+ million fans around the world who can't engage how they want to on sports betting. So we have to really take a step back, think about how we wanted to engage in this sector, and took best part of a year to really go back to basics, build out with old sports who we're all working with, about bringing something to life that is much more engaging, using the vast amounts of data that we have as a sport. We've got 700 data points per second coming off the car, and 22 cars going around the track. So it's great having all of that infrastructure, but how do we convert that into a real useful betting proposition? So working with the team at Alt, have spent the last year building that, turning it from what is kind of quite boring betting opportunities on who's going to win the race, who's going to finish on the podium, maybe fastest lap, and that's kind of it, to how do we make it really engaging from lap 1 throughout those kind of maybe quieter sections of the race in the middle, and keep everyone engaged right up until the end of the race, where the most interesting thing might be the battle for 7th. It might be, over these next 5 laps, will there be an overtake? Will there be a pit stop? So it's coming about it in a completely different way, and talked about where I was previously, which is exactly what we did when we looked at the world of golf, for example. So it is about trying to service our fan base and what do they want. They can watch the race in every different angle, but they can't bet on it. So it's really about giving them what they want to really engage with it.
And how do you, I guess 2 questions back to you to follow up on that is, how do you determine what the fans are looking for? Is that in conjunction with the operators telling you what the appetite is? And how do you work with the betting kind of ecosystem at large? Are you planning to try and develop all of these tools in-house? Are you working more with third-party providers? And what are some of the challenges inherent with that?
Yeah, so I mean, on the first question, we surveyed our fans and how they wanted to engage with it. They showed a higher propensity to want to bet. and how they wanted to bet during the races and keeping them entertained that way. We actually brought a load of traders together from all different tier 1 operators to kind of tell them what they would want and what they want to see and what they want to build. What we didn't want to do is build a white elephant that we couldn't go and service the market with. So we've been working with the industry, and we're approaching it very much from a partnership approach, us, Alt, and the operators all together, all trying to solve this collectively.
How do you know what your fans want? Like, how do you know what type of bets they want to make, or how many of them want to make a bet, and what the average bet size is? Like,
so we did some pretty extensive surveying with our...
A survey with your fans based on ticketing?
No, we had direct conversations with them. We have fan service groups in-house that we could speak directly to them. So it...
what was the feedback? Like, out of the population, 80% want to bet, or 60 or 50?
So again, a huge diverse fan base, and Formula One has been spending years trying to build a younger, more diverse, more female fan base as well. So it wasn't as high as 80, but it's still skewed higher than other sports from other surveys. So they still have that interest, and then also what type of betting, rather than just the outcome betting, but those races within the races as well.
Nick, you have probably as much experience on the fantasy and sports betting side as anybody. And as you hear Mark's comments as it relates to F1, how much of that becomes applicable to what you're trying to accomplish with the curling league as you launch a new league and think about the betting ecosystem within it and the data challenges and the like?
I mean, everything, all the experiences of all the different sports, there's always a nugget of correlation there, right? I think the biggest reality that I think emerging leagues need to understand, and I've lived this, and we're probably all dealing with this to a certain degree, is you can finally have a live data feed properly built. You can finally have proper integrity monitoring in place, especially for emerging leagues. I think that's super important because, let's face it, it's in the emerging leagues where the athletes aren't being paid as much as others. I mean, F1 doesn't necessarily have an integrity issue per se, but the biggest challenge that I think emerging leagues are going to have, even if they identify their desire to have gambling, even if they find a partner to actually build a proper live data platform, you still have to convince these operators to spend the amount of development time that's necessary to have that data and those live projections APIs integrated into their backend. Because ultimately, it's not if you build it, they will come. You can't just have data and all of a sudden these operators are going to put up the markets, because they have their pre-existing trading teams that are focused on the core 4, core 5, wherever, depending on where you are in the world. And from a curling perspective, even though what's exciting to me about curling is 75% of all curling games happen before prime time in the North American time zone, meaning at 2 o'clock in the afternoon on a Wednesday, you can bet on like 4th Division Belarus basketball, or you can bet on the world's best curlers. Now, I know what I would prefer to bet on. I like betting on world's best athletes. But at the same time, you still need those operators willing to spend the time from a trading perspective and from a development resource perspective to integrate, because let's face it, there's still a bit of a monopoly as it relates to those universal odds providers. Whether it's Radar or Genius, that's where most operators are getting their data from. So to convince the operators to spend the time to integrate a sport, it's like chicken and egg. It's like, hey, there's going to be a big audience. Trust me. They're like, yeah, I'll focus on basketball.
But the needle has to be moving a little bit. Like, I read some articles during the Olympics of how curling, I read articles with the Caesars traders commenting on how there's enhanced betting action on curling in particular, right?
Oh,
so the
sure.
needle's moving.
It just takes time. I mean, that's all I'm saying. Is like, you got to, like, I'm a bit of an aggressive person. I want it, and I want it now. Like,
you are?
Salt, right?
You are?
For a while. And I've had to learn kind of patience around the realities of being pragmatic, that it's not just all about me and all about curling, right? So to your point, yeah, we've had it's been a great year and a half, or it's been less than 2 years since we took over and bought the Grand Slam of curling. I think with Rock League launching in April, we're pretty excited about it, but let's face it, it's the Olympic moment. A lot of people also talk about how do you educate fans around how they're going to bet on BKFC or how they're going to bet on F1. Same thing with curling. Reality is we just came out of the best education period there has been. It's the Olympics, right? Where curling was watched more during that 2 weeks than it candidly has been in a long time. So now it's about how do you kind of continue that ball rolling, and part of it is still unblocking that kind of water to flow through the operators to the fans. It's not just, it's built, let's bet, you know?
Yeah, Steve, back to you on the betting side. I'd love to get your comments on that because you guys ran a successful event in partnership with one of the bigger books out there. So how do you think about some of those data challenges, and how are you seeing some of these sports books coming around to the sport that you represent?
Yeah, no, and I completely agree with Nick. I think part of the issue for us was also having patience, right? We think it's a great product for betting. Who wouldn't want to bet on, 5 action-packed 2-minute rounds, half of the fights end in a knockout? But it was understanding not necessarily what we wanted or what we thought, but what did the books think? And would they dedicate the time to give us proper merchandising? Would our fans be able to find where to wager? And the first few times we did it, frankly, with DraftKings and a couple of other books, our fans, I'd be at the fights, and they'd be like, where do we wager? And I literally would have to go on my phone and steer through, 14 different pages to find where BKFC could be wagering. Right. So completely agree with Nick. For the emerging sports, that's a big challenge. I would say FanDuel, and I've been speaking with John Sheeran for 2.5 years, and finally gave me a chance, and we performed exceptionally well. Now, it was the night before the Super Bowl. We were also up against a UFC fight night, which we typically wouldn't do. But he was shocked at the results that we had, and we really didn't get much support from them other than good placement. One thing that we did do, which is, again, trying to figure out from our side how we can help the books, right? So we did a live stream on FanDuel's app, and that was differentiated versus a lot of other sports, right? So that was something that helped us, that helped them, and have them now wanting to come back to do more.
It's kind of cool that BKFC went up against UFC on a Friday night or whatever night that it was. In a street fight, I would take the BKFC guys.
100%, all day.
What about, you touched upon the streaming side, and John, I want to bring that to you. As you look at the various emerging sports and distribution, and if we're going to enhance engagement and enhance the wagering within these assets and bring better deliverables, people have to be able to see these games and watch them. So how do you think about that and the viewership opportunities and how these things should be broadcast and or streamed?
That's a real interesting one. So we have made an investment in a streaming company called Home Team Network. They're quite big in the college system in the United States for NCAA sports and baseball and all that. And the universities pay them a fee, and the fans actually subscribe too. But all these emerging sports typically have a large global audience and a small national audience, is what we've found to date. And so they need global distribution. They can't go linear. They can't afford the cost of it, right? So they do need a streaming partner that does provide a high-quality product. It's getting better all the time. It's not as good as a linear broadcaster today, but it is good enough, and I believe that fans will pay for it, no matter what time zone they're in and everything like that. So I think it's a must, right? There's a couple of musts. You need the betting, and I agree. Merchandising by the books is so hard because they're not going to make the revenue off you, and they're not going to make their quarter for years. So when does growth matter to them in other sports? So it's not today, that's for sure. But they're looking and they're smart, but they're not spending on it. So you're not on the landing page. But you need streaming. You need the best athletes in the sport, whatever the emerging sport is. You need the best in the world in it, or we won't touch it. And I don't think anybody else would either. Like, why support a league or a team where you have the bottom 50 players instead of the top 50 players? The fans aren't going to watch it. Like, these are crazy fans that are very individualized on their sport, whether or not it's bare knuckles, F1, curling, padel, pickle, table tennis, whatever they are. Somehow in their life, they became dedicated fans of that sport, and they want all the things that you get with the NBA or the NFL.
And Nick, back to you on that point on the streaming side. Curling is a global sport, and it's not a one-size-fits-all. And you got a new league launching. You got the Canadian, you got the U.S. And how do you think about compartmentalizing the global into one? How do you think about compartmentalizing the streaming within a global global sport?
Yeah, I mean, that's a great question. And I think that when we founded Curling Group, we started building the sport, we were looking at picking and choosing the things that other sports, other emerging leagues and other sports did. And one of the things that we learned very quickly, we knew right away, was one, controlling your own first-party data is freaking massive because it gives you a better brand story to tell to potential sponsors. But the reality is, to your point, I don't think it behooves any emerging league to be beholden to a linear broadcaster or a streaming partner to distribute your content. Because if you have an audience around the world and they can't watch it, what's the fucking point? Excuse my language, right? So one of the very first things that we did right away, and we did partner with Home Team, great company, is we built our own fast channel and OTT platform so we could distribute our content all over the world, but we weren't beholden to having to sell our souls or pay for airtime with linear or streaming commentators. Because to John's point, we knew coming in that curling was big in Canada, but curling is blowing up in Japan. Curling is blowing up in Korea. I'm not sitting here on this stage right now trumpeting curling because I'm Canadian. It just so happens to be the sport that, and the property that we first bought was, we acquired it from a Canadian media company that had the best curling event series in the world, but they never distributed that content outside of Canada because that wasn't their business. Their business was Canada. So when we acquired that property, the very first thing that we did, well, the second thing, the first thing was calling Joe and Todd over at Alt and said, hey, we need a data feed so we can have gambling. Number two was, let's control our own destiny and make sure that the hundreds of millions of fans all over the world could watch it whenever they wanted on any device they wanted, which then dovetails into operators, because one of the things we haven't talked about now or yet is that operators also want to provide as sticky of a product as possible. And one of the things that we've all seen is that if operators can offer live streaming, like a watch and bet experience on their platform, the operators now have opened up another vertical. And so I think the emerging leagues who do control their own media capabilities, I think it behooves them not just to think about the big Apple TVs and DAZNs of the world, but also look at the operators that have real streaming, because that becomes a value proposition that you can deliver to them that could hopefully diffuse a bit of the resource time needed to integrate a data feed.
We're running short on time here, almost into the last minute. I'm going to give maybe the last word, maybe we'll fit one more into Mark. If we fast forward 5 years from now, what does your sport F1 look like from a betting perspective? Where will we be?
Yeah, I mean, our sport is a tech and innovation sport, and we're going to focus on building the most innovative betting product and not using our sport as a billboard for betting brands and operators to then convert them into other things. So it's going to be product-led. It's going to take time. We're all aware of the challenges of integrations and getting the operators invested, but it's going to become part of that ecosystem. We're going to talk to our fans. We already talk to our fans specifically on betting on our web and app. So it's going to become more natural within F1.
Cool. 30 seconds or less, Steve, over to you. How, we talk about the personalities in curling, personalities in bare knuckle fighting. How visible will some of your athletes be if we fast forward 2, 3, 4, 5 years?
Well, I think that's something that Formula One's done exceptionally well, right? If you look at Drive to Survive and what that did for the sport to get eyeballs and exposure, I would say we would love to do something along those lines. And that's something we're going to work on, is creating that emotional attachment between fighters and fans.
And you got 4 seconds, Nick. I'll give you 10 more.
I'll just double tap what Steve just said. I agree.
All right, we're good. Thank you all for your time. Thanks to our panel. Great being here.
Thanks, Benji.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Stuff, guys. Thank you, man. That was great.
We're coming up to the 2 final sessions for today.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. Next one is one of those, me as a Swede, going, whenever I hear the name, I go, whoa, bucket list thing, have to visit it, bring all my friends, do all these things. I can straight away connect it with Vegas, but there is so much more, right?
There's so much more, and I just can't imagine climbing the ladder of Las Vegas. The question I asked this next person who's coming up to be interviewed is, what does the suite look like at Caesars that you have? So coming up now, we're going to be joined by the president of Caesars Digital, Eric Hession. He's going to tell us not only about Caesars, he's going to tell us about his climb the ladder all the way up to the top of Caesars. I think it's pretty impressive.
It is super cool.
Huge company like that.
Gigantic. So with a gigantic applause, let's welcome
that
them to the stage. A
That's
gigantic
how you say
applause.
gigantic.
Yeah.
Okay.
Big applause. Thank you.
Lights are bright. Can everyone hear me okay? Yes, good. Okay. Well, I'm honored to be interviewing someone I've known a long time, Eric Hession, who is the president of Caesars Interactive. And I knew him when he was first got to know him when he was the CFO of Caesars. So he really understands the whole company, the big picture here. So, Eric, you've been with the company for about 25 years. The company itself is like a $30 billion enterprise value company. It's probably the biggest casino company in the world. It's got a global footprint and actually had an interesting history because it came from Holiday Inns, right? The hotel company to start with. So can you just talk a little bit about the company's journey and your own, because you've kind of risen up with the company as it's gone from its very standard roots into a market leader on so many different levels.
Yeah, it's been a really interesting run. Like you said, it's been almost 25 years, and it seems like the company changes pretty much every 5 years in some form. When I joined, it was actually Harrah's, if you remember back in the day, as a standalone company. It had just gone through the riverboat, expansion, and kind of looking for some other expansion opportunity, and so we ended up buying Binion's Horseshoe Properties, which at the time was the biggest deal. It was about $1.8 billion, biggest deal in gaming, and so we didn't think we'd do another deal for a while after that. And then it turned out Mandalay Bay was purchased by MGM, and then that put Caesars on the block. And our old chairman and CEO, Gary Loveman, had always really admired the Caesars brand and thought it was a world-class brand, which it is. And so he put together the transaction to buy Caesars and ultimately changed the name to Caesars. Then, of course, we had a take-private deal with Apollo. Then the great financial crisis happened. We tried to fend it off as long as possible, and ultimately we had to go through a restructuring. And then when we came out, we then ended up doing a merger with a company called Eldorado, and then Eldorado assumed the Caesars name. And almost immediately after that, we realized that the sports betting vertical and the iCasino vertical was going to be a huge opportunity. And Caesars had been dipping our toe in it, and Eldorado had effectively given the rights to William Hill, the PLC company from the UK. And so to Tom and Gary and the board's credit, when we said, look, if we want to stay in this business and it's a huge opportunity, we need to buy out of the joint venture that they had put together. The UK company was not willing to sell their share of the joint venture, so we had to go buy the entire company. And then when that closed, we sold off everything outside of the US. So we effectively got the remaining US pieces. So it was quite a long transaction. Gaming transactions take forever. As you know, it took multiple years to close each piece. And so when we came out, we were fairly far behind. And so we've really spent the last, I'd say, 4 years building our tech package to compete with the likes of FanDuel and DraftKings. And we've made a lot of progress. According to Eilers, we're now ranked 4th for Sportsbook and 5th for iCasino, which when we started, we were in the 20s. And so it makes a big difference in terms of the customer experience when you can move from the 20th place spot up into the top 5.
Technology, which you're pretty modest about over here, I always thought of Harrah's and Caesars as the technology leader. When I think about technology from the land-based gaming side, the first thing was the loyalty programs. And you guys were absolutely the world leader on loyalty programs in the gaming space, right? That was what Loveman's claim to fame was. He was a PhD from Harvard, I guess?
Yeah, he was a
MIT?
Harvard professor. Yep.
Yeah, who became the CEO of a gaming company. And then social gaming came around, and I guess it was 2010 where you guys built Playtika, essentially, which went on to become, I guess was at the time, the largest social gaming company. Maybe it still is. And then you bought William Hill in 2021. So what was the thinking in this company through this extended period of time as you took this huge land-based behemoth, which had a global footprint, right? Because you owned London clubs then, or you were in Egypt and everywhere in the world, and embraced technology. Do you recall what the kind of the thinking at the board level was all along the way?
Yeah, I think it all gets back to this notion around the Caesars Rewards program and how valuable it is to provide customers multiple ways to access your product. So if you think back to, again, with Harrah's at the beginning of the day, it was a riverboat company that was sending all the customers in to Vegas. And at the time, we only had Harrah's and the Rio. And so those two casinos were making a huge amount of money based on the gamblers coming in and redeeming their reward programs or points in Vegas. And so that really got the concept going. And so investing in that made a lot of sense. And so if there were ancillary things that we could pursue that would allow us to drive customers so that they could see the value of the rewards program, that was something that we undertook. And so doing the sports betting venture was a logical next step, and said if we can acquire customers even in states where we're not able to offer a brick and mortar casino product, then those customers are more likely than other customers to want to come to Vegas, and it'll allow us to utilize our spare capacity or allow us to yield better so that we can have fewer and fewer transient or lower worth customers in the casinos.
So Caesars is unlike kind of any other gaming company out there, land-based gaming company, was always big on integrating these things, right? You were the original company to have the hub and spoke approach to customers, where you had casinos in all the regional markets, and then once you bought Caesars, you really had a great destination, and then you bought up more of Las Vegas. Taking that to the one step forward, you're number 4 in ranking, but you do have the best offering in terms of bringing everyone together. So why haven't you gone to a higher level in the gambling rankings?
Yeah, well, it's interesting. You mentioned that we're 4th, and I'd always ask using what scale.
It's market share, right?
Yeah, and so we really don't compete on market share. We really try to compete on cash flow, profitability. And so we're 3rd place in terms of EBITDA behind FanDuel and DraftKings. And, like I said, we started with an app that was, thinking back on it, it was basically unusable. I can see why people would try it out and then not continue. It didn't perform. It didn't have the features. It didn't have the smooth, functioning. It had tons of friction points for the customers. And so it's not surprising that we had a real trouble getting off the ground. And so what happened is we lost a ton of money and took a step back and said, okay, how are we actually going to compete? Because FanDuel and DraftKings have an incredible product. They have incredible brands. They're, very well-run companies. And we could either give up or we could figure out how we were going to figure out our niche. And so we realized that what we need to do is to first invest and create a product that customers are going to say, this is a solid product, and what is our offering that's going to differentiate us? And it really had to be the Caesars Rewards. So we went out with that. We made sure that customers could earn on our app and redeem at all the brick and mortar places. We made sure that our hosts that we have at the brick and mortar properties are incented to send customers online, and that our online customers are well regarded at the properties. They're invited into events. In Atlantic City, we'll partner with slot manufacturers to do joint marketing where we'll launch a slot machine online and at the properties at the same time, and those types of things. And that's not an offering for everybody, but there's a subset of the population that do really value that. And as long as we were to get in a position where our app was good so that those customers would use it and combine it with the access to the Caesars Rewards Network, it allows us to invest less in the customers from a reinvestment perspective, so our margins are much higher. It allows us to acquire customers so we don't have to spend as much on marketing. You don't see our product on every NCAA court and every football game that's out there. And so we're able to really focus on investing in the product and making sure the customers get what they want. And it's carved out a solid position for us. We don't have aspirations to have a 30% market share. We have aspirations to make a really solid amount of EBITDA.
Right, right. So that's an interesting point, because if you think about your competitors in the gambling and the casino industry, like Penn, who spent billions of dollars trying to develop out their betting products, their online betting products, and it hasn't worked out for them. Many others, Churchill Downs started it and then sold off. Tillman Fertitta at Landry's, Golden Nugget, they had a very successful product, and they said, but this is a different business. We're going to sell out of it, and they sold it off to DraftKings. You guys have embraced it and built it into your business. MGM took a kind of a middle ground by doing a 50-50 joint venture. Do you see this as something that was a really smart move, and do you think that is going to bode well for the future? It'll have more longevity, and therefore, do you think others will emulate this strategy in the future, or do you think there'll be more splitting?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think that, had we gone back and redone it, we would not have spent as much money as marketing as we would have 4 years ago.
But you would have spent on technology.
We would have spent on technology. We would have put all those resources towards building an app and getting it accelerated in terms of the performance, 100%. But I do think that given where we are now, it was a great decision. Owning our own product and owning our entire tech stack gives us so much more flexibility. MGM, BetMGM, they have a great product as well, but it's just different when you only own 50% of the economics versus 100%. And then Penn has taken a very different strategy than us with acquiring a lot of their technology package. So I think we ended up in a great spot. Could we have done things better? Of course, but in the end, we're at a position now where we have a very competitive app. We're making a lot of money. Our CapEx is really falling because we've built out all of the components. And now we're able to really focus on just making sure the customer experience is great. And you'll see some good things where there's a lot more we can do between the brick and mortar and the online business, and making sure that transition between the customers is seamless.
Can you describe for the audience what if I'm a customer of Caesars Online versus an online business that doesn't have its own casinos? How is that better for me as a customer? Put the technology aside, but just the overall experience. What do I get for being a Caesars Online?
Yeah, so, and again, this is where it comes down to, not everybody values all of these things, but, anyone can go out and buy sports tickets, but what we can offer our customers is that, let's say you're playing in Indiana, and you take a trip once a year to Las Vegas, you're going to be able to get a free room in Las Vegas depending on your play. You're going to be able to get a host in Las Vegas. You're going to be able to get dinners. You might be able to get, free tickets to the show in the Coliseum. You get part of the rewards program that we have, so that means if you're of a certain level, you get a free cruise every year. You get to go to other resort destinations. When they go to a local location, like if they're going to Atlantic City or New Orleans or Tahoe, they can stay with us and get discounted or free rates. So it really is being a part of the same loyalty program that we have for the brick and mortar business, except online. And there are definitely customers that really value that, and those are the best customers for us.
And then how about converting online customers into land-based, whether or not they're getting the rewards, getting a free trip to Caesars in Las Vegas? Does the association drive your other business as well, the land-based business?
Oh, for sure. For sure. We actively encourage it. I mentioned earlier, our hosts for the digital business send customers and get rewarded for sending customers to the brick and mortar locations. When our brick and mortar operations have a fixed cost event, so that the variable cost is nothing. They'll mail our entire database and see if they'd like to come in and try it out. If it does have a variable cost associated with the prize, then we have certain thresholds where our more valuable customers are invited to those events. But it's really integrated between the two programs. Our compensation structure is all the same in terms of $1 of EBITDA at Caesar's Palace is as good as $1 of EBITDA online business. And so we're all incented to try to create that loyalty. And what we found is that the customers that participate in both an online experience and brick and mortar are worth 4 times more than a customer that's just brick and mortar or just online. And further, we found that the customers, when they play a brick and mortar and then go online, they actually play more with us on brick and mortar, despite the online. And so I think what that is just a consolidation of their gaming spend, because they're seeing the value that consolidating that spend with us can get them.
And is there has there been a trajectory? Is it accelerating, or is just this has been constant?
It's accelerating. I think that's more because of our tech, the integration between the Caesars Rewards program and our online program hasn't always been as smooth as it is today. And if I were to flash forward a year, it's going to be exponentially better for the customer in a year in terms of the things we're going to be able to do and offer them and make it easy for them to understand the value. So it's definitely one of the key areas this year that we're focusing on, is how to make that experience even better than it currently is. And when you think about it, again, it's an extremely competitive space, and this is one of the areas that we can really lean into as a differentiator.
Yeah. Now, iCasino has been around from before online sports betting, but it has had a much slower ramp. That's the more important business for everybody in this digital space, but particularly I would imagine for the folks in the land-based business, you care a little bit more about that because it repeats inside the business in a circular fashion. What's your outlook for online sports betting? I did a panel earlier today on private finance, and I did a little poll, and I said, is New York going to get online gaming by 2027? And all 4 of my panelists said no. What do you have a viewpoint on what markets have the best opportunity, you think, or is it going to accelerate now, or is it going to stay the same?
Well, I like the answer of the COO of the Seneca, who was up here earlier, who said in 5 years, flashing forward, she thinks there'll be online gaming in New York. So I like that answer better than your panelists. But I think it has been surprisingly slow, I would say, to roll out. It seems like doing online sports betting is much more tolerable from a politician's perspective than the online iCasino, and I can see why. However, the iCasino is certainly the fastest way if the politicians would like to get tax revenue, that you can get that up and running. If you already have sports betting, you could probably get it up and running in a few months to raise money. So I'm hopeful that it'll start to progress a little bit faster. Maine was a good surprise. So we're partnered with 3 tribes, and we're working towards how that's going to be structured for the iCasino side with DraftKings up in Maine. But that was a nice positive. The interesting thing is that even though Maine is such a small state, the iCasino business is going to be much, much larger than even a kind of large to medium-sized sports betting state. So if you look at the
because of the profitability of the business,
yeah, just the amount of revenue that's generated per person is much higher on the iCasino space. It's somewhat simple math. Sports betting, you make your wager and then you have to wait a certain period of time for your outcome. So there's only so much volume that goes through, whereas the slots and the tables have a much higher frequency of determination. And then the hold percentages, it's higher on the sports side, but not enough to compensate for the frequency of the outcomes.
Well, so we've just been talking about iCasino, now sports. What are your thoughts, or what are Caesar's thoughts, or your own, on prediction markets? How long it'll last, if it'll continue, if it'll succeed? It's been very controversial in all the land-based gaming states, of course. So there's been a series of wins, I guess, in federal courts to block these things, to block prediction markets. And then there were some that said, well, once this administration is out of office, it's going to lose all its energy. What are your thoughts on that? Are you guys embracing prediction, or?
Yeah, well, we're in a tough spot as a company. Not a tough spot, but we're not able to participate right now. the state that we're located in, that we have the biggest concentration, Nevada, we make significant billions of dollars of EBITDA in Nevada, has come down and determined that it's not legal, and they've been fairly aggressive about it. And so given that we have our licenses in Nevada that are extremely important, we're on the sidelines until there's a actual determination. And so we're watching it very closely. You've probably heard Tom or some of the others on our conference calls. Our view is that it's very similar in its gambling. It's very similar to the product we offer, and we think that it shouldn't be allowed. But if it is allowed, then we'll have to figure out how to enter that market. But until there's a definitive outcome from a legal perspective, probably at the Supreme Court level, we're not able to participate. Mm-hmm. And so once again, like we did when we bought William Hill, we'll probably come out behind whatever the determination is, and we'll have to take a similar strategy and just over time build a competitive product that's able to compete with the folks that are out early in whatever form it ends up in.
Given the way sweepstakes and other forms of gaming have rolled across the country to avoid regulations. I would imagine that the folks who are offering the products on prediction markets will continue to come up with products that are more and more like casino-style gambling. Do you guys have a point of view on are you seeing it? Is that something that'll more likely make it that the courts will go against it or the states will go against it?
Well, I guess, a couple things. Since it's basically, in our view, it's gambling, it would make logical sense that the boundaries are going to continue to be pushed. And so, if I was working at those companies, I would try to come up with creative ways to continue to advance it. That said, we think eventually it'll all get reined in and that there'll be some more limited form of this, and that's where we can decide if it makes sense to compete or not. But like I said, right now we're in really just an observe mode, and we're watching, kind of seeing how this goes. And we're making sure that our tech teams are ready for the eventual outcome, depending on how it goes.
Has it hurt your sports betting business at all? Can you see?
At this point, I would say no. We really can't see any difference between the trajectories that we were on and then the trajectories that we are now. But it's really hard to tell. You'd think it would have to. But I wonder also whether what's happening is that a lot of the super high volume, very low hold customers have moved on to the prediction markets, and that would be not visible to us from a revenue standpoint if that happened.
That's an important point, because that was what killed poker too, right? Where the sharps or the big guys went in and flooded the markets. The markets were desperate for liquidity to be able to do that, but it wasn't a fair game for the customers. Is that the sort of the same issue in prediction markets, and betting exchanges in general?
Yeah, if you buy the fact that they're matching up every contract and they don't have a bookie behind them.
Right. Well, thank you very much. We have a round of applause for Eric Hession.
Thanks.
All right. Great job.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thank you.
It is past 4:05. Do apologize for that. It's past 4:05. That means that we're going to start before we're going to let off the last session of today. It's about this cool. Oh, yes. A signed shirt from the legend himself, Pelé. That means that now you're going, okay, Alex, you've been talking about this the entire day. How do we figure out who's the winner? Simple. I brought this chair because if you look at what you're sitting on, it's going to be one of those. Meaning that there is a hidden marker in plain sight. If you turn around on the count of 3 and you find right here a little marker, a sticker with an arrow where it says winner, guess what? You're the winner. So is anybody sitting on a seat? Is anybody sitting on a seat with the winner? Is there anybody sitting on seats? We have a winner over there. Woo! Congratulations. You stayed the entire day. Come up here. Come. You don't have to bring it. I know where it was. Come on. Let's go.
That was a great magic trick.
So come. We all want to hear a speech. Yeah. You came prepared. That's the thing. So how does it feel now? Does it feel good? So please value this, honor it, and a big congratulations to this. Thank you very much. Big round of applause for seeing that at the right place at the right time.
Hey.
That now leads into what final session?
Well, you're talking about right place, right time. This is the right place at the right time because this next panel is a group of startups that have been here. It is the 5-year anniversary of Next, by the way, here in New York. And this next panel is all these startups that have come through Next through the last 5 years and have made it, which we know is the ultimate goal of being a startup is to make it. So let's take a look at this video, see who it was, take a trip down memory lane, and welcome in the next panel.
Our goal is to bring a new customer to the space.
People want to shop in a certain way, right? And people want to shop in a certain way almost regardless of what the product is.
We want the next 100 Jake Pauls to come through Better Media.
I would love to get unique odds from the sports books.
More importantly to me is like the adoption of sound money.
We will always stand for more innovation, more open markets.
That's kind of where we end up moving.
And when something works, we really pour gas on that fire.
We believe this is $100 billion of volume there, plenty for everyone.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for staying for the main event of day one of the Next.io show, which is the Hot 6. And for those that have been to this conference before, it's a time-honored tradition to welcome 6 promising startups on stage who face a series of questions from a panel of experts here. And being that this is the 5th installment of the Next New York City Summit, to mark the occasion, we're trying something a little bit different this time around, which is one that we're calling the ones that made it. We're welcoming back 6 of the companies that previously joined the Hot 6 in past years to get an update from them, track the progress, and hear the growth stories from each of these 6 companies. The panel of experts to my left here who will be grilling them with questions. To my immediate left, I have Paris Smith from Life Winning, as well as my partner in Betting Startups Capital. To her left, we have me here, Kumar, a principal at Sharp Alpha Advisors. And to his left, we have Jake Kleiner, who's a partner at Better Capital. I hope I got that right, guys. And with that being out of the way, let's go ahead and welcome our first company up. We're going to go in reverse chronological order, by the way. We're going to welcome the companies up in an order from the most recent to the most distant in the past. So we're going to welcome up first Desiree Dickerson from Thunder, who are up in 2025. And I believe, I don't know if Desiree is there. Desiree, come on up. In the last year since Desiree and Thunder were here, they've made incredible progress. Quickly shout out the fact they're now live with 20 operators, 20 more in the pipeline, and 60 additional ones they're looking to integrate with soon. So it's been a busy year for Thunder. Desiree, welcome back. Over to you, judges.
I'd love to start with something that you mentioned when indicating the progress over the last year, which is sort of narrowing or targeting your mission to be B2B focused. Love that, big fan of that. Just talk about what drove that strategic decision, any like bumps, pain points along the way, and like how much progress you've been able to make by bringing that focus to your business overall.
Yeah, I mean, I think we were the biggest pain points and speed bumps to ourselves in the process. You know, we first started out as a free-to-play rewarded games company, and we're doing a lot with Bitcoin because that's my background. And, you know, I think at some point we just like matured enough to be like, okay, the background of the team was all in B2C, you know, in terms of games development and user acquisition, whatnot. And, you know, it just became so clear people were just asking for these games. Just when I was at these events, and you know, it was just the business was building itself essentially, and you know, we had to take a very long pause and just look in the mirror and be like, we're not actually good at user acquisition. We actually are horrible at B2C. Like, and you know, just that reality was like, okay, you know, well, this is selling itself. I read some sales books, and then, you know, that focus is just like, we are so easily able to say no to so much now.
Awesome. So you've successfully made this pivot, and
have a great roster of paying clients. What would you say your best clients get the most out of your platform? What are they maximizing that maybe others are not?
What others in the platform are not, or just people are missing out on?
Maybe both, but definitely
okay.
what people are missing out on.
On the missing out on part, it depends by operator type. So for sportsbooks, it's really about engaging and re-engaging users between bets, between seasons, during any dead times. Similar with lottery, in between jackpots, lottery performs like way better than I ever thought it would. And then, for our rewards companies, it's all about just like keeping people in the app. Our games are another way to be like, hey, you won a game, come back and play again. And so, I think a lot of people aren't thinking about skill gaming as an additional engagement avenue, and I also don't think people have thought about the regulatory tailwind that comes with skill gaming and the distribution of advantage. So we're seeing a ton of inbound from sweeps who've now thought about it. So we have a lot of sweeps partnerships in the pipeline. So I think it's just such, it's not new, but it's like rearing its head in a different way. And I think what at Thunder we've spent the last 2 years doing is like building that infrastructure that makes it happen, like the matchmaking tech, the skill balancing, the anti-cheat, anti-fraud, and those type of things.
With the pivot, which I love because that's something I look for to make sure that somebody is open for a pivot. But what is the biggest challenge when you're integrating with the B2B partners?
Yeah, I mean, so many. I'm learning so much along the way. Something, Paris, I take from you is like being humble and, being willing to grow with our partners. I think the biggest thing is like, being new to this space, people are really welcoming, but it's like you are on the bottom of the priorities. So it's like rethinking pricing, rethinking deal terms in order to get things live earlier. And, we've just kind of worked through all of the things. Everyone in this industry, like the roadmap is like 2 years, and I'm like, we're a startup. Are we going to be around in 2 years? Like, how can we get this moving? But I think just the more partners we get on board, the signal is a lot stronger, and so it's getting easier. But like, I don't know, it's all champagne problems because now it's like, oh, you're SOC 2 and like all of these fun things, and like we're going through this. So yeah, just being a startup is the biggest challenge, I think, and when you start playing in the big leagues, which I think we're starting to crack the surface of.
Maybe talk a little bit about your strategy for creating and developing new content. My understanding is you have some content that looks a lot like, table games or traditional betting, and then content that looks more like arcade, sort of gamification. What are operators asking for? How much are you taking their feedback into account from a roadmap perspective versus sort of letting your team run with potentially innovative new ideas, and just how do you think about that?
Yeah, so we focus solely on casino adjacent and evergreen skill titles that you'd see in the App Store and Google Play. So your solitaire, we have skill-based blackjack, skill-based slots, and we find that these games that are fast, fun, and super familiar and easy to pick up perform the best because again, this isn't a standalone app. We're not necessarily trying to be the destination. We're trying to be a nice acquisition bridge. We're trying to be a nice add-on without cannibalizing the core product, fractionalizing the user base. So we try and think about these really simple products. I get asked all the time, can you build Triumph style games? And I'm like, I love Triumph and like I would love to build those games, but the minute you put it in your product, good luck getting your users to play sports bets. Like they're going to be playing those hex game, all of that. And so that's where we're really focused. And I do think the one thing that has been a huge learning experience where we're maybe kind of opposite to other people who are doing this is we don't believe more titles is better, which I think maybe might be a little controversial in this industry because we've found per operator like 90% of users play or like very loyal to one game. So we find that just by focusing on specific titles that meet the needs of different operator types, so like blackjack for sports betting, solitaire for lottery, and blocks for lottery and rewards companies, that if we can get the game type really tight, you don't need that like huge kind of breadth of different types of content. You just need the right content.
I'll ask a very generic question. How are you using AI and in your entire business?
Yeah, that's a great question. We're not an AI company. I'm not trying to be an AI company. I know that's probably every investor in the space is like, forget it, I don't want to talk to you. I honestly think this is kind of shooting ourselves in the foot a bit, but we just augment everything. Our white labeling, so all of our games are totally customizable. Most of our actually all of our partners position our games as their originals. That is a little bit time consuming, so we just built an AI white labeling solution that can do it in like 10 or 15 minutes, and then you can like push live updates if you want like a Christmas theme or whatnot. For me, I just built like I probably shouldn't say this, but I just built like an AI agent the other day that does all my LinkedIn, writes my LinkedIn post and then posts it for me. So like,
that's great efficiency.
I will post my own as well. But yeah, so we're really using it for staff augmentation. We haven't hired until yesterday, and we were only 7 people. But I'm actually finding trouble with that because some people are like, oh, you're only 6 people. They expect like a really big team. But I don't know. It's kept the cost low.
That's great. And then while you're building out your different products, are you looking at that base? If there's a shift within the regulation, are you taking that into account early?
Oh yeah, that is like top of mind. We are, I think, like one of our kind of core competencies, or we're trying to make a core competency, is compliance. Obviously sweeps and prediction markets are really great. It's just not my approach. I would rather get in front of the conversation. So, we run really detailed skill data analysis on all the games, so we can actually quantify the level of skillfulness in the games, which inform our legal opinions. But we want operators to feel comfortable when that time comes. We are ready. We do all provably fair matchmaking. We're trying to start to have some conversations with regulators to kind of say this is skill gaming. This isn't we're not operating in gas stations and bars. We're doing this as like provably fair and transparent as possible. So it's something that I do think can be a really key differentiator in this space.
All right, and that's time. Desiree, congrats on all the progress in the last year. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Excuse me. All right, next up, another alumni from last year. We're going to welcome up Evan Kirkham, the CEO and co-founder of Outlier. In the last year, Outlier has sent over 14 million bets to their sportsbook partners. They launched a new live betting product. They opened a physical office in New Orleans. Evan, welcome back.
Thanks for having me.
Paris, let's start with you on this end this time around, if we may.
Well, I'm a fan of Outlier. I love what you guys have been doing. Can you talk a little bit about the new investment approach that you're taking with Discerning Capital?
Sure, yeah. We kind of got to a point in the business where we were running profitably, but we wanted to put some fuel on the fire. I had a relationship with Davis Cowan for a couple years, and he's like, look, we'd love to own a piece of the business, and we thought, hey, we could use some capital. So we closed a Series A with them, just like primary financing, and then also are participating in their House Advantage Fund, which is the UA vehicle as well. Haven't drawn on that line quite yet, but plan to do so as we roll back around to NFL.
I guess on the back of that and throwing fuel on the fire, which has been really cool to see. We sat up here last year and you said, we're really overweight product, underweight marketing, very intentionally, had like 2 heads at the time.
Yeah.
Like, has your user acquisition strategy evolved, changed, expanded, or is it truly just, more dollars after same channel, same type of user acquisition strategy?
I honestly think it's like largely the same strategy, just more dollars. Only a caveat here is we just hired a CMO. He started 4 weeks ago. He comes from the consumer subscriptions. He's like totally foreign to iGaming, but it was really early at Headspace and Spotify and understands consumer subscription really well. And so he's kind of rolling out a grand plan that involves everything from like database storytelling to really leaning into kind of like brand awareness. So more to come there, and I'm sure more dollars to be spent there. Yeah, that's rolling out in the next couple months.
Awesome.
Yeah, it's great to hear about the user acquisition. I guess talk a little bit also about how you think about retention and stickiness of the product, new things like that.
Yeah, we're obsessed with retention, and the real reason is because we are a consumer subscription business. So other competitors in the space and I talk about this, I feel like every time I'm on stage, take first-time depositor money, and they work with the sports books. But what that actually sets up is this kind of almost like a split attention where they're trying to drive people to become new first-time depositors. For us, because we don't take any of that money, the only thing that matters is whether or not I can retain the subscriber for another month. So all I care about is retention. And we've done a ton of things to do that. Everything from personalization to all sorts of like pricing and packaging, bundling. That's actually TBD on some of that. But yeah, it's all about retention for us. Just like the rest of the companies in the space, we see pretty heavy drop off after month 1 because some people lose their bets and blame the tool. Happens to us too. But we have very, very sticky long tail cohorts that honestly is the strength of the business.
And how are you finding like getting the right data in order to be able to provide the product of the caliber that you have?
Yeah, we're actually, so 2 answers to that question. One is, we work with all the data providers that everyone here knows, everyone from the Sport Radars to the Rotos, Genius, everyone in between. It's an exercise of surfacing that data and visualizing it in a way that's actually useful to the bettor. So that's the kind of like main unlock for us. But what we're starting to do is we're actually starting to try to, and actually there's an announcement coming probably tomorrow, supposed to be today, but probably tomorrow about this, which is we're starting to try to acquire data providers ourselves. So only we can have the data. So announcement coming tomorrow about that, but we're doing everything we can to surface good data, own some data ourselves, and then one thing that we haven't done a good job of yet, but we will, is actually surfacing first-party data, right? We have hundreds of thousands of users. That first-party data is valuable to our other users. And we haven't done a great job of that yet, but that's uniquely ours.
Talk about the new product you've launched over the past year, kind of open-ended, but in particular talk about going from pregame to live focused, and then how you think of that in the context of subscription model and the retention that you're obsessed with. Is it upsell? Is it expanding ICP? And what's the vision? Is the vision 10 products? Is it bundling opportunities? How do you think about that in the context of where you're going?
Yes, basically all of that. So I'll answer it this way. So Outlier, the product, is about basically pre-game prop betting research. Outlier, the company, I have a broader vision for that. So what we're trying to do is meet the consumer with useful data to serve whatever job to be done they have. So there are people who want to use sports data for pre-game prop betting. For that, we have Outlier. There are people who want to use data for in-game betting. We just launched React Live, which is our new product, standalone product. There's another group of consumers who want to use sports data for fantasy football lineups. Like there's just dozens of different verticals, and our whole thesis is in order to meet them where they are and satisfy the job to be done that they're trying to do, we have to have the data set be pretty narrow. So we can't do all of that in the Outlier app because before you know it, we're back to what we were trying to escape from, which is giant spreadsheet of all data of all time, do with it what you want to do with it. So Outlier is the first product, React Live is the second product, and we'll probably roll out more from there. One thing I'm super excited about is the opportunity to bundle. This is something that our CMO is actually very bullish on, is bundling. And the way he puts it, which is true, is if a user signs up for a bundled package, let's say it's $30 a month for both Outlier and React Live, as long as they're still using one of the two products, they'll keep the bundle. And so for me, it's like this is a really great way to increase ARPUs across our user base is just by bundling, selling them on one product, and basically cross-selling them with the bundle.
I'd love to hear, I actually don't know the answer, like do you have relationships with rights holders, and is that a deeper integration in some form or fashion that you see happening in the future?
You mean like NBA, NFL?
Yeah, like the leagues.
No. We do have a meeting with the NBA tomorrow, so hopefully I will learn more about that tomorrow. Also kind of just want to see their offices, so doing that. But no, we do not have that. And honestly, I'm not really sure how we fit in quite yet. Yeah. I'll tell you right now, my pitch to the NBA is going to be this. They're trying to lean in really hard to like second screen is honestly kind of a bad word at this point, but like second screen engagement. And I think we can really provide that with React Live and get kind of new people to engage in NBA games in ways that they hadn't before.
We have a minute left.
Paris, you have anything else?
I'll ask the generic question of how you're using AI.
I was gonna take
Developers are using
in your
it.
pocket.
Yeah, developers. Obviously, like Cloud Code is basically an employee at this point. So developers, we do a lot of like marketing automation, but I'll say the same thing as last panelist is we are not an AI company. I'm not trying to spin up some chatbot inside the app. I actually think that we're in a bit of a bubble now. I know this isn't very controversial, but I'm going to wait for that to kind of wane. We already got on the other side of our financing, so I don't have to put it in a pitch deck.
I'm going to ask one question, if I may, with a few seconds we have left. Evan, in the last year, you guys opened up a physical office. I believe before that, you were a fully remote company. What's changed for the organization in terms of the culture, the DNA, the team, by being in one place together?
Yeah, so we opened an office in New Orleans. It's actually, I'm in Austin, Texas, but all of our devs and some other kind of supporting staff are in New Orleans, and it's been great for the culture. I go there probably once a month. Like we do everything from watch games to walk to the Superdome for Saints games. I don't know, host happy hours. It's great for the culture, it really is.
Awesome. All right, we're out of time. Evan, congrats on all the success. Thank you so much.
Thanks, y'all.
All right, moving right along here. Up next, we have Mike Silvera, the Chief of Staff for Jackpot.com. Welcome, Mike. I believe 2 years ago, actually, Canada, your CEO, was up here on the Hot Six. So it's been 2 years. Experts, let's hear the latest from Mike in the last 2 years.
Yeah, I mean, I was of course reading all about Texas and what happened there. Maybe not to start on a negative note, but the resiliency you guys have shown has been really incredible.
Sure.
Talk a little bit about how the team has handled it and how you've continued to grow.
Yeah, so first of all, thank you for having me. I was excited to hear that we'd made it, so that was great news. Yeah, Texas was obviously a bummer. In a lot of ways, it was our flagship state. It was the first state we launched. It was our largest state. But in terms of how the team handled it, from day one, we kind of set the expectation that things like this could happen. You'd be hard-pressed to find somebody in this room that hasn't had to deal with a regulatory issue in one way or another. Ours was quite large, and for the people in the room unfamiliar with the Texas situation, a courier competitor who's no longer operating in the United States helped to facilitate a bulk purchase that essentially guaranteed an individual a $95 million jackpot. That's something that we've always been against, even before this incident, and certainly after this incident. And it's always been our position that things like this could be prevented with sensible regulation. And I think you've seen states like New York and New Jersey apply regulations that we fully support that, again, block this type of issue. But the reaction from other states is what was most encouraging. The initial response could have obviously been like, hey, this is a tough look. Let's get rid of couriers. All of our other states moved to regulate further to protect the courier model because they believe in it.
Where do you find the bigger crossover, in sports betting, casino, or is it more unique individuals?
It's a good question, and what's beautiful about the lottery is that half of Americans play the lottery in a given year. So the easy answer is there's crossover everywhere. I think with the acquisition of Jackpocket, DraftKings sent a really strong signal to the industry that there is a huge sports betting overlap, but iGaming as well. And our vision for the business is that you can cross-sell from lottery into a lot of different areas, and that's kind of what's unique about having a business with such a broad top of funnel. So there's a lot of different avenues this business can go over time. And yeah, I think it's yet to be explored. DraftKings has touted quite a bit of success from the Jackpocket acquisition, so it's pretty clearly demonstrated that the sports betting overlap is pretty strong.
Something pretty unique to your business relative to others we'll speak with today, and disclosure, Better Capital is an investor in Jackpot. is that your business is very dependent or ebbs and flows based on the jackpot size itself. So maybe talk about some of your key learnings there around marketing spend and how to turn that dial efficiently. And you can plug Discerning Capital if you'd like.
There you go.
But just talk through the sort of evolution of sensitivity to jackpot sizes as it relates to acquiring and retaining customers.
Yeah, for some reason, people are not interested in $20 million. They only want $1 billion. No, when I took this job, I knew the externality of the jackpots was going to be a factor. I think I probably underestimated the level of factor it is, not just in how the business performs, but in how you set goals, how you plan, how you build forecasts. You know, the Super Bowl happens at the same time every year, and there's always one. You know, we could have $4 billion jackpots in a given year, and they could happen at several different times. So it's always a challenge. And the reason you brought up Discerning Capital is we've decided to partner with Discerning Capital and PVX to launch their, or not to launch, to use their cohort financing product. And the reason why for our industry in particular it's so critical is, you know, during high jackpot periods, there's a lot of press and there's a lot of opportunity to up-level our business. Every time there's a $1 billion jackpot, we see our revenue during low jackpots subsequently double, triple. But that's contingent on our being able to execute during a high jackpot and acquire as many customers as possible. And historically, while it's always been a great moment, the double-edged sword is deploying that much user acquisition spend in a short period of time, usually over a couple of days. We're spending millions of dollars. It puts stress on the business from a cash perspective. And we talk about it constantly. Startups fail for one reason and one reason alone. They run out of money. So we've always had to be really careful with how we plan for high jackpots and how we execute at high jackpots. And the really, really expensive answer is to go raise more money. And you know, up until now, that's largely what we've done. But with Discerning Capital, we've been able to, we're now able to leverage their capital and pay them back as the cohort pays for itself. Right, so we're really excited that, you know, it'll give us the opportunity to supercharge at high jackpots during or beyond what we've done already.
I'd love to hear about the launch of the scratch-off product and how, you know, what data led you all to that. Is it internal data? Was it, you know, just the market? Like, what brought you to that decision, and how's it been going?
Yeah, I mean, the most obvious data point is that 60% of lottery sales in the United States are from scratchers, right? It's an incredibly popular product, and the beauty of it, particularly on the heels of my talking about the jackpot sensitivity of this industry, is that there are no jackpots, right? You can acquire a scratcher player at any time, and then you can cross-sell those high jackpot players into scratchers. So the idea of launching a scratcher product was fairly obvious. The execution was a whole nother story. The way our business works is if you buy a Powerball ticket or a scratcher off of our app, we physically have to purchase that lottery ticket or scratcher on your behalf and upload an image. For a regular lottery ticket, while it's not straightforward, it's far simpler. For a scratcher, we needed to invest in hardware and robotics to be able to fulfill this product at scale, which was a 12-month process to be able to build that infrastructure.
Are there any other products that you're looking in the future strategically to implement?
Yeah, like I said in the beginning, there's a lot of opportunity to cross-sell from lottery into other things. What those other things are going to be, we'll have to see. We're in the early stages of the lottery business, right? So we're not in a position where we're seeing our growth plateau and we're looking to our left and looking to our right for something else. Less than 10% of lottery tickets are sold online. And in the UK, 40% of lottery tickets are sold online. So we got a lot of runway in the lottery space before we start jumping into other things, but those opportunities will certainly be there.
All right, that's time, Mike. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, up next from the 2023 edition of the Hot Six panel, we are welcoming back the co-founder and co-CEO of Sightline Payments, Omer Satter, somebody who I always love hearing on the mic. Come on up, Omer. We'll start the 8-minute countdown when you arrive.
Walk real slow.
I normally don't love starting with this question because it's too generic, but you've been in the space for 2 decades, so I think it justifies it. Can you just walk us through Sightline's evolution, in particular, going from retail to retail plus digital to omni-channel, and how you're thinking about the future of the world as it sits today? Because I think maybe not everyone in the audience has the background of the evolution of the business.
Yeah, well, that's I was not expecting that, but since you do ask that, we'll start before Sightline that. And can we engage the audience? Is that good? Should we engage the audience? And who here has heard of IGT? Everyone should raise their hands. You shouldn't be here if you don't raise your hands. All right, so IGT recently took a company private, and Apollo recently took a company private called IGT, along with a payments company called Every. Anyone heard of Every?
Yeah.
All right, so Every was our business. We built, founded, and started Every, and in 2005, we took Every public. To this day, I think, as far as I know, it's probably the only payments company that's ever been taken public in the American markets as an independent business. And we built the largest payments company in the world doing payments and gambling in all kinds of casinos, primarily brick and mortar, but in all kinds of casinos. And it was a giant business in 2005. And in 2005, to put in perspective, the U.S. gaming industry right now is about 130 billion in GGR. In 2005, it was 30 billion in GGR. And we were doing 700 million in revenue with 100 people, and so about $7 million per employee. We were doing $100 million in EBITDA. When we went public, if you asked our customers how big that business was, they would have thought we were doing 10 million in EBITDA. And it was a great business. And we took that company public, and we were 19 times oversubscribed. And before we're taking it public, we sold half the company to a firm called Summit Partners. And for those that know, Summit now is a giant private equity firm. Summit was a tiny firm at that point, and we were the largest deal Summit ever did. And up until then, they did a $350 million into us, and it was 100% secondary. We didn't need the money, and we took that company public. From there, the CEO and I left 2 years later after taking the company public, and we started Sightline in 2019. So the answer to your question is, it's been a long time. It's been 17 years. By the time I was, and it was very nice of Pierre and the team to ask us to be on the Hot 6 years ago, we had been in business many, many years. And I'll relate it to something of kind of where we were in the trajectory. I'm presuming everyone, I don't need a show of hands here, almost everyone here has probably been to a brick and mortar casino. And if you've ever been to a brick and mortar casino, and if you've ever taken a Tito ticket and walked up to a device and cashed out that Tito ticket, we invented those devices along with our partners at NRT. And those are deployed in every casino in the entire world. And that's the back of what we built the business on. And so it was always product innovation. We invented something called 3-in-1 rollover. That's literally deployed in every casino in America and in the Canadian market. And it probably still does $30 or $40 billion of volume a year on it through the existing channels. And so when we started Sightline, after leaving what was then called Global Cash Access, and the question was, where can we innovate? What can we do? What can be different? And we were so far ahead of where we should have been at that point. And what we wanted to do was cashless, but it was 2009. There was no iPhone. There was no Apple Pay. There was no, in fact, way of doing cashless. And in the history of Sightline, and I think I'll go through this quickly. We're going to run out of time here. In the history of Sightline, we have done 3 or 4 things which are used by millions of people in America. By the time we were called onto Hot 6 in 2023, we knew that our core product, which we had built in 2012, was going to decline. And so the reason I wanted to come back this time and tell entrepreneurs that are over here, and entrepreneurship is a long journey. It's an absolutely insane journey. The odds of success are virtually nil, and the opportunity for success. But if you do something asymmetric, and if you find the right capital, the right investors, the right partners, timing matters. You have to get super lucky. We got lucky repeatedly, and there's a real possibility of coming out on the other side. And so by the time we came here in 2023, in 2022, we knew that our core product was going to die, and we need to innovate and create something new. And to create something new, it also takes years. And if you think you're going to create something new in a few months, forget about it. If you think you're going to raise money, if you want to raise $1 million, don't raise $1 million, raise 10. And whatever you think it's going to be, probably raise more money, and it's probably going to take more time. And even for us who knew what we were doing, to reinvent ourselves and to create the new product took 2.5 years, almost 3 years. And so it's a 20-year journey, and it's a long journey.
What was the biggest challenge when you came back the second time?
It was our clients had so much faith in us because we were so early in the marketplace. At one point, we were doing about 35% of all the payments volume for iGaming and sports betting was running through us. And so we were very fortunate where our clients had deep faith in us. We thought we could solve a new problem, but the problem has never been solved anywhere. The product had never been built, not in Europe or in America, and no client of ours had ever solved it. And we didn't know if we could find the right bank partners, the network partners, and we went to our board and said, we don't know if we can do it. We don't know how long it's going to take. We don't know how much money it's going to cost. And we actually don't know if it's going to work at all. And we need to find a client to do the product with. And we were fortunate. We like Rush Street a lot. We've been friends with Richard Schwartz for a long time. Rush was the first one to launch the product. You'll see it live with 3 more operators this year. But problems in marketplaces change. When iGaming first went live and sports betting first went live, and the issue was, how do you deposit money? People could not get money in. Credit and debit card acceptance rates were at like 25%. Now they're north of 90%. So that was no longer the problem. So when I hear new payments companies coming into space and they're like, oh, I'm going to do more processing. I was like, listen, you can do whatever you want. You're wasting your time. And you're going to do it for absolute pennies, and you're completely wasting your time. And the problem now is the churn of money. Consumers deposit and they withdraw, and they deposit and they withdraw. So I don't know how many are actual operators over here. The cost of payments right now in sports betting is running at about 9% of GGR. The cost of payments for a normal merchant as a percentage of revenue should be like 2%, right? If you accept credit or debit cards, and that's a giant delta. And there's only one way to really fix it, and it accounts for about, if you take out marketing expense, payments is now the #1 variable expense for sports betting operators, and they're probably overpaying by a couple of $2 billion a year. And so it's hard. The answer is, it takes, now again, we were fortunate. What I'm effectively telling you to do is you should have infinite amount of time, infinite budget, and infinite capacity to just grinding it out. And I know that's unrealistic, but I don't know what else to tell you. That's the way to do it. Just keep going. Whatever you think it is, just keep going.
That's great. Lots of great insight. I guess I'll ask a more tangible question. You launched this, or you're describing this debit product. How is, I guess, what's the growth look like there, and what's the next iteration of a new product in that space that you all will be focused on?
Here's what we learned. So the product is, it's live in New York, it's live in New Jersey, it's live in Maryland, it's approved in 16 states, and you'll see it in a lot more places. We launched it before football, obviously because you want to test it out, and so we launched it in August. Again, I can't say enough things about Richard and the team, and it has run very well. And well, first let me take a step back. And just the fact that it works, I was super pleased. Because if you work on something for 3 years and you spend tens of millions and it doesn't work, it's kind of shitty, right? I mean, that's terrible. And so the fact that it works, I'm super pleased about that. And I think we're going to deploy 10 million accounts. I think we're going to do it across the entire industry, and I think we're going to save the industry a couple $2 billion a year.
And that's time, Omer. Thank you so much, my friend.
Thank you.
Well, that one's a tough act to follow, but if anybody can follow it, it's our next participant, also from the class of 2023 on the Hot Six. We have the founder and CEO of Better, Joey Levy, come on up. Better, since 2023, has launched a bunch of new product verticals across social, predictions, picks. I'm missing a bunch. Joey, welcome back to the Hot Six. Let's get started.
Yeah, good to be back.
Yeah, I'll ask, talk about being, a media company and a brand, and how that, how you've just built so much around that brand first, and as it relates to customer acquisition and stickiness of the products.
Yeah, I'll say, I'll start off by kind of clarifying that, over time, we've evolved into a real money gaming brand first and foremost, with media being a really important part of our marketing strategy. But we have the capability of really building out a media business, and we've had a lot of success doing that. But really, media at Better at least today, is first and foremost a tool to improve our CAC efficiency for our real money gaming business. And along those lines, it's done a really great job. Like careful to kind of disclose exact numbers, but our CAC per FTD, like last year, acquiring hundreds and hundreds of thousands of customers was less than $50, for example, which I would probably posit to say is definitely best in class for this industry, and media is a big part of that. And I'd say really the kind of secret sauce that we've been able to execute upon is this marriage between really high quality original short form video on social that was originally kind of cultivated for organic social, but then repurposing that for really effective paid performance marketing content. So it's really the marriage between like a super robust performance marketing organization and really high quality original short form video content that is contributing to best in class CAC efficiency for the business. And of course, the most important thing is just having a really, really great product that is differentiated, that people are highly motivated to download. And I remember coming to this conference last year, we only had better picks. Today, just a year later, we have better picks in 34 states. We have better social sportsbook in 32 states. We have better arcade in 38 states. We soft launched our social casino just a week ago in 30 states. And last week we announced a pretty big partnership with Polymarket to launch prediction market soon. So literally went from just one nationwide gaming product to 4, all within the same app with a consolidated wallet experience. Just in 1 year with the 5th product on the way. So really at the end of the day, the product is the most important part of any sort of distribution strategy, but also leveraging better media and integrating it into the performance marketing organization has really done wonders for CAC efficiency.
Yeah, maybe just keep pulling on that thread in the context of the product expansion. Is that sort of right to win or right to acquire customers for cheaper, does that sort of persist across all the different product expansions? And holistically, how are you thinking about strategically? Is it a matter of greater customer choice, expanding the potential customer universe, expanding the jurisdictions in which you can do business based on sort of different state-by-state regulations? Like, what are the key strategic reasons behind sort of that set of product expansion?
Yeah, so I guess to first address, like, you mentioned one thing that highlights like one of the big areas of upside for the business, which is like historically and still today, and this is about to change in a few weeks, when we're acquiring customers for better, we're onboarding them to better picks, and then there's just organic cross-sell going to sportsbook, casino, and arcade. In a few weeks, that's about to change, where we're going to have bespoke onboarding by product, and we'll be able to run dedicated ads for social sportsbook, for social casino, and at scale, like CAC for sportsbook and casino, will possibly be, higher than picks, but we expect like those high intent sportsbook and casino customers to also exhibit higher LTVs. So really excited to kind of roll that out over the next few weeks, because that's going to, I think, result in a potential, step change for the business. I'd say with respect to the overall super app strategy, it's both a user experience play and a regulatory play, right? So like from a user experience perspective, and DraftKings announced, I think a week or two ago in their investor day, that they're going to pursue a super app strategy as well, which we found incredibly validating, right? Because we've been working on this for well over a year. We have a purpose-built PAM and platform to, have several different products all in the same app with a consolidated wallet experience, and that's just something that we acquired partially through M&A and have built out for several years now. It's really difficult to replicate. So we certainly have a first mover on the super app strategy, and through social casino, we're still going to have an advantage with respect to having like a nationwide casino-like offering that DK is probably going to continue to only be in 5 states with casino. But nevertheless, like DK announced that, and it makes sense why they announced that, right? Because consumers nowadays, they don't want to have to download 5 to 7 different apps with different wallets. It's just too much friction for consumers nowadays. So from a user experience standpoint, like you can seamlessly go from picks to sportsbook to casino to arcade. You can move money around between wallets. It's a really seamless user experience that I'd encourage everybody in the room to try it at some point. It's and of course with predictions coming, that'll be the fifth pillar of the super app. And then from a regulatory standpoint, like I know with prediction markets, it's kind of like opened up Pandora's box, and people are wondering like what the regulatory environment's going to end up looking like. There's obviously fantasy pick'em. There's social sportsbook and casino. There's state-by-state regulated OSB and iGaming. But I think what we've learned is that this idea that you can only launch products under two very rigid regulatory frameworks, like that world is over. That is dead, right? So what the super app strategy allows you to do is kind of offer the great user experiences that we know customers want, and exhibit like agility with respect and just be nimble with respect to what we offer in what jurisdiction, depending upon where the regulatory environment shakes out over the next 3 to 5 years. Because I think if anybody is going to sit here and pretend like they know exactly what SCOTUS is going to say about predictions, or what certain states are going to say about sweeps or fantasy pick'em, like they're a little bit full of it, right? So we don't know. We don't know what's going to happen, but it's our perspective that it's great for consumers to have all of these different options, and we're going to offer them all of these different options.
I love the implied part of that answer, which is driving optionality for both your users, but then also for you as a business as the regulatory environment could shift.
Yep.
So I met you so many years ago. I think you were in your early 20s when I met you.
Yeah, probably,
with SimpleBet.
yeah.
So,
30 now, so I'm in my 20s now.
But the success that you've had is amazing. But what did you take, because this isn't your first, right? It was SimpleBet first.
Yeah.
So what did you take from your learnings at SimpleBet to help propel you into what you're doing at Better?
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of like a different experience in that SimpleBet was B2B, and there was a lot of kind of like long sales cycles and just a lot of kind of like building and waiting and building and waiting, and whereas running a consumer business is just very different. But I think like the overarching entrepreneurial kind of takeaways of like, this is really, really hard. Like there's nothing harder than being an entrepreneur, like never giving up, dealing with the highs and the lows and all the uncertainty and surviving and advancing and thriving. Like it's just that like gaining that mentality over time is initially like super unnatural and it's hard, and just like going through the ringer there like definitely prepared me for a lot of challenges with Better, because there have been a lot of challenges with Better, right? But I think we're in a really good spot right now. We're growing really quickly. We're growing profitably. Our unit economics look great. We're first mover with the super app strategy. So I'm thrilled about where we are right now, but we have a lot of work to do. But that experience definitely helped me with some of the challenges of Better.
I did try to hire him, actually. Right before he launched Better, I was like, "Hi, Joey." And then he's like, "Well, I'm working on something. You'll see in a couple weeks." I'm like, "Gosh, missed it."
On that note, Joey, thank you so much. Congrats on all the progress.
All right. Thanks, guys. Thank you.
All right, and to take us home today from the class of 2022 Hot Six, somebody who's been fighting the good fight for regulated U.S. sports betting for longer than that, we're going to welcome up, if he's around the corner there, the founder and CEO of Sport Trade, Alexander Kane. Come on up, Alex.
All right, so there are some puts and takes for your business around all the prediction news and landscape and evolution over the last 9 months, but maybe just to start with the positive of it, like how vindicated do you feel? Because 4 years ago you were up here on the stage beating this drum like way before it was anywhere in the news. So just talk about like that evolution and what's been the same as what you expected, what's been different than what you expected.
Yeah, I think honestly we do everything with the customer in mind. Like that, as crazy as that sounds, and like this was always something that could be so great for consumers. And I think it's been honestly, even as someone that wanted this to happen and even spoke with the CFTC back in 2019 and considered doing all this, like even a dreamer, even something as crazy as you have to do to start a business, didn't really believe it could happen as quickly as it did. I think it's safe to say everyone on the stage has had certainly a lot of expertise around exchanges and low margin models on this stage, particularly over there with Paris. But, you can probably ask Paris the same question. Like, we just can't believe it all happened this quickly. And I think
So yeah, I guess to add on, you know, what has this all meant for you and your business, and what have you done, I guess, over the last 9 months to capitalize?
Yeah, so we filed for a federal registration for a DCM, which is the exchange, the DCO, which allows us to hold the capital. We applied for an intermediated exchange as well as disintermediated, and that allows us, we've been, for the better part of 9 months now, been approaching all these brokers and saying, net of fees, like you're going to get the tightest spread, the best quality of execution is what the term we use, than any other exchange. And like that's a big part of our strategy now is like Sporttrade, that brand you see, beautiful logo, I love it. I don't know how much you're going to see it. I don't know how much consumers are really going to see it. In a lot of ways, that, like I don't know how many consumers know about NASDAQ, but they know Robinhood, right? That's kind of what we want to be. We want to be that platform, that plumbing layer that sort of obsesses about quality of execution. How do we have instantaneous trades that account for courtsiders in the third period of a hockey game? And how do we add all these products? How do we manage market makers? How do we ultimately create the best quality of execution for brokers? And so we've applied for the license. We've also done a lot of legwork, and we're starting to integrate now some of the brokers that we're going to go live with.
And then how are you going to get that liquidity into your product once you get the license?
Yeah, the dream was to really build something like, you know, Memex. Memex is like a stock exchange that started about 7 years ago, and Memex just took the most vibrant brokers and banks and hedge funds and market makers that, like, you know, I can't believe I'm saying this because NASDAQ's an investor, but they said, screw NASDAQ, screw NYSE, let's go build our own exchange and let's all give you a piece. And that's really what we ultimately set out to do. And that's sort of the trajectory that we're on now is like, we feel like if you can get brokers really incentivized for this to be the winning exchange, and we can stay very focused on servicing you as a broker, as opposed to maybe trying to service you, taking some revenue, and then also trying to compete for customers on the App Store and driving up your cost of acquisition, that's generally not a strategy that works in other markets. And so we're like will Sporttrade be a direct-to-consumer brand? Probably. Will a lot of people hear about it? Probably not. Will it launch in 2026 when we plan to launch federally? Probably not. And it's really going to be a brand for like customers that want to pay $100 a month to trade, you know, the types of order types that like advanced users want to trade. And therein, we don't really need to have a marketing budget because, as you know, if you have the best prices, customers will find you. So that's kind of the strategy, high level.
You mentioned NASDAQ. You have a pretty interesting, cool strategic cap table in terms of logos. Is there like one to call out that's been like most strategically helpful, or how have you sort of been able to leverage your investors being involved kind of in and around both the startup ecosystem, but then what you're trying to build strategically to your advantage?
Yeah, I think I got a cold call from Dan Kerrigan in like March or April of February of 2020. It's a 215 number. I thought it was a prank call. I picked up, and the guy's like, I'm Dan Kerrigan, head of futures at NASDAQ, and want to invest in your business. And I'm like, this is like a great prank call. Unbelievable. And then, no, he walked in the next day, and then like a month later, I met with Adina Friedman, the CEO, and they were like, yeah, this thing could go federal, and if it goes federal, like this is going to be trillions of dollars of volume a year, and it should all be on the same rails and the market structure that we've built. And they ended up helping our business big time, to your point. They became an investor. We use NASDAQ for market surveillance. We do that right now in our regulated operations. Tom Whitman was their CEO of their exchange business. He became chair of our board. John Ross was their CTO. He built our matching engines. And so there ended up being a real Philadelphia connection there with regards to Sporttrade and NASDAQ.
Well, I mean, I like one of the things that I've really admired about you throughout your career is you're always like pushing the envelope to educate regulators and help regulators understand the industry in itself. Like, where does your position with that at this stage?
Yeah, so I think this is something, it's an opportunity I'm like really chomping on the bit to do. And I feel like for as much as I will say great things about Kalshi, and the last, like, you know, people would have thought I was somehow invested in the Kalshi in the last panel I did. But I think an opportunity where I don't think they're doing well at all, or Polymarket, or Crypto.com for that matter, is educating and speaking with state regulators and saying, this is a totally different model. I had this wonderful opportunity, I'm not going to name names, to talk to a chair of a gaming control board just after the last panel. And he gave me 25 minutes of his time. And it started off very combative and with a certain attitude on both sides. And we were able to sort of reach this agreement of like, you know what, maybe this is a different product. Maybe we didn't really ever consider exchanges. Maybe we never considered market makers. Maybe we never considered intermediaries. And my big vision, my dream is I want to do everything I can to make the best possible consumer experience. And having these exchanges coexist alongside these regulated sports books in these states is an amazing result. Like, that would be incredible, and I would love to do what I can to carry the torch and perhaps be that Rosetta Stone between more of the financial world and more the OSB world, and say like, hey, these are both great products for different consumers that solve different needs, and like we're kind of already at this amazing sort of, you know, compromise between where the federal and the state play in. So like that's a set of relationships I really care about, and I'd love to continue to have that opportunity to educate the market on that.
I guess I'll ask, because I'm not familiar, but you know, you're doing that work, you're putting that effort in. You know, how do you capture the value there as well? Is it by being, you know, the most vocal and being the most forward, or, you know, is it a business structure that you need to sort of build as well?
So I think, I mean, two things. One, from a regulatory perspective, I really don't think this exchange model fits within the states. And we've tried it. We've been in 5 states. We've got all the battle scars and everything you could possibly imagine, and to show you that it doesn't work. But I'm also a huge proponent and a champion of the regulated OSB model. Like, it's for a different type of customer, and it generates a lot of revenue in the states and the leagues and the regulators and the legislators all and the operators all do really well. I think from a tech perspective and how we plan to approach the market, it's like, I mean, you just heard Joey come up on the stage. Like, how would Sporttrade ever compete with Better? Like, we have no chance. Like, all the customers are going to use those products because they have skill-based, they have casino, they have sweeps, they have all these sort of things. We just want to be that structural underpinning, and I think us having this relationship with the CFTC and with the states gives us the trust so that brokers can come to us and say, you're going to be a partner that's going to be around in 3 years. And I think that's a really, really important part of the relationship.
All right, that takes us to the finish line. So thank you, Alex, and thank you to everybody for sticking around to the end of day 1 of the next New York City Summit. 6 amazing entrepreneurs, and it's been a lot of fun. Thank you to our experts, and have a good night, everybody.
Thank you.
It is networking time.
It's happy hour.
It's happy hour. So guys, thank you so much for sticking around to the end, but it doesn't stop here. It starts here. Hope to see you guys downstairs where there's networking, there's drinks, there's enjoyment, and tomorrow morning, bright and early, see you here. All right.
Thanks,
so
everybody.
Thank
Have
you.
a great night.
Bye. Oh, the energy was just